When the world's getting digital, only one crew keeps it real. 5 bad brothers with a mic and a mission to collect, protect, and connect.
They talk the talk, they spin the disc. OCA, baby.
Happy Black History Month, you jive turkeys. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Green Line.
Hello.
There he is. And Reese.
The only one dressed for the occasion.
And Pop is greater than soda.
I'm very jive today. If you wanted me to get in blackface, I could, but I don't think that'd be very nice.
Here, I've got the perfect image.
Why don't you just replace Colin with your favorite brown waifu? Come on.
Aisha Clayton cleaning it up in here, bitch.
I was gonna say you're Luigi, but yeah.
That'll work too. Okay, yeah. So sorry for being late.
Did you kick Ferdinand out?
Oh, sorry, Ferdinand.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, I like our background. How it's like a deleted scene from Berserk.
Hold on, let me just. Yeah, that'll work.
It just looks like guts.
Yeah. Let's draw attention to all the weenies. Yeah.
Yep.
Could have gotten away with that until now. All right. So anyway, yeah. So I'm clearly out of it because when I hit the Jive Turkey intro, I thought to myself, okay, now I need to add myself to the call, and so I clicked on the intro that I have to hit afterwards, and I was like, oh god. And then I removed footage for the stream because even though I've done this for some 200 odd episodes with StreamYard, I still can't do it right.
You can't even count right. We're on 340.
I know, but we haven't done all of them with StreamYard.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
All right, here we go. Jumping right in. If you'd like to help a poor, defenseless idiot of a host, you guys can head over to OCApodcast.com/support, where you can help us get into the black by 2030. I would like to say that I very much value all the support you guys are giving.
Aren't we into the black as of this month?
Yes. Let us make that our goal. Help us get into the black in the spirit of Black History Month. It will only cost you around $4,000. I believe in you. All right, so the ways that you guys can do that is you can donate to us directly, either per month or just simply donating once. You can also head over to the OCA Podcast Patreon right here. That's not how you're supposed to see it, right? There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, which is a little bit more safe on your wallet. Although I do plan on possibly working on the Return to Silent Hill video during my flight. We'll see. And you can also shop at Tenga. Don't you love that? You were going to do that anyway, you sick degenerate. All right.
I don't know. It's pretty cheap off Amazon.
Anyway, you can also use our Subscribe Star or a Ko-fi or shop at Right Stuff Hum Bundle. Yeah. Anyway, there's all those other ways you can do it. Just make sure you go to ocapodcast.com/support to grab those links, because if I click on these, you can't see it, but in the bottom it tells me that it is in fact the affiliate link, but once it goes there, it sometimes changes. Same thing with Tenga. So anyway, in order for the cookie or whatever to properly give us credit for your gooning, you have to use the actual link. Thank you. We failed to share last podcast. I'm so sorry for this. That Green Line came out with another video. So if you want to see Genshin Impact's worst region, Natlan, you can check out this video. Green Line put a space.
He did the thing again.
It's weird with the bar.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You can gas chamber me later.
Is that the thing he did again? I'm having.
I remember you called him out for that the one time as well.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put a space. Okay.
Oh, we do have our black brother showing up. There he is.
Randy, we have a really important pressing question for you on the spot.
We already know the answer to.
If you
Yeah.
speak, yeah, you're here. Okay. Soda or pop?
It's pop.
There you go. We have a
Papa,
consensus.
Your ass.
This is a pop podcast.
I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of Black History Month. All right, jumping off on the right foot here. A man allegedly posed as an FBI agent to try to free Luigi Mangione from jail. It's one of those. It's just it's crazy enough it just might work until somebody asks you even just one single question. A Minnesota man identified as Mark Anderson was arrested late Wednesday on January 28th after allegedly pretending to be an FBI agent in an attempt to free accused killer Luigi Mangione from the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York, in New York City. Anderson, age 35, arrived at the federal jail claiming he had a court order to release Mangione, who is awaiting trial in the high-profile killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Anderson presented a Minnesota driver's license when asked for FBI credentials. Yeah, we just need to see your badge. Yeah, here it is. I have a Class C license. Didn't even get a fake ID that says Agent Mark Anderson.
That is the most agentish name of ever.
Mark
Anderson. That is the most agency name that ever agency named.
Anderson presented a Minnesota's driver's license when asked for FBI credentials and showed officers various unrelated documents, including a form on how to sue the Department of Justice. When confronted by jail staff, Anderson declared that he had weapons in his backpack. That's how the FBI rolls. Officers searched the bag and found a barbecue fork and a pizza cutter, but no fire.
Does it still have a Furby keychain on it?
Luigi, here's your weapon. Throws the pizza cutter.
Mamma mia!
Mamma mia! Federal prosecutors in Brooklyn have charged Anderson with impersonating an FBI agent. Anderson's criminal history includes previous arrests for petite larceny and menacing in the Bronx. Mangione, the intended inmate in the alleged jailbreak attempt, remains in custody at the Metropolitan Detention Center. He is awaiting both federal and state trials related to the December 2024 killing of Brian Thompson. Jury selection for the federal case is scheduled to begin in September. With
Holy
possible
shit.
Seriously, like, don't you have a right to a speedy trial? Isn't that part of like the foundation of America's judicial system?
Like I forgot that was happened in 2024.
Yeah. I mean, it's only been just over a year, you know what I mean? But it still feels when you hear it.
You do have the right to a speedy trial, but most people waive it because they want extra time to be between the crime and the punishment, so that people kind of forget the impact. And well, he's in jail, but a lot of the time, if you're on bail, you'll want it to like wait out while you're on bail. And then also you want time for your lawyers to get all the evidence together and all that kind of stuff.
Sure. You also, I mean, I would almost prefer that especially when you're guilty, just like go in fast, let the prosecution flounder because you didn't give them enough time, and then just hope in a prayer that you get acquitted. Anyway, so jury selection for the federal case is scheduled to begin in September with possible testimony starting in October or January 2027, depending on judicial rulings about the death penalty. Anyway, that's it. That's the whole article, but it was funny nonetheless. So, who's got pickups? I've got pickups. I've got so many pickups.
You have a pickup in a box.
Oh, there I go. Something is seriously wrong with me. This is the button, right? Remove me from the stream. All right. Yeah, I got to pick up in a box. I'll get to that one in a minute. So, I picked up the Digimon movies 1 through 3, and Digimon Adventure 02,
No
the
slip.
beginning, which has no slip. So I'm gonna have to get that off of eBay at some point today. A Amazon delivery of Last Evolution Kizuna is going to arrive, and that also will probably not have a slip, and I will have to send it back. But that's why we buy from Amazon, because they're forgiving like that.
Did you not get movies 3 through 6?
You mean 4, 5, and 6?
Oh yeah,
I did,
That's
but
what
they
I mean.
haven't arrived yet. They'll probably also arrive later today.
Oh okay.
So in my collection, I have a weird section at the beginning of oddities, including a series of documentaries called Anime Related, made by Will Jimenez, that are about cons in the mid-2000s. And it's eerily accurate to my experience going to cons in the mid-2000s. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to buy a furry convention DVD sold by the convention, like where they filmed during the event and then like put together a keepsake. And another one popped up from 2 years prior to the one I already had. Further Confusion 2003. Yeah, I'll just say that I watched the other documentary, and it was about what you'd expect. There were lots of very veiled sex jokes about yiffing and whatnot, like just an uncomfortable amount.
Yeah.
So I expect this to be just as annoying. And I recently, because all my shit's in storage and I can't remember what I have and what I don't and what the cover looked like, because this isn't a like official like merchandise that you look up and everything. I don't think I put it on my collecting app. I think I just bought the 2005 one again. And then I realized that the eBay listing said disc only. So I probably now have 2 copies of that, which is great. Great to know that I wasted my money on that.
Great.
In other news, before Return of Silent Hill, I was looking to rewatch the previous movies, which I did, and I'm glad I did. It was a great time. And then I found a fan film called Silent Hill Requiem, and it has a Blu-ray release. So I bought it, and I bought it on their Etsy page. Right? They sent me what appears to be like almost like a actual photograph. It's clearly not, because like you're not gonna just stand there and take the fucking photo. I don't know. And then there's also a bunch of nice notes in it, like please, thank you, support us, all that shit. I'm guessing the disc is burned.
Is this the inspiration for Resident Evil Requiem?
Perhaps. Yeah, so there you go. There's that. How am I going to get that back in there? And then the fabled box that I got to open is next. Let me just toss these. Except for the Digimon one. I'll leave that out. I'm almost certain I already have one of those Digimon things too, but I don't know. I can't remember what they are. Do I have a Swiss Army knife? I do. Victorinox, right?
A good one.
Oh, I was like, where's the label? All right, I got this. Sounds pretty good, right? But you can't guess who sent me this.
Ooh, pick me. I know.
Do you?
Because you told me.
I don't know.
Did I already tell you who it's from?
Sentai.
Sentai, yep. That thing I hoped was a fever dream that I had bought.
Ooh.
Mm.
Nice.
That looks. Oh my gosh, that splitter splits
Yeah.
in half. Wow, that's amazing.
It's as though they ask themselves, what is the worst possible set we could make that doesn't quite tip it over the edge of would people no longer want to buy it?
It probably sticks out more than a regular Blu-ray too.
Oh, you think?
Oh my god.
You don't say.
This thing's a fucking monster. Let me grab a DVD just for clarification.
Gundam over here being the Canadian Sherlock Holmes for us tonight.
It's
I didn't see it right beside
larger
something.
than DVD height.
Oh my god.
Right? It's basically DVD
A square
by
DVD.
DVD. It's not quite square. It's just a little off. I'm kind of curious now that I'm holding it, because I'm pretty sure I have the Devilman Crybaby box set in this box underneath my desk here.
It's bigger than that.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah. The Devilman Crybaby one was at least Blu-ray height.
Well,
considering I can't even find it because it's like fitting so well into the shit that's in here. Never mind, it's literally not in here. Okay. That's why I can't find it. I don't know where that is. I might have already taken it back to the storage unit. Anyway, there's my Oshinoko amazingness. Greenland, would you like me to
dodged.
Would you like me to cue you up?
Yes, please cue me up.
All right, here we go. Previously on a podcast from a while ago, this happened. All right. Brown Dust 2 unleashes Opie-powered 3D pillow covers for Comic Cat.
There's
What
no
are
way
we
that's
waiting for?
real. What
Oh,
the hell?
It is real. It is very real.
It looks like
Can
it's
we
gotten
show
some use
that?
already.
Yeah,
For some reason, my browser wouldn't play the video clip.
You'll
Oh,
have
no.
to tilt the pillow forward for us to see the 3D
Yeah.
Put it on its
or
side. Can you see
sideways
the-
that works.
can you
How do
see
they
the-
feel?
I had to install them. I had to do like
Install.
I had to do surgery.
Hold on, I had to
No.
install a patch. Like,
You fucker.
So you lied
Yeah.
to us?
so the fact that you can install them, that means you can put a little nip in there,
I suppose we could. Yeah.
Wow.
huh? Just toss a pepperoni in.
Jeez, yeah. And then the
Wow.
other side that
And the
Doesn't have
2D
any
back
cushion.
side.
And
Yeah.
that's the side for Randy over there.
Right?
We're not sharing a
then-
pillow.
So you admit that's your side.
That's morally wrong. Like, oh gosh.
And then
Randy, now
and
that
much
it's real,
more-
are you getting a copy?
No.
Oh, okay.
And then in much more tamer pickups, I picked up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Charmer structure deck.
Oh.
So you know how, if you remember, I picked up the figures for the release, the Kotobukiya figures in previous podcasts, and so I picked up the structure deck. That
It's always
Has
weird
the-
hearing somebody say a Japanese word and you think, yeah, I guess you could pronounce it that way.
which word did I mispronounce?
It's not that you mispronounce it. It's just that in my head, I've always read it as Kotobukiya.
Okay,
And you called it Kotobukiya or something like that. I don't even know how you
Kotobukiya?
did that.
like I ran it together.
You
Kotobukiya?
you just said it in a different way that I've always
Okay.
pictured it mentally.
Well, I'm sorry. It's
no, nothing to
uh,
apologize for. I just thought it was.
that's the way I've heard it online. So I got the
Oh my
Charmers.
god! I just bought.
I'm not.
Oh
close
fucking
enough.
god! I'm sorry.
Are you going to
just
show us
bought-
every individual card?
No, I'm just gonna show you like the main four.
Hold on, real quick before you do that. Literally, right before the stream started, I bought one of these because I couldn't finish backing up the podcast, and there's one on my desk unopened that I
Wow.
previously bought for when I ran out of space. Sorry.
So there's Win, and I picked up the figures for these, so you might remember like I'm trying to like hold a figure while trying to showcase, like, oh look, they have
I don't
a
know.
staff of.
I might need to take a screenshot and have Grok put her in a bunny girl outfit so I can recognize her.
Right, and that's the other one, and that's all the charmers. That's
I just want to
they
apologize,
included.
half apologize to Green Line. Yesterday, he's like, "Is there a way to search the website? I'm trying to find when we talked about a Brown Dust 2 thing."
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Yeah, but like, can you narrow it down?" And he's like, "Well, we talked about a Brown Dust 2 merch at some point." And I was like, "Okay, but that doesn't really help. Like, can you narrow it down anymore?" And he's like, I think it was a pillow of some kind." And I'm thinking like body pillow. I'm like, okay. So then I go search, and because he wasn't very clear, and I told him how to search on his own, but I just figured I'd do it myself too because I could do it really quickly because I know how to do it. So I go do it, and I find the 3 things we talked about, which was the figure of the girl going through the laser thing, the pillow, and then a swimsuit one. And so I post all 3 of them to him.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, thanks. It was the swimsuit one." And I'm like, is he retarded?
No, he was throwing you off his scent.
Yes, I see the vision now.
Also, can I just say that your effort to celebrate Black History Month has gone above and beyond, as you are now clearly in the presence of a police vehicle with your blue and red lighting.
Oh.
All right. Okay, so Danny picked up Vinland Saga Book 14.
I just hopped over to Twitter, and the thumbnail for the stream is Greenline shoving the video out of the frame. Shoving the pillow out of the frame.
Oh. So it's called Vinland Saga, right? Not Native American Saga?
So it's
You know what
Yeah,
Vinland is?
Yes, where the Vikings were.
Yeah,
So
when
the
they came
Vikings
over
went.
to North America.
Yeah. Yes, I got it. I understood. Yes,
was
but-
the pillow like out of the frame reach, like it was off to the side of the video?
No, it's like it's a blur. Like, it looks like a blur, like you're trying to shove it out of the camera view, like really quickly.
Ah,
Looks like you're. I'll send it to HC can pull it up. You'll send it in the private chat.
I didn't think I did it justice. I was trying to hurry and get the pillow before the
you're good.
video had ended, but
No,
it knocked over.
I just scrolled past it. I'm just like, this is hilarious. Out of context, like he's trying to hide it very
Oh.
quickly.
It doesn't want to load the thumbnail for me. Like it's not showing the thumbnail. It's just showing the. Let me go to my profile. Maybe it'll do it that way. Yeah, it's not showing the thumbnail. It's just showing the little play button.
That's weird.
Reese, you'll have to screenshot it.
Yeah. Hold on.
All right. Anyway, so Danny also got City Hunter the movie Angel Dust and Evangelion 1.11. You are not alone, and Evangelion 2.22. You cannot advance.
I'm still waiting on the 4-pack.
I got it here.
Cool. There you go.
Damn.
Nice.
It's like,
I
no,
thought
you
it-
don't see anything. It's fine.
No, it's great. I think it's going to drive lots of traffic. All right.
I picked up Wolf and Parchment novel 11.
Mm-hmm. And Enriv picked up Nue's Exorcist
Volume 2.
and Jujutsu Kaisen.
Season 1, Part 2.
Is that an LE?
No, that's a standard.
That's a standard with a shrink wrapped slipcover from
Yeah, this does
Crunchyroll.
that. Yeah, this does that.
This is a Viz release. Oh,
Yeah,
I don't
this is Viz.
all right. Is there an LE for Jujutsu Kaisen or no?
Season 1, Part 1, and Part 2 both have LEs.
All right. Remind me to buy those tonight.
I think are you sure you don't already have
I don't know. And Randy picked up Anime Uno.
Ah,
Yeah, from McDonald's.
was
Oh,
that a Happy Meal thing, or do you have to buy it separately?
No, it's a Happy Meal thing. Although you can
Wow.
buy it separately if you go to the counter, but it's usually like $2 for the Happy Meal toy.
Is it a full deck of cards?
Yeah, but they are kind of like a mini deck.
Ah,
It's not like
Mm.
normal playing card size.
Very nice.
You
All right,
couldn't even be
next-
bothered to go as a size comparison.
3, 4, 1.
put your foot up there, Randy.
Next week I'll show you the size comparison. I'll
right.
whip my dick out and then we can all measure.
Whoa.
Okay. And now we eat bear that we bought in Japan's Chiba Prefecture. Bear with Seiji as he cooks up some high quality, high rarity meat. You guys will recall that last podcast, I think it was, we talked about the ramen shop that was selling bear udon or whatever, or soba. I can't remember which one it was. When talking about food in Japanese, it's not uncommon for people in conversational settings to simply say meat instead of referring to any one particular kind. Maybe it has something to do with syllable counts and word lengths, as it's quicker to just say the Japanese word for meat, niku, instead of the ones for beef, chicken, or pork, gyuniku, toriniku, and butaniku, respectively. In any case, it's not startling or unnatural for someone to say, I bought some good meat, without being any more specific. And that's exactly what our Japanese reporter Seiji Nakazawa said to fellow Sora News 24 writer Hiru Neko the other day while they were both in the office. As a matter of fact, Seiji had procured enough good meat to share. And so he invited Hiru Neko over to his place for some home-cooked hot pot, an invitation that Hiru Neko was glad to accept. Seiji lives within walking distance of Shibuya Station, one of the busiest, liveliest neighborhoods, not just in all of Tokyo, but in all of Japan. To help Hiru Neko navigate the crowds, Seiji, thoughtful guy that he is, came all the way out to the station to meet him so that they could walk to Seiji's place together. After a few minutes, they were in a neighborhood so quiet that Hiru Neko could hardly believe how close it was to Shibuya Station. That said, Seiji is still a bachelor living in one of the pricier parts of town, so his apartment's furnishings were pretty Spartan. Yeah. He's got all that he really needs, though, right? For example, he's got multiple guitar stands, but no actual kitchen table. Instead, Seiji eats most of his meals on an overturned packing crate. Today, though, he had company, which called for a larger and more luxurious dining arrangement. A suitcase on its side with some kind of towel or floor mat draped over it. But hey, Seiji said he had good meat, not good furniture, right? As Hiru Neko pondered which side of the suitcase was appropriate for him to sit on, Seiji headed to the kitchenette to put the finishing touches on the hot pot he had simmering there. Seeing that it was ready to eat, Seiji picked up the pot and carried it over to the table. As he set it down, Hiru Neko peered through the steamed up glass lid, wondering what kind of meat was waiting inside. Was it beef, chicken, or pork? Wait, what is that?
Oh, God. Whoa. Damn.
That looks disgusting. When I saw the thumbnail for this article, which isn't this image, it was a different one, I thought it was bread. Like, I thought it was a loaf of bread made to look like a bear paw. None of the animals that Hiru Neko had expected to be on the ingredient list have fingers or claws, for that matter. He and Seiji sat there dumbstruck for a few moments, which was especially strange considering that Seiji at least knew the identity of this mysterious meat. Hironeko, dude, like, you're the one who made this? It was only now that Seiji told the Hironeko what kind of good meat he'd acquired. Bear, specifically a bear's paw.
I don't know if that would be the top tier pick of the bear I would take home to eat. You know?
Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. Now, if you're wondering how Seiji, despite living in the middle of downtown Tokyo, got his hands on a bear's hand, he did his hot pot shopping at
come on, they could have got his paws on a bear paw.
Yeah. Hunter Works Drive-In, a store and restaurant in Chiba Prefecture that specializes in wild game, sourced from culling harmful wildlife. While there, Seiji picked up the bear paw for $55 US.
Holy shit.
I hope it's good. I spent more on steak that was less than satisfactory. Hunter Works Drive-In partially pre-cooks the paw in a pressure cooker, and they remove all the fur too, since that's not something the average home chef is used to doing. After talking to the Hunter Works Drive-In staff about ways to cook this unusual piece of unusual meat, Seiji decided to stew it in a pot with soy sauce, mirin, or sweet cooking sake, katsuobushi, or bonito stock, and ginger. On the day before Hironeko came over, Seiji stewed the pot for 3 hours, and on this day, he cooked it for another 4.5 until the meat had become tender enough that one of the bear's fingers broke off from the rest of the paw. Oh. I think this was the image that I was talking about that looks like bread at first.
Yeah.
And now finally it was time to taste it. Hironeko felt a twinge of awkwardness at the contrast of having the opportunity to eat something so unique and it being placed on top of a suitcase. Following a time-tested solution, the awkwardness was dispelled by adding beer to the situation. So how do you eat a bear's paw, especially if you're sharing it with someone else? Having looked into serving suggestions, Seiji had read that you can simply slice it with a knife, cutting between the fingers and continuing down to the base of the palm. And lo and behold, it worked. Oh, God. Oh. There's still the matter of the bone inside, but once you've cut off a piece of in this manner, you can eat it like you would a spare rib or a piece of fried chicken. As for the taste, bear paw is incredibly gamey.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder why. Even after all the time it had spent in the cooking pot, it was unmistakably different from the beef/chicken/pork triumvirate of mainstream meats. I mean, there's also fish, right? Like, the texture also is very gooey, almost like you're eating a chunk of collagen. So, once upon a time, I thought maybe in our fictional, never going to actually happen unless we become in the black during Black History Month trip to Japan, that maybe we would go to the ramen shop that sells the bear meat. But quite frankly, this article black-pilled me on bear. If you were going to equate it to a type of meat more people are familiar with, it's much closer to pork than it is to chicken or beef. To put a slightly finer point on it, stewed bear paw to Hironeko is reminiscent of the flavor of pork motsunabe, a traditional Japanese hot pot dish made with pork organs. Overall, it wasn't unpleasant. And as the meal went on, Hironeko became accustomed to the unique scent of the bear meat, and it ceased to be an issue. However, even after he stopped being conscious of the aroma, dear Lord. At no time during the meal did Hironeko forget, even for a second, that he was eating a bear's paw. Again, While there are many kinds of orthodox meat dishes in which there might be bones to eat around, none of them have claws at the end of them. I mean, chicken legs or whatever, right? Is this what it looked like before he started cooking it, I'm guessing?
Probably.
Visually, Bear Paw isn't for the faint of heart, but the flavor isn't intimidating to quite the same degree. Between the cost and difficulty in finding it in stores, though, we understand if anyone wants to wait for an invitation from Seiji before buying a whole paw of their for their own personal use. And if you'd like an easier way to dip your toes / sink your teeth into the world of bear meat cuisine, there's this noodle shop. Yeah, we got to cover that. Wow. Would you ever eat bear?
I'd try it. I mean, I've had squirrel, goose, duck, deer.
Eating a bear's flank is a whole different game than eating a bear's fucking paw.
Yeah. I'm just imagining like the pads on a dog's paw.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what you're eating on a bear when you eat
those paw pads that smell like corn nuts or whatever.
How tough they are and leathery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seb, definitely not in relation to eating the bear paw, says sunglasses, jerk it. I'm sorry, I actually don't have an article about K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't think
we really would cover K-pop anyway, would we?
I could throw in an article from that Park Place in Random Merch News. Enriv also says, Green Line, you didn't. Oh God, you did. Dr. Greenland.
That was the idea. Yeah, she came with implants that I had to install.
Extraordinaire, yeah.
Yep.
Green Line.
You know it.
Is there a specific like thing for plastic surgeons, or is it just MD?
I don't know, but like maybe thermography doc or mammography. I don't know. JD Vega made it. Hooray! USA. I don't know what that's about.
USA.
Okay. All right, anyway, here we go. That thing I regret showing you guys because we still have 29 more days to go. Did it go down?
It went down. It was 3. It did have 3. Holy
Senpai's secret.
Because they watched our podcast and they were like, "Yeah, I'm buying this game."
They probably saw the part where I was like, "Hey, the AI used to draw the things, so these aren't even what they're probably gonna look like." All right, there you go. 29 more days. You can do it. I swear to God, if they do it, we don't. I'll be so goddamn mad. Oh, one of the Gooners got posted that clip. All right. So as you guys know, I am flying to London on Tuesday night. And in preparation for the article pile up and everything that's undoubtedly going to come, I am trying to just sort of like force out some of the ones that I've been sitting on that I want to cover and I want to read. I haven't read them yet. But we just haven't had a chance to. So here we go. Hopefully, this is a great follow-up to the Bear article. Temptations of smartphones and high-calorie foods mean no new horse racing jockeys for Japan next year.
They're all too fat.
Horse racing school. Well, the sumo industry is going to be booming. Horse racing school says nay to those who are looking to debut in 2026. Horse racing has been enjoying a boost in popularity in recent years in Japan, thanks in no small part to smash hit video game / anime franchise Uma Musume and its cast of anthropomorphized horse girls based on actual horses that raced in Japan. But while interest in the sport is on the rise, for the first time in more than 40 years, there will be no new jockeys making their Japan Racing Association debut next year. In 1982, the Japan Racing Association, which governs professional horse racing in Japan, founded the JRA Horse Racing School. The facility, located in the city of Shiroi, Chiba Prefecture, trains and licenses jockeys and stable employees to compete and work within the Japan Racing Association, with the jockey program being a 3-year course that covers not only riding techniques and safety, but also legal protocols and other regulations that jockeys must comply with. I never really thought about it. I feel like there are sports that are popular and lucrative due to the betting, horse racing being one of them. But I never really stopped to think, like, how much do the riders make? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, I feel like you could make a shockingly low sum of money. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that you make more money as a NASCAR driver or a horse racing
I think you
jockey?
make more money as a NASCAR driver, to be honest.
Yeah, right. And like
Like-
NASCAR,
like, especially like
NASCAR doesn't have betting, does it?
I imagine there is somehow.
I just find it wild, right? Because if you think about it, it costs way more money. I guess though with NASCAR, you've got the sponsors on your car.
Yeah. Like I said, I was just saying, like all the beer sponsored ones, they have their drivers on the posters in every bar around the country.
Mhm.
You know, in commercials or whatever. And
I understand the female NASCAR racers having fans, but I just don't understand the male NASCAR racers having fans. Yeah, I don't know. It seems crazy to me. But I feel like one of the allure of becoming a jockey is that there's a height requirement that you have to be under. And so for some people, you're like, well, I could have become a clerk at the local convenience store, but I just decided to make my height work to my advantage and become a celebrity as a jockey.
what is the height requirement? Do you know it offhand, or?
Of course I don't. What
I'll look
is
it up.
the height requirement for a horse jockey?
4'10", 4'6".
That's the average, it says, yeah.
I'm
Between 4
4'10".
foot. I believe in you. They're gonna animate you into Uma Musume.
Tune in next week for Horse Jockey Reese.
On a stolen horse, right? Oh, okay.
It'll be one of those toy rocking horses.
Okay. I just picture like you returning to your horse where you parked it at the stable, and its legs are missing and replaced with cinder blocks. Oh.
And then just a ladder to get up on it.
All right, anyway. He was too short to ride horses, so he races at the dog.
And that's the problem. Like because of how I'm built, my spine is like that of somebody much taller than I am. My legs are extremely short.
God.
So like my feet would be practically at the base of the saddle instead of down below, like at the belly of the horse.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Oh, damn it. Not quite. I'm looking for an old meme. Yes, this one. Oh, actually, I should have just used this one. Okay, here we go. Open image, a new tab. There you go, Reese.
Yeah. Not quite that bad, but yeah.
Legs
Damn.
about this tall. The meme I was looking for, but once I saw it again, I realized didn't apply.
Maybe a long neck isn't so bad.
Was this
Like
one?
I sit the same height as like me and my dad are sitting on a bench. We're both basically shoulder to shoulder, but he's a foot taller than I.
This is such a great image. All right. Anyway. Oh boy, I lost track of where I was. With the jockey program being a 3-year course that covers not only riding techniques and safety, but also legal protocols and other regulations that jockeys must comply with. A strict screening process means that not every applicant is admitted either. In 2023, the school received 192 jockey applications, ultimately accepting a total of 7 men and women to the jockey program. Had everything gone smoothly, those 7 would be making their professional debuts in the spring of 2026, but instead, none of them are. 4 of the trainees have dropped out, and while the other 3 still remain in the program, all of them will need to repeat a year of the course, meaning they'll be ready to start racing by 2026 at the earliest. Specific individuals' causes have not been disclosed, but the JRA cited 2 major issues in its announcement, the first of which is weight. The JRA, like most horse racing organizations, requires jockeys to keep their weight low and consistent. But some of the current third-year students at the JRA horse racing school have been unable to stay under the limit. Between the multi-patty vampire burgers, extra minty chocolate ice cream, and deep-fried egg and curry bread sandwiches, there are a lot of temptations you have to avoid to stay svelte in Japan.
I'm not gonna be a jockey.
I believe in you. The other...
I need to cut my legs off to get down to that weight.
The other problem has been jockey trainees failing to follow the rules about smartphones and internet connectable devices. See, I see it though like this. Your strange anatomy actually makes it more likely that you could lean and in those neck and neck races, you cross the finish line first. Right?
I think
they would take you. I think they would take
I
you.
don't think so.
Though they've become a ubiquitous part of many people's lifestyles, the JRA places restrictions on when and how jockeys are allowed to use the devices, including the basic telephone function. For example, on the night prior to JRA races, participating jockeys are required to spend the night in the JRA dormitory, checking in no later than 9 p.m., and refrain from using any communication devices until the races finish the next day. So it's actually against the rules for a JRA jockey to be playing Uma Musume on their phone after 9 o'clock the night before a race.
Holy crap.
This is done to prevent the leakage of any insider information that could, even if done inadvertently, affect betting patterns or otherwise damage the integrity of the competition. In 2024, failure to comply with the no phone rules led to the suspension and subsequent retirement of then 27-year-old jockey Nanako Fujita. Fujita was a rising star, having won more JRA races than any other female jockey in the organization's history. Prior to this, the JRA horse racing school has had at least 3 graduates every year, and should the 3 trainees who are repeating the 3rd year make it to graduation, they'll bolster the debut numbers of spring 2027. Until then, though, the JRA is going to have to get by with its current rider roster. Jeez. I mean, presumably in 2027, they'll have the people who entered in 2024 also graduating with them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Imagine God, what a humiliating story to get held back in horse school. You know, like-
You didn't
Oh.
pony up to the challenge, did you?
All right. Here we go. Last week we talked about the Masters of the Universe trailer, and I just thought it was funny that Masters of the Universe has beaten Star Wars, Mandalorian, and Grogu's 4-month total in just 2 days. Within just 2 days of its release, the Masters of the Universe trailer surged past 16 million views. Now it's at over 24 million, while the Star Wars counterpart has struggled to reach roughly 10 million views after 4 months online. That disparity has ignited fresh debate about the current state of legacy franchises and whether audience enthusiasm is beginning to drift away from once untouchable brands. I mean, you really are overlooking the aspect of how cringe this trailer was, and people are sharing it just to spread the joy of cringe. I don't know. It surprisingly has far
I
less
like
dislikes.
the trailer.
It says here, Masters of the Universe trailer has garnered 18,000 YouTube dislikes to a whopping 55,000 dislikes for the theatrical Star Wars, first theatrical Star Wars release in several years. Yep. Lame. Anyway. I watched the old series when I was a kid. Good for you. Nice. Baki-Dou, the Invincible Samurai anime premiere date has been announced. It's going to be coming out February 26th.
How many
This
Baki
is the one-
Netflix series are there now at this point?
Too many to count. I would love, I'm dead serious about this. I would love for us to do a watch club of Baki where we do like 6 episodes, watch club it. 6 episodes, just because so much fucking shit happens in the series. And it's just like every episode you're like, what the fuck? Like every single time you're grossed out, you're amazed that anybody's still watching. You don't understand how the series has gotten so many adaptations. It's just wild. Anyway, yeah, so that's coming February 26th. He-Man fans, critics dislike the He-Man because he doesn't have huge muscles like the original. Okay. I mean, I did say that, but I
Yeah,
also
of course.
wasn't a fan of the original.
Yeah, wimpy man.
Baki is
You
one
didn't
of
like
those...
the original theme song?
I have the power. That one.
The
The only thing I like about He-Man is there's 2 things.
He-Man.
There's the meme, right? The like rocking back and forth meme.
That's the only theme song I know.
And then there's also my wife and I quote all the time the Skeletor line is like, I am not nice. All right. Andrew says Baki is one of those shows I never watched, but multiple people I know have seen it. Yeah. Well, one of the reasons it's hard to watch now is because it's difficult to obtain the old Funimation sets. You know, I think there's Viridian collections floating around still, but nobody fucking wants those.
Hit the judge.
I mean, I'll take them if they're Baki or whatever, but even those are expensive.
All right. So now Katabuchi's new anime short Fukufuku no Chizu streams on March 5th. Now, this is Sunao Katabuchi. You might remember that he directed the anime short on his own screenplay at Contrail, which is a new anime studio. In this corner, the world's original manga author provided the original character designs for the production, along with artist Kotringo, who worked on the anime film adaptation of In This Corner of the World. Right, so so this is the guy who also did In This and Other Corners of the World. Right, and Reese has reminded me once again that his other notable work is Black Lagoon, right? Which
I looked at his mouth and like he's worked with Miyazaki on a bunch of Ghibli stuff, wholesome stuff, Black Lagoon, wholesome stuff. Like,
yeah. The duality of creativity. All right. Japanese government warns piracy of games and anime has tripled in 3 years. Japan's government has acknowledged the piracy of Japanese games and anime has roughly tripled over the past 3 years, and officials are calling for expanded legitimate global distribution channels as part of the response. I would like to point out real quick, one of the many reasons that piracy is on the rise for anime in particular is because Funimation botched handling the controversy surrounding Vic Mignogna and created such bad will among the users of their platform that they full on quit the service and have never looked back. They didn't jump in with Crunchyroll. They have moved on and are only going to pirate from now on. They did this largely. Now, obviously, there's another aspect of this that more normies are getting into the fandom and they're not paying for streaming services. They're just getting it however they want, right? The Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, along with other agencies, highlighted the trend in a recent report and stressed that piracy is a rapidly growing issue that affects both major and smaller creators. Many officials stated that while copyright enforcement remains important, expanding legal distribution channels and improving access around the world are equally critical to reducing unauthorized sharing. The remarks come as Japanese media creators increasingly compete in a global market where demand for anime and games is at an all-time high. Even with strong domestic sales, unauthorized leaks and illegal streaming/downloads siphon revenue and dilute the effectiveness of official releases. Government representatives emphasized that part of the answer lies in making content more widely and quickly available through services that respect creators' rights. The approach aims to undercut piracy by offering fans legitimate, convenient, and fairly priced options that align with global viewing and gaming habits. The push for broader distribution aligns with broader cultural export strategies as policymakers recognize that Japan's soft power relies on accessible entertainment that can compete with unauthorized platforms. Okay. Viz recently tweeted the video that we looked at last podcast that has like Goku and a bunch of other like protagonists in it, and it's like listing their names, and it gets to JoJo and it goes JoJo, right? Because it's looking at all the different iterations of JoJo. Yeah. So they shared this. They said the person who can save the future of manga anime, it's you. Profits from unauthorized pirate editions never reach the creators. To keep enjoying our favorite heroes and heroines for years to come, please choose the official editions, never the pirated ones. To which people are quote tweeting this saying, LMFAOO doesn't finish translating the manga they pick up, not all of them, doesn't reprint the old volumes of older mangas, ignores the fans who ask for such things, runs a stupid app that isn't available everywhere, but will cry when people look somewhere else to read mangas. They included Glass Mask in their video when there's no actual way to read it legally. This video was made by the Japanese government. It is not for you. God damn it.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear, people didn't quite understand, right? This is about Viz, but Kamen Rider is a series which only this past year received simulcasting, and you can only stream 6 of its over 30 plus seasons legally outside Japan. A few others are only on Blu-ray. Awful example of support the official release when they aren't releasing it. Once again, this is an advertisement or like a what do you call it? Like a public PSA for Japan, right? The industry's biggest problem isn't piracy. Studios struggle because IP holders get royalties, while the production side only receives a one-time production fee. Fan subs even helped anime get popular back in the day, and series not yet released abroad have gained traction. I haven't actually looked at these images. Anime studio partners with global giants like Netflix may spur reform Japan's investor-centric production system. Yep. Studios creating the anime are often left out of the committees, paid only a one-time production fee. So basically what they already said. Okay. And then continuing, Viz, you translated 2 volumes of Pat Labor and then dropped it. English publisher Viz dropped, right? There's actually 22 total volumes, but Viz only did 2 of them. It's crazy how many people think Viz stopped Zatch Bell at volume 25 because it wasn't popular. Volumes 26, 27, and 28 all had pre-order listings. Raikou sued Shogakukan, Viz's parent company, because they lost his art, and he won. The publisher lost the series license immediately.
Funny, I was going to bring up Zatch Bell, like, because the creators got the rights to who licenses it out.
Yeah, and they're showing
Weirdly,
here
yeah.
that Viz did have a release planned for volume 26, 27, and 28, but they weren't able to release it. And I just want to be clear here, like, I'm on Viz's side in a lot of what we're looking at, in the sense that, like, running a goddamn business is fucking hard. And despite all the sunshine and rainbow aspirations of wanting to have everything in print and everything available anytime anybody wants it, that business model does not turn a profit. And because it doesn't, you have to pick and choose, right? I totally understand where Viz is with this problem, but the problem could be solved by making those things that you aren't going to reprint available on your app, or letting the license go to somebody else, Ender says, hold on. Reminds me of how the director of Silent Hill 1 created Gravity Rush. Huh. Baki, I want the 1994 anime. I have that too. That was released by US Manga Corps. I made my own rant reply to this tweet. To be fair, the fact Viz still chose to share the video. Even if Viz didn't make it, they clearly want to side with it. Yes, and it's nuanced, and I'll get to that in a minute. Maybe they're dropping the series because people are pirating them. I mean, possibly, but I think that largely they're just not selling well enough when the window is open for them to be releasing them. And I think a big problem that anime's had and manga has had is that companies like Viz, they were the pioneers. They jumped out early on and they started releasing things before there was a market for it. And they had to build the market and the economy surrounding this industry in the West, right? And that takes like a tremendous amount of risk to put into releasing things that you don't know you're going to get a return on your investment for. And down the line, after they've released it, after the anime for Zatch Bell comes out, maybe the interest starts to get there once it shows on Toonami. But when it's showing on Toonami, it's showing it largely to kids who are watching TV and they're not fucking reading manga. Maybe when they get a little bit older, they start to go to a comic book store or whatever, or Barnes and Noble, and they start to see the manga is available and they think about picking it up. But most kids are going to think, oh, I loved this show. And then they're going to open it up and say, oh, I remember this part. Yeah, that was a great episode. Put it back. You know what I mean? Like, for the most part, people aren't eager to go. Like, they're entering the fandom at the end of the pipeline, right? And then it's very uncommon to go all the way back to the beginning of the pipeline, right? Back to all the way to the manga aspect of it, and get to experience things that way, unless there is something unique or different about the experience, right? Like, it's significantly more graphic. It's significantly more adult. They censored the shit out of the anime, right? Then you go back and read the manga because there's an experience boost that comes from actually doing it, Anyway, so beyond this, but why hasn't anybody gotten it back? I want to read it. I agree with you, AC, but Viz shouldn't have posted the video. Yeah, so let me address the next couple ones here, and then I'll kind of give my spiel on it. So they say it's one thing to appropriate a commercial aimed specifically at Japan for virtue signaling to non-Japanese audiences. Yes, they're definitely doing that. It's another to be a part of the very problem you're cultivating. Maybe Westerners wouldn't be as gung-ho for piracy if the likes of Viz had more sense than this. So they're sharing here a tweet from Packer Girl, who runs Bounding into Comics, and she is sharing a screenshot of a post that was made by an editor at Viz, which says, "Now I'm going to be a meanie because I sometimes am. Did you not buy a series that we published over 13 years ago, 10 years ago, 8, 7, 6, 5? Now, maybe you were one of the few that did. That's amazing. You have great taste in manga. I'm not talking to you. But for all the other people who didn't buy it back then and think they should have another chance at it now, no way. I don't feel sorry for you. You had your chance. We absorbed the losses because you didn't collect it when we were publishing it. What it also did is make publishing something new in that particular genre or by that mangaka more difficult because the booksellers know that you didn't buy those series. Full stop, 100%. As hard as that is to hear for people, that is right on the money."
I have one counterpoint.
Go ahead.
What if you weren't born then?
But then took my counterpoint and went like beyond plus ultra with it. But
Sure.
like, what if you weren't into manga 8 years ago? Like,
Yeah.
what if you weren't even, like, what if
So-
you only got into manga like last year or something?
So this is actually my point. I'll come back to this in just a minute. I'll finish reading this here. I'm also looking at all the holdouts for when a series ends or those surreptitiously waiting for a box set. Again, only 4 out of 100 plus shoujo beat series have ever had box sets. You can do that. But those series not being available when you finally get around to collecting them is the risk you take. No one knows you want a particular series until you purchase it. And when a series is gone, when series are gone, they're usually gone for good. Okay. So I want to address what you're saying here because I think that there is language is an inadequate way, especially in text, to convey ideas. There is nuance out the ass with any idea that you need to convey. And because of that, it is much more likely that you will be misunderstood than understood, right? And so in this situation, they're trying to go out of their way in that specific post to make sure that they're not misunderstood, right? In the tweet that this is a quote reply to that has the video and everything, I think that a lot of people replying to that video do not understand when they are saying things like Glass Fleet doesn't even have a way for you to watch it. It's like, look, when Viz is telling you to support the official releases because it's the only way, profits from unauthorized pirate editions never reach the grid. That's true. Here's the thing. They're not telling you, let's be fair. They sort of are saying this, but this isn't the crux of the argument. They're not exactly telling you that you can't enjoy Glass Mask, right? Not Glass Fleet. That you can't enjoy Glass Mask, right? They're telling you that there is a temptation for people who go and read Glass Mask fan translations because there's no other way to read it. And then while they're there, also download or pull open tabs for something that does have a physical release, right? And so the point of the matter is that what needs to be understood from Viz's perspective is that if they're releasing a show or a manga that you like and you choose specifically not to purchase it, it makes it infinitely more difficult for them to justify the next series by that same creator or to continue to release the manga, right? And that's why you have a situation where you release 2 volumes of Pat Labor and it doesn't sell. It is retarded to think that a company should lose money on their manga volumes of 1 and 2 of Pat Labor and not choose to cut off the bleeding, right? Ultimately, although you might think, well, Pat Labor is my favorite thing in the history of the world, so therefore, how come you won't just release all of that and take the hit because your other more popular shows will cover it? It's like, eventually, that argument can be said about every single show, every single series, and eventually you're not going to be able to justify supporting everything off of the hits. Otherwise, you don't have any money to take the risk on new up-and-coming things that might do well and might be the next hit because you're constantly bleeding money. So it doesn't matter if you weren't into anime or manga back in the day. That's not who they're talking to. This argument that's being put forth here is specifically about the people who were and feel entitled that they could have just waited for a box set or whatever that was never going to come to fruition anyway. Anyway, there's also this argument, but I need my child to leave. I love you. Yeah, get your shot, get it.
I can't. Mom said I can't make this through the office. So I have to put it there.
You'll forgive me if I kind of get a little sidetracked for 2 seconds. I was looking it up because I was curious. I was like, wait, did that affect, in regards to Zatchville, did that affect the anime? It sure as shit did. The last episode that was aired on Cartoon Network Toonami was at the end of 2008. The lawsuit
Good point.
took place
Yeah.
in summer, in like June or July. Because I thought it was so weird that they had only dubbed.
Because they stopped dubbing. You're right.
They had like maybe not 20, but like they had like a decent chunk that they could have finished dubbing. Like, it's like, did it not do well? I'm curious why they dubbed like 100+ episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I looked into it. I checked the dates. It's like, holy crap, they didn't dub it. They didn't finish the dub. Maybe because of the lawsuit. More than likely because of the lawsuit.
I think they lost Shogakukan or whatever, lost the license. It's gone, right?
Yeah. Gone like a certain somebody else. But no, I because I thought it was like, how can you dub like 100+ episodes and then it's somehow not lucrative? I get that. Ooh, he's holding a Vic. Is he wearing pants? But and it does happen. Like, you can dub, like, Case Closed, for example. Like, Funimation put like a ton of money and time into that, dubbing 100+ episodes.
Mm-hmm.
But I was so weird that Viz like dubbed 100+ episodes of Zatch Bell.
Yeah,
and they never finished it, and they had like only a little bit to go, and it's like that lined up with the lawsuit. Holy crap! I can't believe I never noticed that.
Yeah, did you know about the lawsuit ahead of time?
I did, but it's been like, gosh, 6 to 8 months since I actually found out that there was a lawsuit to begin with. I didn't know that, like, the creator had gotten.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Close my door, please.
But I had been wondering, even after the fact that I found out about the lawsuit, like, why did they finish this?
I got the Being a Daddy award.
Woo!
And
You certainly
Best
are
Person
one.
award, right?
The joys of being.
Okay, now that my daughter has left, I would like to share with you the final argument that I saved for this thing. Your Dragon Ball translations were written by a pedophile. I'm good with piracy.
Oh god.
It says here, adapted by Gerard Jones. News: author and former Viz script rewriter Gerard Jones arrested on child pornography charges. Yep. The real question is, did he get into being a writer for Viz because he was into
or did Gokupin turn him?
Well, I wasn't thinking that, but maybe he likes his little Shotas with the ripped 6-pack abs, right?
I think Goku, like in the first several episodes, Goku's kind of chubby.
Chubby, yeah. But in Z, Trunks and
Yeah.
Goten are like ripped as little kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have any more thoughts on this before I?
Nope, you've covered everything pretty much. I think.
There's
Like,
I mean, like for me, I don't want to like start buying something unless I know it's actually gonna
I hear
get
that.
all released.
Fortunately
Yeah.
for you, you also sell shit though.
yeah,
It's
but
not
that's
like
that's
me,
part of the
who has
crux of the problem.
Yeah.
There's like too many
series I
people who
started
have
that never got finished.
who have the same mentality as you, Reese. I get the mentality, but it's like it's too many people who have the same mentality of like I'm gonna wait, but then because you waited, it didn't sell.
You know what's a good way to figure out what is popular and would sell
Kickstarter.
potentially?
Pre-orders.
Oh, that's one way. Another way though, look at how well they're doing on the pirate website.
Yeah, and they definitely do that. 100%. Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on the Cedars on Naya.
Yeah. J Chief Vegas says, please buy our shit. Blue and Rosie says the Viz editor wrote that shitty note to Basara fans in particular, since it's a badass motherfucking shoujo series of the ages. The shoujo girlies are drumming up support daily at Viz to reprint it like in France. Oh. Viz has blocked one adamant fan that points out their hypocrisy as a publisher left and right. Look, I just want to be clear that I'm not saying that a company like Viz doesn't have things that are worth scorning them over. I'm just saying that if you squint and get through, the anger and whatnot that people feel, because there is that instinctual, like you're part of the problem aspect of it, you can at least understand that it's not as simple as just reprint everything. You know what I mean? Like that there's an aspect of it where as a business, it would be irresponsible for them to run themselves out of business by doing what everybody is telling them to do instead of keeping the eye on the prize, which is remaining profitable long enough to possibly at some point in the future get to do the things you want to do, and that other people want them to do. Meanwhile, Basara was difficult to find in stores even back in the 2000s. It's all a joke. No Ranma 1/2, not many reprints. Buy it or no books is what they are telling people. Yeah, buy it or no books is what they're telling people. One of the hard things about collecting manga, one of the reasons I don't do it is because A, it's fucking heavy. It is goddamn heavy when you collect manga. Right now, my one of the people I'm working with is moving his library from one property to the next, and they're like down the street from each other, or like not even down the street, just like next door. And he's throwing books away because there's just too many of them and it's taking too long. I mean, it's not manga or anything. It's like science and chemistry books or whatever, but books are fucking heavy, right? And then the other thing,
manga takes up a lot of space too.
Yeah.
Manga takes up a shit ton of space, but the other aspect of it that's very annoying about collecting it is that books get damaged. A DVD case can wear a lot, right? Like the actual, like, especially because you can pull out the slip, right? The insert and put it in a new fresh case that you just bought, right? A DVD can deal with a lot of damage compared to a manga. And so getting a mint quality release is, beggars can't be choosers. You oftentimes will find that, I finally got that rare volume. Library copy. You know what I mean? Like,
or it's yellow.
It's really hard. Yeah. And the yellow is like, that's just annoying. And then of course the worst part about it, the reason I don't collect from Viz and Tokyo Pop and all of those is they goddamn change the fucking label icon on every other release. like you've got the stupid company logo keeps fucking you should have the most control over that. Why are you changing it so often? This generation is the first to think they have a right to every single piece of media ever made at any time for cheap/free. That is true. Yes. It's largely the Napster generation I wouldn't even say the Napster generation, but Napster and LimeWire and BitTorrents and whatnot have created a world where, for the first time ever, if you wanted something, it was at your fingertips, instant gratification. And that has created, like you said, an entitlement, right? It's even under later generations, because they never knew life before. You know, like I grew up where if I wanted to listen to a song, I had to physically go to Tower Records and buy a damn CD. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't just go on the internet and go to YouTube and listen to it whenever the fuck I wanted to, like I do now. Shoujo Beat was one of their most lucrative magazines in the 2000s. The shoujo fans still are bedrock consumers of manga. It's a little weird because you'd think Toei would be a different license. Referring to Zatch Bell. Maybe. But when the legal aspect gets into it, I can see them
It still goes back to the creator.
Well, yeah, it goes back to the creator, but more specifically, it's because even though Toei did the anime, it was still being licensed to a subsidiary of Shogakukan. And if the beef came to Shogakukan, then it also trickled down to Viz with the Toei license. Mm-hmm. Many of those women are BL consumers now, though, which is the massive lucrative elephant in the room of the manga world. Yes. I just love this. Every fucking day we see people, getting excoriated for being gooners, this, gooners, that. It's like the lady gooner is the backbone of the industry. Filthy degenerates. Toei would be a different license. I know the anime had an original ending people hated, but I still wish I could have seen the end with that original dub. In the future, man, this is just crazy. Like, I could absolutely see in the future AI completing dubs. Do an episode or two. The rest is AI. I think that could be our future, at some point. We'll see. It's gonna be tricky legally, right? And it's probably gonna happen to things, 50 to 100 years from now that are already sort of like long forgotten and the actors are dead kind of thing, but I think it'll happen. My only reservation about a potential reboot of Zatch Bell is them changing Zatch to Gash. Yeah. I know it's more accurate, but my nostalgia is too strong. Agreed. I resell my manga unless it's one I absolutely adore, which are few stories. That's actually one thing I appreciate about Kodansha. They kept their old logo for a series that started with it, and only new series have the new logo. That is such a minor thing, but fuck, does that go a long way. Mm-hmm. It's hard to find Tokyo Pop, including magazine. All right, anyway, now we're done with this. Let's move to the next thing I want to talk about, which is Silent Hill legend. Akira Yamaoka doesn't think the franchise has changed as much as you do, since Konami's philosophical approach has always been the same. Wow. I don't know. Let's keep reading. Return to Silent Hill and Silent Hill F are both a part of the same monster. Like most great American towns, Silent Hill has changed, I think. Snow had already turned it gray by the time you're introduced to it in the first game from 1999. Snow or ash? But the next few decades pulled the series into real bloody purple decay. The original Team Silent development team was defunct by 2007, and Konami made a Apache slot spin-off game, for example, Pachinko spin-off game, for example. After decades of fan frustration with what seemed like a perfect survival horror series left to die, 2025's excellent Silent Hill F revived the franchise by transporting it to the Japanese mountainsides, polka-dotted with red flowers and flower monsters. While I think the widely disliked new Return to Silent Hill movie confuses things again, read about it. No, I don't want to read your stupid review. Former Team Silent member and long-serving Silent Hill composer Akira Yamaoka tells Games Radar he disagrees. Quote, To me, at least, there's no significant change in the Silent Hill franchise since I first got involved 30 years ago. Yamaoka says to me through an interpreter during a recent interview, quote, "The main reason for that is, at the time, we were trying to create a new experience, a new, totally different approach to horror. We had strong, original creative ideas for creating the Silent Hill franchise," Yamaoka remembers, and he feels like Konami has been true to that beginning. The philosophical approach has been the same. With that in mind, Yamaoka says he was honored to be the first person director Christoph Gans allowed to watch Return to Silent Hill, including its multiple edits. On his initial watch, he remembers thinking, "This really reflects what I have envisioned for Silent Hill 2. And yet, it's difficult to resist the draw of that American town from 30 years ago, softened now by both fog and memory." Yamaoka eventually muses when I ask, quote, "I have a very special feeling about every protagonist, but if I had to pick a favorite, probably Harry from the first Silent Hill. We worked together to create the character," he says, "and we have very wonderful memories of the process. Until then, I don't recall there being any game where the father tries to find his daughter." Yeah, I guess not. Feels kind of overdone now. Oh, that felt great. That line where he said, the whole reason I'm sharing this, the line where he said, "This really reflects what I've envisioned for Silent Hill 2. One of the things that I mentioned in the review is that I think that the reason people will have a hard time, because I remark about 3 Reddit posts that I saw that clearly hated the film before I got to see it. But I think the reason that people struggle with it is because I think we all have our headcanon as to how the relationship between James and Mary started. And the things that we don't see in the game are sort of filled in with our imagination. And the movie itself fills in those gaps. And if it doesn't align with your perspective, you're going to hate it, right? And I express my own theory in the review. And it's one of the reasons why I was actually on board with one of the big twists that they put into the movie that's not in the games. But I'll let you guys see that when that video is released. Anyway, meanwhile, the box office numbers aren't doing considerably well. The domestic gross is now higher than it says here for some reason. What's that about? I don't know what that's about. So the worldwide gross is $10 million. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, but it needs to clear $28 million to cover the budget of the film. And I have to imagine over $100 million for the marketing that I saw for it in other countries. So we'll see. Anyway, any thoughts? I'm sure nobody else cares, right?
Well,
the only Silent Hill game he didn't do was Downpour. Downpour is the one with the escape, like the convict, right? I think that's Downpour. I haven't played that one because that's the one. I think that one is for PS3. I own it and I now can play it, and I would like to eventually get back to it. But I also have Resident Evil Requiem coming out soon. I also have Tormented Souls 2. I also have Metal Gear Solid Delta. I also have Final Fantasy Remake. I don't know. Who knows when I'll get to it.
you also have the manifesto.
The manifesto is moving. It is moving weekly. And the only reason I'm thinking about editing on the plane instead of working on the manifesto is because I'm flying at night and I'm going to be really fucking tired by the time I start the flight. And I don't sleep on planes. So I'm going to be like wired there, like staring at my screen. And the nice thing is that with my limited brain function, I can at least hear in what I'm talking about, a scene I'm talking about, going like, all right, I could go find that. There it is. Like, so, but I did work on the manifesto for a 14-hour flight to Australia and got a shit ton done on it. It is evolving quite a lot from what I originally set out to do with it, but I'm enjoying the process. Anyway, yes, Downpour is the one with the convict. Yeah, at the end of Silent Hill Revelations, the second movie, they gave themselves a handoff to do the Silent Hill Origins or Silent Hill Downpour as the next film. And I was like, fuck, man, that's your damn mistake. Like, all right. To be fair, he was the only thing that was consistent even during the Dark Ages. Yeah, true. Yeah. The only problem I have with Akira Yamaoka now is I think his music in the first, second, and third games, I can't think of anything from the fourth game off the top of my head that like stands out. But it probably had great music too. But like, the music is fantastic. And every single thing we've gotten since then that I've heard, other than the music with Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, which is a whole separate beast. I don't know if he's even part of. But everything else, from what I've heard, feels like a rehash of music he already made. And partially that's because, I'm doing Silent Hill 2 remake. So we're going to just arrange the music I already made for Silent Hill 2 a little differently. We're doing the Return to Silent Hill. So I'm going to redo the music I made for Silent Hill 2 and just rearrange it a little different, like, and then Silent Hill F just felt uninspired to me in terms of the music and stuff. It didn't have the same vibe, Anyway. All right. In the Japan box office news, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle has returned to the number 8 spot in its 28th weekend. What the fuck, right? Like, Chainsaw Man is now out completely, and Demon Slayer's like, yeah, I'm just gonna jump back into the number 8 spot.
Has Demon Slayer, has it gotten to number 1 yet? Has it beaten Mugen Train yet? Domestically?
Yes.
There? Over there?
In terms of earnings, yes. So right now, this is per week.
Yeah, I know.
This is the weekly.
Yeah, I got that. But we would have seen an article that Infinity Castle had overtaken Mugen Train. Wouldn't we?
I'm pretty sure I looked it up for some reason. Maybe I'll even say in here. The IMAX screening of the film is probably why it's back in the charts here.
I thought that was starting in February, not.
Yeah, but people might want to see it again.
I know, but I thought that it was in February.
I know.
So it would
people might want to see it again in order to prepare themselves for the experience of seeing it and see what's different. You know what I mean?
How the comparison kind of fresh in their head, like
maybe.
The regular one. Oh.
Forgot to mention this last time you brought up the manifesto, but if I ever did a big YouTube project, it'd be my own manifesto on Fairy Tail. I want to see all the localization changes between the manga subs and the dub of Fairy Tail. I said it before, and I'll say it again. This whole trilogy will top Japan. Yeah, definitely. Infinity Castle 2 will come out, and the first one will still be in theaters.
They'll put it out in theaters again.
They will, yeah.
And do a double feature.
100%. I fucking hate the cheating in the box office. Like James Cameron putting Titanic out in theaters again with stereoscopic converted 3D just to try to like tip it up in the box office numbers higher and stuff. I fucking hate that shit. Re-releasing like Endgame with like 2 minutes of extra footage or whatever the fuck, Anyway. All right, Gintama Yoshiwara in Flames anime film shares battle trailer featuring Kagura and Abuto. I'm probably going to get copyright claimed one way or the other, so I might as well just go ahead and show you the actual video. Action this intense from a show that's this thick. I get feels super intense.
自分の戦場は自分で決める。
ようやく目を覚ましやがったか、獣が。
Well, this looks cool and all, like, but didn't Gintama end with the
very
last
final
film? Yeah,
the final for real this time movie. Yeah. Yeah.
This one should have been called Just Kidding.
Yeah.
Gintama, this one might
Lol,
be the final one.
JK.
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway, the Sorcery of Nymph Circe, has unveiled a Guns N' Roses theme song. The ending theme to this movie is "Sweet Child of Mine."
Yeah.
Wow.
I knew it. Oh my god. Why that one instead of anything
Back in
else, I
Black.
guess?
Literally anything else. Yeah. Thunderstruck.
That's AC/DC going on.
That's
Oh, you're right. What am I doing? Yeah, you're right. Yep. As soon as I went down, I was looking for the AC/DC logo. I'm like, that's not it. Because I was just in Australia, and AC/DC's from Australia, right? And in Australia they call them Akadaka.
Oh god.
Because they don't have the same outlets that we have.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Wow.
Akadaka.
Akadaka. Anyway, and it's really cringe because it's like okay, so they've got "Sweet Child of Mine" by Guns N' Roses. The other one is "Welcome to the Jungle" is the one I should have said, right? But yeah, they have "Sweet Child of Mine" by Guns N' Roses as the ending theme. The opening theme is goddamn "Snooze" by American singer-songwriter SZA. And it's cringe as fuck and undervalued. It's like imagine
they could have you're saying they should have had "Welcome to the Jungle" be the opening.
There you go.
Just have it just go all out in battle sequence or something.
Yeah. And then imagine like you're Michael Jackson. Whoa, he's opening for the Wiggles. It just feels so lame, right? All right. No Aerosmith? Nah.
I'm just imagining they use "Welcome to the Jungle" and it's they use the entire song for "Welcome to the Open." How do they get the freaking Axl Rose having sex part of the song in the movie? During the guitar solo.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make you scream.
I'm still depressed over the situation with the Gintama dub. This movie is doing what the first did. It's a remake. Gintama, the last one, forever and ever, for real this time. We fucking mean it.
LOLJK.
If it ever gets dubbed, it will more than likely be the Miami cast on Hulu, and that depresses me. All right, in other news, Fruits Basket Prelude to release in U.S. and Canada theaters on February 16th, which is a fucking Monday.
Yeah, Crunchyroll movie nights or whatever it is.
One day only, and guess what? It's in Japanese with English subs. Wait, no, English dub. What? Where did I see?
I mean, you can just pop the Blu-ray and watch it at home.
Oh, I could have sworn that this used to say Japanese with English sub.
Oh, it was a typo and they fixed it.
Maybe. Anyway, Moon has this. Donald Trump reiterates plans for film tariffs on non-U.S. movies. I don't know why he is so eager to save California, right? Me and Buddy are going to go see it. This is the last bit of Fruits Basket I still have to watch. Yeah, I haven't haven't watched anything since the original series.
Could, like, I just find it funny. Like we talked about the bundle thing. Like the 3 movies would be like $60 to go see the 3 movies. Like you could literally buy the movie on Blu-ray for less than that movie ticket and watch it every day for the rest of your life.
That's what I said to my brother when he wanted to see some movie last month.
Like if it's one thing if it's out in theaters for the first time, it's never been released before. But it's something that's been out for years and on disc and easily attainable. And probably even streaming on Crunchyroll right now. Anyway.
So President Trump is once again pressing the idea of film tariffs, signaling that he still wants to impose penalties on movies made outside the United States while simultaneously proposing a financing mechanism aimed at bringing film production back to Los Angeles. In comments to the New York Post and its California offshoot, Trump said, quote, "I'm going to be putting tariffs on movies from outside of the country. If they're made in Canada, if they're made in all these places, because Los Angeles has lost the movie industry." As you guys know, I graduated from film school for VFX and animation, and everybody I knew when I graduated moved to Canada because that's where the tax incentives were at the time. They also do movies in New Zealand and London and whatnot for the same reason. You bring your huge multi-million-dollar crew to our country where they spend money and eat our food and do things in our country that boosts our economy, right? It's kind of the idea. And then you don't have to pay taxes to us for the product you made here. And that saves you money in your country by filming here, right? Hold on. I have a Chrome extension I want to turn off. Remove. That one. It has an annoying shortcut key that I use for normal stuff. Anyway. So he says... Los Angeles has lost the movie industry. He followed that by outlining a second approach, adding, quote, "And so I'm going to put tariffs on, and we're going to be doing bonds, some low interest bonds for the movie industry. We'll bring it back." The remarks, reported by Deadline, show that the president has not backed away from a policy idea that previously rattled Hollywood and raised significant legal and logistical questions. Reminds me of how the live-action Cowboy Bebop was filmed in New Zealand, and the actor who played Spike moved there because he thought it would be keeping him busy for years. Ooh. Wow.
Bad move, Mr. Cho.
That didn't age well at all.
I've said this before.
How fast did that get canceled after it was released?
Yeah.
How many seasons were they going to go for? It's like you could have only done what?
They were
2
releasing books that had stickers on them that said based on the hit Netflix series, right? Oh, they bet hard on that.
But what would that have been if it had theoretically succeeded? Like 2 seasons, right? Like,
yeah, probably 2, maybe 3. Right, if it had really been loved,
it's not going to be like 5 or 6. Like, there's
and the only reason it would have been at least 2 is just because they brought Edward into the very end of.
Yeah, and talked about Vincent Villaggi, who's from the Cowboy Bebop movie.
Thank fucking God! Thank fucking God! They killed that show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I've said this before, but when my dad was working on Lord of the Rings, the crew used to joke with each other that if you move to New Zealand, you double your money because their dollar is worth half what the US dollar is. But once you move there, you can never, ever move back because it's too expensive to ever come back to the United States. I feel slightly bad.
That's the same with downsizing too, right?
What do you mean?
Like if you take if you have a house that is worth a lot of money and you're like, like you want to downsize your house to make
to be able to buy a cheaper house because you don't
Yeah.
need, you're never going to get a bigger house again. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you like move out of the city to the cheap area where you
Yeah.
can get like a smaller house that's by the time if you ever wanted to come up back,
Mm-hmm.
the housing prices have gone up
Yeah,
since
yeah.
then, and you're probably not saving to buy an expensive house in the future. So then you're like trapped yourself further away from the city.
Yeah. Well, I'll just let you know that currently Bitcoin is nosediving. It was previously this month at $97,000 per Bitcoin, and it is currently at $78,000. 77 right now, actually. So now is a good time to invest in Bitcoin, buy that dip, because assuming it's going to rebound, which historically it has, although I did read somewhere that the 4-year cycle is being replaced by a 10-year super cycle, they're calling it. So we'll see, but I'm just saying there was a time, I think it was in 2017, where Bitcoin reached $20,000, and there was this big hurrah over it. People started buying in like crazy. And then I think Mt. Gox sold this huge whale sold everything. And it crashed the value of Bitcoin down to $7,000. Think about that for a minute, though. At one point, it cost $7,000. And that's only for a full Bitcoin. You can buy it in fractions, right? And then now it's at $77,000. 11 times increase in value, right? Whatever you put in, it's going to increase, right? So fuck the property. Get yourself some Bitcoin right now. Anyway, Edward says, I feel slightly bad for Cho, but also not sorry that show bombed. I'm not a hardcore fan, but still fuck that show. It also killed off Kung Fury 2, which feature a good cast. What do you mean it killed off Kung Fury 2? As far as I knew, that was still coming out. What are you talking about? You've ruined my night. Don't. All right. Hollywood raised significant legal and logistical questions. Trump just floated the idea of 100% film tariffs on movies made in other countries in May. At the time, the White House walked back the announcement, saying the concept was still under review. Nevertheless, Trump's latest comments indicate he remains committed to the underlying goal of discouraging overseas production. It's going to release on YouTube, right? Kung Fury 2? Are you saying that the tariff is killing off Kung Fury 2, that they're not going to put it in theaters because of it?
I thought it was done.
Yeah, I thought so too. I just hadn't looked at it in a while since we watched the first one for that watch party. So it's going to be really fucking funny. I'm sure it won't work this way, but it's going to be really fucking funny if ticket prices for foreign films are doubled, and then people still would rather go see foreign films. And so the box office numbers get inflated dramatically because you're willing to pay twice as much to see a good film versus a shit woke fest from the West. Nevertheless, Trump's latest comments indicate he remains committed to the underlying goal of discouraging overseas production. The president offered no new details on how such tariffs would be implemented, nor did he explain how a bond program for the movie industry would be structured. Deadline notes explicitly that Trump did not elaborate on any details of a bond program. Despite the lack of specifics, the renewed rhetoric alone has revived industry concerns that federal policy could attempt to intervene directly in where and how films are made. One of the central problems with Trump film tariffs is whether the president has the authority to impose them at all, As Deadline reports, Trump's tariff powers are currently being challenged in court, with the Supreme Court expected to rule on whether he can impose duties across a broad range of countries. Complicating matters further, movies are explicitly listed as an exemption under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. The statute often cited to justify emergency trade actions. There is also the unresolved issue of how tariffs would apply to services, since film production is not a simple physical import in the way manufacturing goods are. Modern film projects frequently involve international financing, overseas shooting locations, and distributed post-production pipelines. Very true. Like you will do a movie like Avengers, and you'll have like 3,000 VFX shots in it, and you'll send 150 of them to a studio in LA, 300 of them to some place in Vancouver. You know what I mean? Like you'll do it all over the place. The Deadline article emphasizes that major Hollywood studios have become deeply dependent on generous tax incentives offered by countries such as the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. These incentives have been a key reason large tentpole films increasingly shoot outside of California. I mean, it's why they filmed Lord of the Rings in New Zealand to a degree. It's also why The Matrix was filmed in Australia. You know, I think maybe that was the birthing of people doing that. Actually, once New Zealand saw how lucrative it was to have a franchise built there, they said, "Oh yes, more please." I don't know. Studios have also expressed concern that any attempt to restrict overseas filming outright could raise costs significantly at a time when production budgets are already under pressure. The Motion Picture Association declined to comment directly on Trump's renewed tariff talk. After earlier Trump filmed tariffs comments in May, Deadline reports that industry representatives worked behind the scenes to redirect the conversations toward expanded federal incentives rather than punitive measures. WME Group Executive Chairman Ari Emanuel was among those urging the president to consider incentive-based solutions instead of tariffs. Trump's latest comments suggest he is now publicly pairing both approaches, threatening tariffs while also floating the idea of low-interest bonds, even though neither policy has been defined in concrete terms. For now, Trump film tariffs remain a political statement rather than a formal proposal. There is no framework outlining how tariffs would be applied, how bonds would be issued, or how either policy would interact with existing state and international incentive programs. President Trump continues to frame Hollywood's production flight as a problem worth federal intervention. Whether that intervention comes in the form of penalties, incentives, or remains rhetorical will depend on legal rulings, industry pushback, and whether the administration turns these remarks into actionable policy. I feel like they didn't really say much. I feel like I shouldn't have read that. All right. In anime news, Girls in Panzer Moto Love Sakusen Desu Chapter 3 anime is released as trailer and key visual. It's going to release on March 6th, 2026. I don't remember this from the other Girls in Panzer, but we got some big titty gals, right? Right. Also, Pardon the Intrusion, I'm Home anime premieres in April. So this is that one we've looked at a couple times about the girl who has the neighbors of her apartment on either side, and they get a hole in their wall, and they just kind of like combine the space, or always hanging out in her house.
They double teamed her apartment.
Yep. So again, that's coming out in April. It's crazy Girls in Panzer are still being made, and even crazier Sentai are still releasing and dubbing it. Thank God. Fucking awesome show. Nippon Sangoku anime announced for April as well. We'll take a look at this trailer, and then we'll take a look at this monster. Here goes.
The Reiwa. Nuclear war genius evil star will cause the state to collapse, effectively destroying Japan.
Evil star.
Civilization will change, and the three countries of Yamato and Takamasa will enter the era of the three kingdoms, competing for supremacy. Wedding dresses are only a thing of the end of Japan's history, but I'm going to cut them because they're cute, and I like the view from here. Japan was an amazing civilization. If you use your knowledge, you might be able to end the era of the three kingdoms.
The best in Japan. Huh? Yes. Kuramazaki within 30 seconds. Oh, so you're going.
Listen, I am the nation.
I am the
The
nation.
only thing is courage. Then say it and be scared to go back. The
Legend of him who will later be called the soldier begins now. Japan.
Was that the AI?
No, that was not the AI. Also, I just love this character that looks like a Japanese idol girl.
Is this like a manga adaptation?
Am I kawaii?
Yeah.
Are you able to play a section of that video again?
Yeah.
Just the part after the bridesmaid.
Is
or
it
like the dress?
Is it needing to be dubbed or no?
No.
Okay. Do you need to hear it or just see it?
No. I'll just see it.
Okay. This part with the hands?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was weird too. I think
Are they high-fiving someone?
I think
that's off
there's a
screen?
little
Yeah,
kid.
he's
Yeah, I
holding
think there's a
hands
little
with a
kid
little
who's
boy or
gonna
something.
is gonna high five her.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
thought
like,
that
what the
weird
fuck
too.
did I just see?
No, it's not
think-
Grok messing up.
Yeah.
See, this reminds me a lot of Natsume Ono's designs. The author of House of Five Leaves.
Yeah.
Restaurant.
The mouths
Is it
aren't
just
quite
like desaturation
huge
of the
enough.
colors?
I
The
like
House
just
of
like
Five Leaves and
the
Mouths
the
were-
line works and like character designs, kind of like in the art style of it.
Yeah, maybe a little. Anyway,
I
moving
think
on
it's
from
more
here.
the desaturation on the colors or something.
Yeah, that too.
Unfortunately, that wasn't AI. That's just how dub VA sound now.
I meant specifically the screen.
Ah,
end.
yeah, that was definitely from the original. How come they're able to release these spin-off movies once a month, but it takes them years to release one Das Finale movie? Chinese perspective translation?
You know, Girls in Panzer really is like Gintama. It's like
Well,
Das Finale, part 20.
Mm.
Yeah.
So we've also got Ponkotsu Fuki Inato Skirt Take ga Futakisetsu na JK no Hanashi. Oh, God, that's a mouthful.
I recognize JK.
JK. Just kidding. No, Josie Kose. It means the story between a dumb perfect and a high school girl with an inappropriate skirt length. Let's watch it.
It's you again? Your hair color and skirt are extremely inappropriate. It has nothing to
Do with you? It doesn't matter, does it?
question mark. I'm in the position of a wing person. Are you perhaps
Really stupid?
My academic ability has been seriously lacking since I was young. I'll let you off the hook for the
Skirt.
That won't work. The bamboo in your skirt is just a damn thing that arouses sexual desire.
What?
Did he say the bamboo?
The bamboo in your skirt is what? Is a what? Hold up. Where's my mouse?
I didn't know there were bamboos in skirts.
Well,
Uh,
if
did-
bamboo
did
is
you
a
forget
euphemism for the
Did you
erect
forget the
cock.
video I sent last night, Randy? Come on.
Oh, let's find out what that line was again. Which one was that? Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Wait, is this? Hold on. Oh, I found it. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? It's the most recent one I downloaded.
It's you again?
Alright.
Your hair will desire. Just a damn thing that arouses sexual desire. The bamboo in your skirt is just a damn thing that arouses sexual desire.
Yeah, the bamboo in your skirt is just a damn thing that arouses sexual desire. Yeah. He's got sexual desire for her bamboo. All right. Hall monitor. Okay. Yowayowa Sensei. Oh, I didn't read the. Hold up. Don't put the timestamp there. Sakura Daimon-kun is a disciplinarian who checks students' appearance every morning at the school gate. Poem-chan is a high school girl who gets stopped every morning for her inappropriate skirt length. One day, these two opposites bump into each other unexpectedly during remedial class. Sakura Daimon-kun, whom she thought was serious and uptight, turns out to be a hopelessly inept disciplinarian who can't study at all. Though polar opposites, they gradually grow closer as they get to know each other. The story of Sakura Daimon-kun and Poem-chan, a tale of youth beginning with their encounter. Yep, there you go. All right. Yowayowa Sensei anime reveals more cast and teaser trailer. This is coming out April as well. And let's watch that trailer. It's. Let me just say that the bamboo in your pants will be effective.
She's teacher Murahio. If you upset her, you'll be cursed. She's even come to be known as the scary teacher. Dot. But somehow, she's really weak.
Oh, she's so weak. Dot. Ha, dot, ha. Hey, take a break. Oh, this is tough. This isn't good at all. Abakura, you shouldn't always do things like this. Dot, it's a promise I made to my older sister. I won't do things that I wouldn't like to be done to me by someone. Dot, idiot. Oh, yeah, Kuro-kun. Hey, I can't stop. I
can't take my eyes off her, in a sense. My homeroom teacher isn't scary. She has a weak voice and no stamina. She's a weak teacher.
There's a section of that didn't seem to get translated.
It didn't recognize it as words.
Reminds me of Why the Hell Are You Here, Teacher, a little bit.
How do you feel about the kneecap blushies?
Reminds me of at least I think myself, I don't know about Reese, but it reminds me of a certain production of a certain OVAs that we would watch. Or where certain parts of the skin are highlighted.
I mean, I've seen it before. I'm just wondering what you guys think.
It kind of makes it look like the knees are like indented.
It also kind of looks like they are on their knees a lot, if you catch my drift.
Hence the reason why, the stuff that me and Reese watch, that's why the knees are highlighted.
All right.
That must be a difficult outfit to walk around in.
Yeah, great. Kyoto Animation Sparks of Tomorrow anime premieres July 2026. So this is coming out in July. KyoAni knocking it out of the park again. I do want to show you a part of it, not all of it. I just thought it was pretty cool. All right. They showcase some of this part. Pretty cool. And then I don't know why, but this particular shot like really seems impressive to me coming up here. Right there. Oof. That line fidelity. Damn. Okay. It's a tale of adventure for boys and girls who dream of the age of electricity in a world shrouded in smoke. This was a little while ago, Kyoto in the early 20th century, having evolved differently from the history we know today. In a world where only steam engines had advanced, the city was shrouded in smoke. A boy who lost his brother, with whom he had dreamed of the age of electricity, and now lives with deep suspicion. A girl who keeps her dreams for the future and her regrets for her deceased mother hidden in her heart, now living a devout life. The boy and girl meet while seeking the secret of the 20th century electrical catalog, which depicted their dreams. Surpass who you are now and break through the dreams you once had. This is the story of regeneration. I don't know why I bothered to read that. That was lame. But it looks like it'll be visually stunning at least. Rich Girl Caretaker anime reveals a July 2026 broadcast. Whoa. This one is quite lovely as well. Let me show it. Is it this one?
This is the Keiyu Academy. It's one of the top 3 prestigious schools in Japan. It has many students who are good at codes, and has produced many talented people who have gone on to play important roles in the country, including prime ministers and presidents of famous companies. Until yesterday, I had no connection to this world at all. The 200 yen in my pocket. This is my entire fortune. Hurry up and get on board. You're kidding me, right?
Hey, wait a minute. I got caught up in the chase and ran away. Did I do something wrong in my previous life? I'm going to
Spill it.
Huh?
Tea and snacks. Why are you
spilling so much? I'm going to
sleep? Good height.
Invincible?
It seems my daughter has found the caretaker she's been looking for. My
friend. Nice to meet you. She's perfect in front of people. Whose caretaker is she? Right now, I'm Hanako's
caretaker.
Yeah, that's fine.
To be honest, if your AI dubbing is so awful that your male and female voices constantly start and end each other's sentences, why not just have one fucking voice, an androgynous middle ground? You know,
It'll be like a Russian dub where they don't even remove the backing like vocals,
Yeah.
and they have like some old Russian dude just going all over it.
I'm not a fan of the unnecessary PTSD this trailer has given me. PU Academy with
PU
the
Academy.
caretaker.
Oh,
With the caretaker, you know.
oh, fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, at some point, you will see a supercut of every time we reference something we can't talk about until the day we can. Anyway, a high school boy, Itsuki Tomonari, gets involved in a kidnapping and ends up taking care of Hinako Konohana, a young lady from one of Japan's largest conglomerates. On the surface, Hinako seems to be a brilliant and charming girl, but in reality, she is a lazy girl with no life skills. However, due to family reasons, Hinako has to play the role of the perfect young lady at school. Wanting to protect her, Itsuki takes care of her in a very caring manner. Eventually, Hinako begins to fawn on Itsuki with all her might. Now, if Itsuki isn't around, I would hate it. This is a love story that begins with a cute young lady with a gap that transcends the master-servant relationship. Wow.
Is it just Hayato the combat battle all over again?
All right. In other news from July, the Ghost in the Shell anime has a trailer we're going to watch. Whoa. All right. Without further ado, let me share it. Let me share it the other way. The way that lets us. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Yep. So my one massive complaint.
Maki with brown hair.
Gross. Those don't look nearly as cool as they did in Standalone Complex.
No.
I'm okay with the weird outfit colors, but they do seem a little strange.
Does this look like the art style you were hoping for in your wet dreams?
I don't know. I have to see a little bit more. I thought this looked pretty good.
I don't think it really showed much, at least for, what's her name? Motoko or whatever.
I feel like that part looks good. And that part, you know, they use CG in the production IG ones. These look pretty decent considering.
All shaded 3D.
Yeah, they don't look too bad. It feels on brand for the series. Look at my birds glitch. Glitch birds. It's part of the aesthetic.
You sound like Betty from Kung Pao. The birdie.
Birdie. I don't quite like Ishikawa's.
Ishikawa, yeah.
I don't quite like his monkey mouth.
Yeah,
he's a monkey, or
I
he's
feel
a
like we're really not
Whoville.
seeing enough.
Yeah.
It is weird that they chose this as one of the shots to be like, yeah, they're gonna love
But
this.
Ishikawa with white hair is like so. Like now
Iconic.
seeing him with brown is like weird.
Do you think this takes place before the stuff in Standalone Complex?
I'm just gonna consider something.
Is it
completely
Stand with
different.
Someone Else complex?
I'm considering this a fourth universe.
Mm-hmm. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn and Richard Epcar are bust.
They are?
I'm saying
He said
needs-
or bust.
Or bust.
He wants to see their busts.
I don't want it if they're not going to dub it with the legacy voice actors.
Their legacy titles in hand.
Is William Knight still alive?
Was he Ishikawa?
Yeah.
I think he is.
I mean, I know he's old as hell.
Get dubbing! Ghost in the
If he's not
Shell
gone already.
and Alone Complex. He has that phlegmy voice.
Yeah.
All right, what's his name? Ishikawa is voiced by Michael McCarty. Is that who you're saying?
No. We're talking about the
There-
old
there's,
guy.
Yeah, there's a couple of different English casts listed here. So I'm trying to figure out which one. He's the only one listed for Standalone Complex. What name did you say?
William Knight.
Oh, William Frederick. He's Aramaki. We said Ishikawa.
Oh yeah.
Aramaki.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I
Who
thought
the
it was.
fuck is Ishikawa then?
That was the guy with the beard who's always hanging out with Crispin Freeman's character.
Saito Boma Ishikawa.
He's the guy with the beard.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, I thought. I said it right
Fucked
earlier.
up. Yes,
Aramaki.
you're right. William Frederick Knight. He passed away, reported on November 19th, 2022.
Yeah.
Well, they do need a younger voice for him this time around.
Well,
I
was
want-
he in 2045?
You hear like a respirator in the background.
You know
with
who
the
they
dub
need
lines?
is I don't know if he's alive either. Hold on, let me look it up. Is Keith Carradine still alive?
I don't think so.
You know who I'm talking about?
I want to say I do, but I'm probably gonna be wrong. Kill Bill.
No, that's David Carradine.
Yeah,
Keith Carradine is the guy who plays Lundy in Dexter. Special Agent Lundy.
I would be down for that 100%.
Right? He'd be
He's
great
got a
as young
fantastic
Aramaki.
voice. You're right. Yeah.
As far as I, God damn it! That,
He's got two.
that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, Keith Car. What? It has like a stand-in date for his death. He's gonna die January 11th, 2030.
Pre-order his
on
death,
IMDb?
apparently.
What is this on IMDb?
No, on the Hollywood Walk of Fame website. Is Keith Carradine? He is still alive. Yes. Nice. All right. Who's gonna get the rights to this? We need to tweet at them now.
Well, I don't think Netflix got it because they would have been the one streaming this right away.
Yeah.
Right. So it's probably gonna just go to Crunchyroll, and they'll use their Rise cast.
No, you bitch.
I'm
Who's
sorry,
your Rise
I'm not a
cast?
fan of that either. But
No.
Would you prefer
Oh.
High Dive?
Yes. Ghost in the Shell Arise. English cast. Elizabeth Maxwell and Chris Sabatis Bato. God, no.
Yep.
Oh. Fucking
Who is
kill me.
Togusa in that?
Get ready for more
Alex
Piccolo.
Organ.
Who?
Alex Organ as
Oh.
Togusa.
Hmm.
He is also
Well, Alex Organ did just come out of retirement too, so fuck yeah, they're gonna try and get that cast. But not out of retirement. He like came back to do Spy Family.
who voiced Aramaki. John Swayze. Ah. Killed that bitch. Fuck.
No, now what would you prefer? Crunchyroll get it with the Arise cast and a potential English release with the dub, or Netflix get it with the original cast and we get an animated limited release without the dub.
The problem that I have is that if Netflix got it and dubbed it, whoever then releases it would redub it anyway. So I either get a release without a dub, like with the Ghost in the Shell SAC 2030, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Or I get two dubs, one that I really like and one that I really hate, and the one that I really hate being on the disc. All right, I gotta find out.
What do you think of her green hair?
I'm cool with it. I don't mind it. All right, I gotta pull this out here real quick and tweet at them, and then I'll send you guys the thing. Quote tweet.
Who has the rights to Ghost in the Shell? JTV cast.
Bandai Namco. No. He's earned the right to live for voicing Vegeta and Yamcha and Piccolo, and
and All Might. Honestly, I can't imagine anybody else doing All Might.
I swear to God, if they don't get at Richard Epcar. What's Richard Epcar's?
I don't know.
Fucking God.
Funimation wanted to use the SAC cast for a rise, but Production IG requested that they use different actors like the Japanese version.
Okay.
So there was a method to the madness.
I can understand that since it's not the same universe.
All right, hold on. Epcar Richard, great job. Epcar. Why are you not showing up?
Science Saru went for the heavy saturated tacky 80s to 90s comic book manga covers. Look for the anime.
Which was the style of the manga. I mean, come on. Like,
I also don't think they landed it, but I feel like it's its own thing, kind of. I'm still waiting on that manga cover figure from Max Factory.
it's like a plaque.
Yeah. They're using the manga version. Well, to be fair, William Knight is dead. His last role was in Stone Ocean.
Oh, for real?
Like, his episodes in Stone Ocean just came out, and then he died.
Who?
Aramaki.
William Knight. AC took that as a personal threat. Not sure what.
You gotta give him like he was old as balls when they did Standalone Complex, wasn't he? Already, or I mean, it certainly sounded like he was 80. Probably like it's 50 or something.
What's the guy's name? Something Knight?
William Knight.
Since William Knight.
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is in Arise, but she's not Mikado.
Yeah, that is so fucking irritating. Yeah, she's not Motoko.
Yeah, it's like the Digimon thing too.
Motoko. Yeah, you spelt it wrong. That's why I can't say it.
Like having Epcar and a woman called Physical Meaning, but not as Jigen.
Re-saying they'll use the Arise dubcast is what I thought AC took as a personal threat. Oh, okay.
He did.
Yeah.
Wholesome rom-com and now Hot Teacher. Watch both of these. Oh, okay, that's the previous one.
I'll probably watch the Hot Teacher one.
The manga has Major's tits in it, right? There better be tits in this one. I don't think you're getting that.
Okay. If it goes to Netflix, tits are on the menu. If it goes to Crunchyroll, tits are not on the menu.
Why?
Because this is Science Star. They did Devilman
excuse me, Reese. Ranma 1/2 did not have tits, and it was Netflix.
But that's a different story.
Anyone else notice the website had the Adult Swim font?
Oh,
yeah, I got that vibe when they advertised the website at the end. The Adult Swim vibe.
All right, fools. I just sent you the tweet if you guys want to repost it or anything. Let's mean this into existence. All right. Did you guys catch up on who has the rights?
I think that's what Randy was trying to do.
Yeah, appreciate that.
William Knight, when he did the original Gits movie in '96,
was old.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I
I got to.
That was him in the original one too.
I was kind of working from the bottom up to deal with the relative comments. So this was the last. Like this is the start of the previous unrelated comments.
I'll have to do some investigating for.
I don't know where you ended off from the last time you.
I'll go back. Okay. Netflix can't give me tits with Bastard or Rama, so I can't trust them, or didn't give me tits.
Well, no, I don't think it's Netflix specifically, but I just think that if it's planned from Sansaru's end, then the Netflix option, if it was Netflix, that would be more of a possibility.
Like you said, I think if it was Netflix, we would know already because it would be plastered all over the thing because they'd be producing it largely. Right. So I'm guessing it's probably going to go to Crunchyroll. I would not be opposed to it going to what would G Kids put stuff on?
They put stuff in Crunchyroll.
You put it on Crunchyroll? Okay.
Yeah, well, G Kids has Dandadan, and it's on both Crunchyroll and Netflix.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind G Kids getting it if they're going. I weirdly feel like that could happen.
Yeah.
With Ghost in the Shell, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't mind G Kids getting it. I feel like they would do their damnedest to do a faithful dub, or they would just grab a whole new cast and totally fuck it up. But anyway, I posted it. If you guys want to make this happen, we can try to meme it into reality. When Nice Dead. Yeah, we read those. Okay. He wants to tap the bamboo. Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah, we're caught up. All right, cool. Let's get to the next thing here. Don't forget to retweet or whatever this.
Blue says it's probably Prime and Crunchyroll.
Could be. Yeah.
Fuck if it's Prime now.
Yeah. So next we've got Nia Liston, the Merciless Maiden anime announced for October. So this will be October this year. I definitely feel a lot better about the anime coming out this year than last year. Like, Jesus.
Nice to meet you. My name is Neariston.
All right, that's enough. Was that the Konami?
I feel like they told the whole story with that trailer. I don't even want to watch it now. They just ruined the plot for everything.
Neariston. Yeah, so it's like the lolly who the monsters are all afraid of, I guess. I don't know. Looks interesting. All right, moving past that. The Vermilion Mask anime broadcast in 2026. I don't have a date range for this yet. They just kind of announced it, 2026. It's got a dumb story. I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. This is just plain eye candy. Oh. The Mask of the Warrior God, the Mask of the Spider, the Mask of the Flame Dragon, the Mask of Courage, the Vermilion Mask. The masks grant power to those who wear them. Sometimes they unlock limitless potential. Other times they unleash unimaginable calamity. Peru, apprentice to the legendary mask artisan Gaston Liu, loses control when possessed by the mask of the warrior god. In his frenzied state, he accidentally kills both of his companions and his master. Crushed by despair, Peru resolves to destroy every mask crafted by his late master, now scattered across the world. He embarks on a journey of atonement, confronting the weight of his sins. Calling it atonement probably makes it sound noble, but let's be real, it's nothing that fancy. Encounters with friends, clashes with formidable foes, the mask battle fantasy begins. There are no pictures of masks. I don't know.
I want to know what the spider mask looks like.
Oh.
Does it look like Randy?
It probably looks like the JoJo mask that wraps around your head.
Where'd that run off to?
It's over there.
Oh. It was on the corner of the bookshelf. I was like, oh no, where'd it go? Just carried around somewhere.
Megami Isekai Tensei Nani ni Naritai Deska Ore Yusha no Rokotsu De anime adaptation announced. So the title is, so this is the light novel series whose title translates to Goddess. What do you want to turn into when you're reincarnated in another world? Me. Into a hero's rib. It follows a protagonist simply known as I, who finds himself reincarnated into another world. The goddess of this world offers reincarnators a chance of form when they are reborn, but understandably, popular choices like Demon King and Hero with cheat skills and his own harem have a wait list ranging up to 50,000 years. To counteract this, our protagonist chooses a series of lives as other bizarre things, like, say, the rib of the aforementioned cheat hero. So now the graphic design makes a little more sense, right, Randy?
Reincarnated as the hero's left nipple.
I'd watch it.
Wait, sorry, I missed. Why does it make more sense now?
Because the title of it is Goddess. What do you want to turn into when you're reincarnated into another world? Me. Into a hero's rib.
Ah.
Yep. Cool. Oshinoko's English subtitles butchered. All about political correctness. For fuck's sake, Sentai, what are you doing?
No, this is Crunchyroll.
Is it? Oh, that's right. But they
It
released
was
season
High
one. It was season 1, and then they switched over, right?
Season 1
2?
and 2 are high or
Okay.
Sentai.
That's what it was.
So are you saying these subtitles
I'm
are
pretty
high
sure
dive?
this is from. Oh no, it is Crunchyroll. No, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever. Reputed idol anime Oshinoko has served as the next target for localizers with an agenda, as the latest episode has been revealed to contain butchered English subtitles, once again demonstrating that there is yet no end to Western localizers attempting to hijack shows for their own purposes. Those online discovered that the latest subtitled version of Oshinoko Season 3, Episode 3 contained a moment where a character mentions political correctness. Upon further research, they learned that the manga, both the English and original Japanese versions, contains no such wording. In this day and age, political correctness is everything, to which the original semi-literal translation of the manga says, in this day and age, compliance is a must, respect is what's necessary, or the English translation, which was, in this day and age, compliance is king, respect is an absolute necessity. As noted in the image provided by the Reddit thread, the manga uses the word compliance and not political correctness, making this serve as yet another instance where localizers are trying to insert their own agenda into the script, which is something that has been done across anime and video game translation for well over a decade. Well, if you're supposed to resent the character that's saying it, and you're supposed to side with the one who is saying "fuck that noise," then maybe it's actually a good localization. What do you think? Wow, glad I'm here talking to myself. Great. Moving on. All right. Baki manga series releases 35th anniversary illustration and an opening movie.
Baki mental.
I just want to know if this makes you think of anything when you watch it. When you look at it, I mean. Because
Listen here, the video.
It makes me think Baki's gay.
Do you want to know what I thought of immediately upon seeing this? Because here it is.
Where do you think you're going, sister? I wonder what a toy car would taste like.
No, please! I'm your big sister!
Well, now you're num-nums!
Photoshop that car into his hand. Yeah, right?
I feel sorry if that was a core memory clip.
That's an oddly specific thing that it reminds you of, it feels like, but I guess I see it.
Immediately, that's what I thought of. Now you're none.
I like how his scars are like very evenly distributed. They didn't leave any patches whatsoever. They're like, no, we need one every like couple inches.
None on the underside of his hand, though.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anyway. Yep. There you go. All right. History's Strongest Disciple, Kenichi 2, The Master Arc, new sequel manga by Matsueno Shun, will start on Sunday Webry, that must be the webcomic platform, on March 25th, 2026. The first Kenichi manga series ended back in 2014 with 61 volumes. Now, in an odd turn of events, I'd like to show you the story and image that Sangoku Complex chose to write. Kenichi, the Mightiest Disciple, gets sequel manga after 15 years because they don't do math. First continuation story in 15 years. Original ended in 2014, which was 12 years ago. So not quite 15 years. Now, I would like to show you Crunchyroll. It shows this Kenichi, the Mightiest Disciple sequel manga announced.
Probably the actual announcement image, yeah.
To be fair, it is Matsueno Shun's image
Twitter.
when he announced it on his Twitter, yeah.
That image looks kind of curvy.
Yeah, you should watch it.
I do see a few curves, yes.
Pointy.
Do you want to share anything before I move on?
Yeah.
There's an air mask on her chest.
According to my brother who read the whole manga, like I've only seen the show, the manga does have an ending, so it's curious that it's like, oh, there's a season 2. It's probably going to be like Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, okay, before the time skip or ever at the very end, we're filling in what happened then, the road to that. And I bet the author probably missed Kenichi so much and wanted to just write more. So, hey, I'm down for it. And hopefully, either maybe some manga publisher will finally pick up Kenichi and bring it over here for the manga, or B, maybe we'll get another season of the anime, which never completed the manga.
I don't know what this is in reference to, but Hero's Dong.
The bamboo on the skirt.
Let's have.
Oh no! The rib. Yeah. Instead of being the hero, but to fight and then work for the harem, he just waits.
Yeah.
For the action to happen without having to do a damn thing.
Let's have politically correct subtitles for politically incorrect shows in context. This is what the kids want. High Dive actually also has season 3, according to NRIV. They didn't reveal it until the day of. Crunchyroll probably got exclusive marketing rights or something. Oh.
No, I think Crunchyroll has full rights. High Dive just has streaming.
To be fair, our culture demanded compliance to political correctness for a time. What's up?
Was the subtitle the same on High Dive then?
I don't know. You have High Dive. You can check.
I don't know what episode that's from, but
3.
Yeah, if someone tells me the episode number and the timestamp.
I don't know the timestamp, but it's episode 3.
You can send him the article and he can take the image and toss it in his sauce now.
I can go look.
Last one, right there.
A little difficult to do that when they're all stitched together, but I'll try.
What? No, I'll find it. Continue. I will work in the background.
Sauce now couldn't get it out of the.
Well, it wouldn't have the database yet. The show just came out.
Okay. All right. Anyway, moving on. All right. DC Comics president acknowledges manga has an edge over Western comics. What?
How?
People actually like it. Crazy.
Comics president Jim Lee has publicly discussed why Japanese manga and anime have an edge over Western superhero comics, saying their broader storytelling range and cultural accessibility give them advantages in today's global market. Comments that have sparked a debate about the state and direction of Western comics. In a recent interview with Nikkei X Trend, DC Comics president, publisher, and chief creative officer Jim Lee offered his perspective on the ongoing success of Japanese manga and anime compared to Western comics. Lee noted that while Western comics have traditionally focused on superhero narratives, manga and anime offer a wider diversity of genres and storytelling styles that appeal to a broader audience. Quote, I think manga has a distinct advantage over American comics. American comics are almost entirely about superheroes. That is where the sales and the vast majority of the readership are concentrated. Japan's industry is something closer to literature. It's something everyone reads, and it isn't limited to stories about heroes. I just love how, like, people will be able to make an observation that allows them to go, that must be it. Meanwhile, completely ignoring the more obvious aspect of things, right?
Yeah.
Which I will showcase to you in a moment. In Japan, this isn't the case. Not only is the range of genres vast, but adults read manga and watch anime too. Hold on. I think I skipped something. In the West, comics and animation have long been perceived as media for children. People assume that once you become an adult, you move on to live action. But in Japan, that isn't the case. Not only is the range of genres vast, but adults read manga and watch anime too. As a culture, it is an art form that isn't restricted to a specific age group. I believe this is another key reason why Japanese manga and anime are garnering such popularity. Stories that succeed in Japan are very different from those that succeed in the West. What can we learn from that difference? I think this is an ongoing debate. I don't have the exact answer myself. If we had the answer, we would already have the same sales figures and readership numbers. Think about what you're doing that they aren't doing. Part of Lee's remarks also touched on how manga's cultural position allows it to explore genres and mature themes more broadly. He said the success of manga gives Western comics industry figures like himself something to aspire to and learn from, and that the broader range of genres in manga, from everyday slice of life to specialized niches, helps it connect deeply with readers around the world. Kids today have no idea how much the American perception of manga and anime has changed over the last 2 decades. Japanese stuff was constantly mocked and belittled in the US before it was accepted as mainstream. It's a complete reversal now. So what exactly is DC doing that anime is not doing, that manga is not doing? Oh, what's this? New DC hero, Featherweight, the granddaughter of Batman foe Ra's al Ghul, revealed as transgender.
That's really important.
Oh man,
the sales. Why aren't the sales right up there with manga?
The thing about that character that I'm just like, is that like it's not enough to be like, oh, they're transgender. They have to put the character in the trans flag.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like the walking totem. Like,
I can't help but notice how hideous most of these other characters are too.
And then it'll turn out that Ra's al Ghul's child is a mix of his and Batman's DNA or some bullshit.
That explains why.
When he impregnated Batman.
So all right. Anyway, yep. Wow. Oh, and she's a groomer. Look me up in a couple years and we'll see. Oh, is that bamboo in your pants? You're just happy to see me. And anyway, we're not going to waste any extra time on that. Rumiko Takahashi voices skepticism toward AI in manga.
I mean, it fixed your Netflix anime, right, Randy?
Legendary manga creator Rumiko Takahashi has expressed clear skepticism toward the use of artificial intelligence in manga creation, arguing that AI merely reproduces the past, while manga is fundamentally about creating something new and pushing into the future. I really think that people do not use AI. It's so frustrating, you know? I mean, I guess it's more for us, right? Like, if we fully understand it and maximize the potential of it, right? Well, everybody else is like, nah, no, why bother? You know, like,
Yeah, hours and hours and hours of fucking around trying to get something to work with
but
my
look at how
AI
good it came out.
avatar. I mean, look at the dollar sign; it's off center. Like, come on.
Oh
Man.
fuck! I can't. AI was a mistake.
I'm not sure what you meant by that, Footum. What do you mean by this fixes the Netflix?
Oh, he's saying that
You
didn't
use
we
your
use
AI
to fix
to
the nipple
restore the
Oh.
authenticity
To
of
re-nipple
Ranma.
the characters.
Yes.
Believe it or not, sometimes reproducing the past is exactly what we want. Okay. In a recent interview archived on Furinkan.com, veteran manga artist Rumiko Takahashi shared her thoughts on artificial intelligence and its growing presence in creative fields, including manga. Her comments highlight a clear philosophical divide between how AI operates and how she believes manga should be made. Takahashi explained that AI works by learning from and reproducing existing data, meaning it is inherently backward-looking. Manga, on the other hand, is not about repeating what has already been drawn, but about continuously creating something new. Take note,
Tell that to the
DC creators. Right? She emphasized that the creative process in manga involves imagining and building the future, not rearranging or optimizing what already exists. From her perspective, this fundamental difference makes AI an uneasy fit for genuine manga creation, especially when it comes to originality and artistic intent. While Takahashi did not frame her comments as a blanket rejection of technology, her remarks made it clear that she does not see AI as a substitute for human creativity. Instead, she positions manga as a deeply human act, one that relies on imagination, intent, and emotional expression rather than pattern replication. Any thoughts?
Yeah, make her boobs bigger.
Enruv says, sucks Viz didn't license and release Kenichi when the anime first aired. Renka and Shigure are the hottest girls. I wish Kenichi got with Renka. That's like the main reason I didn't pick up the manga.
As
It
well
was
as
a
the fact it
tournament.
never got released over here.
My local Kinokuniya in Carlton, just north of DFW, was crawling with people today. Line was winding across the store at around 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Just insane. Anime manga is definitely popular. Are you insane?
Yeah.
Are you saying anime and manga are popular now? Okay. So
Yeah, I
anime
don't think
manga.
I don't think you talked about anime manga. What's what you're thinking?
Yeah, anime manga are those insufferably cheap manga that they put out where they cut episodes of an anime. Like they just released one for was it Nausicaa? No, it was Princess Mononoke. And it's literally stills from the movie put into manga panels with speech bubbles from what they said in the fucking movie. And they're full color, so they're heavy as shit because they're covered in ink, right? Yeah. So you mean anime and manga, I'm sure. And that's why you're bringing up Kinokuniya. Like Kinokuniya, the Japanese bookstore had lines out the door kind of thing. Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame Tomoko Kawakami, who played Mai in the anime, died in 2011. No. FYI, my pickup was QQ Sweeper prequel manga and volume 1 of Veil. Wouldn't be surprised if Veil got an anime adaptation. Teenage girls on social media are crawling all over it right now. Does she have a penis? She would be a threatening villain. Oh, yeah. You talking about the Batman hero? How else are you supposed to know they're trans? It's not like they're distinguishable from real women. Base Takahashi, as per usual. I used AI for amusement. Yes, anime and manga. It's an unorthodox term.
They just started putting the trans flag chokers around the neck so you can't see the Adam's apple.
This is like opening Pandora's box.
By the
All right,
way,
cool.
I looked it up because Rumiko Takahashi is kind of old. So I looked it up, and she's going to turn 69 in October.
Wow, that doesn't seem that old, actually.
In terms of the using AI for manga, I think that just like
That's really unfortunate that I just knocked my carbonated beverage onto the ground.
just like you said before,
If you can
like-
believe it, no slipcover.
Wow.
On its own, AI is going to be able to make an image that's okay if you don't have any vision, right? If you just want something, it'll make something that looks okay. But if you're using it to make a manga that requires some type of vision from the author, then you're going to have to do more work in order to get what you want. Didn't
we cover? Yeah, we covered a manga from Tezuka's stuff where they built a brand new manga using AI, trained on all of his previous work.
I don't remember that, but I'm sure people have done that. So
this was before generative AI was like publicly
yeah.
accessible to the degree that it is.
There are tools that will allow you to upload like sketches. And then I think that if you've sketched out your entire manga and you're just using AI to like finish it, as long as the AIs produce cohesive and consistent, manga panels, I think like who cares? It's fine then. Like you're still the one that's framing everything, putting in. Well, I mean, you could use AI for dialogue, and I think it would sound like shit if you did. But in theory, you would write your own manga and type it out, and then frame everything in the panels, and then just use AI to finish it. And I think that can be what people. I think people could be okay with that going forward. As long as people use modern AI that can generate quality material.
I think the thing about it is that AI use largely is to supplement the areas where your skill is lacking and you don't have resources to make it better. Like, for example, when I was a child and I was drawing in a sketchbook, I always drew characters, like figures, people, right? The concept of even attempting to draw like a complicated city skyline background and like, power lines and just like all the detail that some people are fucking amazing at, was something I never felt that I would ever even want to pursue because I would never be as good at it as somebody else. And so like in a normal production environment, you never have to be that good at that thing because you would hire a background artist. You would get somebody to work with you to bring your vision to life where together you produce an artistic style that is unique because it requires both of you, right? Or maybe writing is what you're really good at, but you're not very gifted at drawing. Well, AI is there to pick up the slack. Right. So, and it opens you up to being able to actually produce something. Like it's one of the things that's very difficult. Like it's a skill you either have or you don't, is being able to sell people on your idea. Right. Like, if you want to do something that requires you to get investment from other people, sometimes it's money, oftentimes it's time, right? Like, if I want to go to another artist and say, hey, buddy, I had an idea for a project. I'd love to run it past you because I want you to work on it with me. I think it would be really fun, right? We could do something awesome. Then being able to come to them with a flushed out idea because you had your vision conveyed, like, well, I this is like 90% there. I want the wings to be made out of another material like fire. I want to do this. Like, the AI didn't quite understand, but maybe looking at this helps you to see what my vision was. And then, you start to get excited as the person you're being shown to. Like, dude, this is cool. It's a great idea. Like, the execution might not be perfect, but it's a great idea. And now I want to get on board. I want to help you. I want to work with you. So I think AI largely in a lot of ways is that, right? Like that's where the major function of generative AI is going. And there are so many people who are ass mad about the existence of AI in general that their thought process is, if AI is involved, then fuck AI. I don't want to have anything to do with this thing. Right. And they completely misunderstand the appeal and the use of AI. And granted, yes, there probably are some annoying people who consider themselves an artist and they think of themselves as like reaching the levels of the greats as an artist. And they're doing it by typing into a computer and nothing more. And they're not even, coming into it with an artistic vision beyond just having like some abstract idea, and then whatever the AI made, you're like, yeah, that's what I want. You know what I mean? Kind of like aspects of it. But I do think that largely, I do think that there is a level of generative AI use where you're really just using it in the areas that previously held you back, right? If you're an artist, like I have a friend who's a tremendously good artist, and he built his own stable diffusion models out of his own artwork, right? And he uses it to flush things out faster, knowing that if there's any issues with it, he can clean them up because he's the one who drew all the stuff it's based on. You know what I mean? And he uses it to iterate quickly so that the vision can unfold. Like, for example, working on the manifesto, right? I have instances where as I'm developing it, at times I have to work very loosely in order to get the idea. Like, it's really difficult to plan a Twitter thread like I'm doing because it has to fit within tweets. So instead, I will write almost freeform, right? And I will just kind of like throw up everything, and have AI help me bridge different ideas so that I can work at the speed that my brain is moving in order to get the ideas down and then finesse and clean them up later. It's the concept of write drunk, edit sober, so to speak, right? And I just feel like AI largely is just fixing a bandwidth problem that human beings have, right? Where we've reached the edge of human capability to where we cannot do more, right? Like, we have the talent and the drive and the desire, but we don't have the physical ability to do more or the time to do more. And on the one hand, there's also that aspect of it where it's like, I want machines and AI to do my dishes and my laundry so I have time for art, rather than them doing my art so that I have time for dishes and laundry, right? There's definitely that aspect of it too. And I think as time goes on, we will find that the evolution of AI will work into a way where it is going to continually further unclog the bandwidth issues that we're running into in terms of ability to produce during the day and frying your brain. Like, I use my brain as little as possible at work by leveraging AI so that I have time for the things that I'm passionate about. And I have the mental bandwidth left over in order to pursue them. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's very misunderstood. And I think only, and especially the hard thing about it is that the people who are in the field who did the hard work to get there, like Rumiko Takahashi, will never fully grasp that the next wave of people entering that field in the next decade are going to get there faster and easier with the AI assistance. And it's kind of the same as like when Babe Ruth sets a record and then it gets shattered because they switched from using wooden bats to aluminum. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point,
They have not shifted to aluminum.
but whatever the point is, yeah, I'm just saying that sometimes aspects. Do I look like a sports fan? Because I'm fucking not. I'm just trying to give you a relatable example that when you look at history's great athletes, sometimes an aspect of it is that the modern athletes who've crushed their records are doing it with different equipment or different rules or different. You know what I mean?
There are different rules.
You look at a movie that was a world, like a huge phenomenon back in the day, and it's like nowhere even on the chart, but it's like this was a big deal because it only released in the United States and it is going toe to toe with international movies today. You know what I mean? Like just stuff like that. Like you have to really look at the scale differential there. Anyway, what's up? Do we have any more thoughts before we move into the next? We're going to games news next.
Before we move on, go back to the Oshinoko article. Okay. I have confirmed that High Dive and Crunchyroll have the exact same subtitle. So they are the same. But if you, so they both say that. But I also listened to the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And they very clearly say compliance in the Japanese.
Yeah, they say porikore is the Japanese word for political correctness.
Yeah. So it does seem like they did not translate it 100% accurate. But
yeah, but what I'm trying to say though is I think that the word we would use in some instances would be political correctness.
Yeah,
right?
that's well.
And as I was saying before, if this character is meant to be the one putting a roadblock in front of a character that you're rooting for, who overshoots and goes, and does their own thing or whatever, that you actually create that sense of disgust that the character saying, no, you have to comply. It's all about compliance these days.
So minor spoilers just for context of the scene.
No spoilers. Shut up. No,
I'm not.
No, shut up.
Green-haired guy is the AD.
Shut up.
He's the what?
I don't care. Shut up.
Don't mute me, Randy.
Don't spoil shit.
It's not gonna spoil. I'm just for context of what's being said.
We don't need context. It's irrelevant.
So that AC knows what AC was trying to say just 2 seconds ago. Is that in that vein? So
yeah,
Black T-shirt guy is the director. He did something, pushed the boundary that made a lot of people angry. AD guy is saying the line here. You can't do that.
Assistant director, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
okay.
the assistant.
So again,
the director is a piece of shit here.
Okay.
Because of what
we've added even more context.
So
that's
then
even more relevant.
Regardless,
it's obvious from the very start.
Well, regardless, though, it seems as though, based on the imagery of the manga panel and what is being said in the localization, I'm just giving them. Look, I despise the idea that we can't tweak any specific word. Yes, the Japanese might have used an English word in the manga, right, and in the actual line delivery in the anime. They may have used an English word, but their use of an English word is not the same as our use. For example, a Japanese outlet that you plug stuff in is called consento. We use the word consent to refer to something that isn't sticking a plug into an outlet. You know what I mean?
Is compliance really all that wildly different, though?
You've taken what was supposed to be a 20-second update into like. Anyway, so what I was going to say. Well, they were already fucked up, but what I was going to say was that I
looked up what compliance meant in Japanese in ChatGPT, and it's talking about how it is basically political correctness, but also like the norms of society. Like you're going against the norms of society, and we don't have a way of saying that except for saying political correctness.
Or
So
effectively, he's talking about, to a degree, like the Overton window of acceptability in media, and this guy's pushing the boundary, right?
So I think that so what I was trying to get at is that yes, I do think that changing it to political correctness seems okay to me. It seems like it's an accurate. It's still accurate to the translation.
Yeah, when I was watching it, it didn't feel out of place.
And also, what I was going to say was, like, if you read the manga, in this day and age, compliance is king. Compliance to what? Like I looked at the previous couple lines and the next couple lines. Like,
wow, you gave
in
yourself
English,
spoilers.
Yeah, for the couple lines that didn't spoil anything. In English, like just saying, "Oh yeah, compliance is king," doesn't mean anything because that's not how we use the word compliance. Like
in the context, it makes sense. In the context, it makes sense using compliance.
I just love how
I don't think so.
I just love how
I went
English.
In all the, you don't know that the situation that led up to this, in all the conversations leading up to this, it does make sense. Both would work. Compliance to social norms, being politically correct.
Well, see,
well,
that's
if
the
they
thing,
said
though,
compliance to social norms, that would be something. But unless they're getting
Japanese,
threatened to get shut down by a broadcast what do you call it, regulator, then compliance is king might make sense. But if they're not getting threatened to be shut down,
it's a public backlash kind of thing.
No, okay. Anyway, regardless, I think political correctness is okay. The only exception is if they are getting shut down, like if they're like, oh, if you don't change it, you're going to get shut down, then I actually changed my mind, and that does change the whole thing. And I think they shouldn't have used political correctness. I think they should.
The thing has already been done, and they're just they're getting the backlash. So there's nothing changing is going to happen. There's their response to the said backlash is what this is coming up to in this episode.
Yeah, I mean, if they were shut down because of something that they did, what that got them like banned or whatever, because they were too risky, then you could say that he's saying the compliance to the regulator is king, right? As opposed to political correctness in general, which is like the compliance to society.
Right. And that's the things that the Japanese.
And then I do kind of say they made a weird choice in changing it, but
well, in Japanese culture, like in their society, they have a term. I'm not 100% sure.
The nail that sticks out.
Well, not just that one, but I'm not 100% sure. Like I just asked ChatGPT to refresh my memory on it, and it gave me more options than I was thinking. But I think it might be ninjo and giri, right? Giri is the duty for society, and ninjo is the duty to oneself, right? So they have like a duality of sense of duty to culture, that there is a level of duty that one has to take on to taking care of themselves in spite of culture, but there is also a duty to upholding culture and society, which is where you see things like separating their burnable trash and doing things that are for the betterment of society, and you know, like just simple stuff that we kind of take for granted, like the litmus test of do you return your cart to the cart return at the grocery store. You know what I mean? Like they have a much larger relationship with more facets than that. But I think that when they talk about compliance, that's partially what they're tapping into, is the concept of your duty to society is to hold the line at where the line is. And in this situation, he is decrying that the director is pushing that barrier and doing something, which I think as an artist is your life's duty to stretch imagination,
that
stretch what's
doesn't
acceptable.
Yeah, I understand that absolutely, yes. But
I
what
understand
this
that you're saying that there are things we don't know about this particular character and the scene that might make us take a second look at this. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I think that I can understand that because that is the norm, that especially in the entertainment industry in Japan, there is an effort constantly to push the envelope, that I can understand somebody telling him to pump the brakes with the compliance, comply with the expectations of society, comply with the censorship, guidelines that the studio has in place, comply, right? And I find it funny that in the katakana here, that they're saying compliance and rispetto, right? In this day and age, compliance is king. Respect is absolutely is an absolute necessity. So they do use the English words in the official translation for the manga specifically. But all I'm saying is, I don't find this to be an egregious thing.
Yeah.
But it's a very fine line, right? And again, it's because the character using the phrase is, when you choose to use potentially politically charged phrases, you are creating a response in the viewer that changes how they view that character, right? So, for example, Jamie Markey's Gamergate Creepshow in Prison School was a statement that could have worked with what the character is attempting to say, except that it was such a divisive phrase that you immediately take this character that the guy she's saying it to is supposed to be falling in love with, and therefore the audience is supposed to understand his attraction and sort of fall in love with the character along with him. But if all of a sudden she is decrying something that is near and dear to the audience, then they hate this bitch. And they are disengaged from the story at that point, right? So this green-haired character, if this guy is meant to be, which it doesn't sound like he is, but I'm just saying, if he's meant to be someone that you don't think of fondly, then having him use the term political correctness actually improves the experience and how the English speaking viewer will interpret this scene. But if you're actually supposed to like this character, then only a bootlicking lefty is going to actually be endeared to this character, right? Who also toes the line of the concept of political correctness and censoring oneself for the sake of the greater good politically, right? So anyway,
puts their penis on the Olympics.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying in terms of like it can skew because of the, like, even if political correctness could be used in terms of like something that you would say for the idea of like washi or whatever, that like the zen of like Japan that they have, like the cultural zenness. I think if you tried to use that as the translation because of the baggage in America that it has, I think it then is not something that you should you translate it as like like go along to get along or something, like, well, instead of political correctness.
The thing about it is that the character with the green hair is being seen from behind in this shot, which means you're not worried about both lip flaps.
That's true.
Which means you could have. Oops, I put the Jack Daniels.
You could translate it to pretty much.
You could have. You could have had him say the studio, like, you have to honor the studio's wishes, or like you could have phrased it in a way that could have gotten that nuance without dropping the line in there. So it's one of those things where when we get to season 3 in our watch club, this conversation will get rehashed and we can determine how we feel about it once that time gets there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. Actually, let's catch up. Anime PsyOp is an example of a group that uses AI and makes animation that it's popular. Okay. Any love for K-pop Demon Hunters? Haven't watched it.
Nope.
Total Recall remake. What about it?
I think we got so far backward when that starts. What was that?
Is that District 9?
29 years.
District 9 in your profile image.
Yeah.
I saw that once. That was nice. Cool. Anyway, welcome to the show. Sorry for waiting 20 minutes to answer your questions that I couldn't answer. All right, let's go in here. Speaking of political correctness, Nintendo caves to activist demands, adds non-binary gender option and same-sex relationships to Tomodachi Life, living the dream, which I learned is the current version of the Mii's, Nintendo Mii's or whatever.
I think so.
So the original game used the Mii's from back when it was on the 3DS.
I think the Wii
I think
is
it
where
was
the Mii's came from, right?
Yeah. So the Wii's were first invented for the Wii, but I don't think there was a Tomodachi Life game on the Wii.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was from the 3DS. But anyway, now the Switch, it still technically has a way to make Mii's, but it's buried. But yes, this is still using the Mii's from that.
So, for anybody who is unfamiliar, Tomodachi is the Japanese word for friend. And from what I've read, again, I never owned a Wii. I played Smash Bros. Was it Brawl? Was that the one on the Wii?
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to play that with friends who would bring their Wii to my house. But that was the extent of me on the Wii.
To be clear, I just looked it up. There was no Wii version of the game. It was just a DS game.
Okay. But the character concept was birthed from the Wii.
I
I did read enough of the article to know that. So okay, so Nintendo's upcoming return to its quirky life simulation franchise is already sparking debate, and not because of gameplay. During its most recent direct presentation, the company confirmed that Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, will include same-sex romantic relationships and a non-binary gender option for Mii's, a move that immediately reignited long-standing fan skepticism over whether Nintendo has finally caved to activist pressure. The Tomodachi non-binary change is being framed by legacy gaming outlets as a modern update designed to expand representation. But longtime players are asking a different question. Why now, and why these specific additions? For many fans, the answer lies not in innovation, but in unresolved backlash that began with the original Tomodachi Life release in 2014. Nintendo's new Switch entry introduces several structural changes to how identity and relationships function within the Tomodachi Life framework. For the first time in the series, players will be able to enable same-sex romantic relationships between Mii's. The character creation system has also been expanded to include a non-binary gender option for Tomodachi Life. These changes go beyond cosmetic customization. Relationship compatibility, social interactions, and in-game events are all affected, fundamentally altering how Mii's form connections within the game's world. When Tomodachi Life originally launched on the Nintendo 3DS, Mii's were locked into a strictly binary gender framework, and romantic relationships were limited exclusively to opposite-sex pairings. At the time, Nintendo stated that this was just how the game's systems had been designed and implemented. That explanation failed to satisfy critics. According to Zelda Universe, Mii's can be identified as non-binary in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Non-binary friends stay winning. Okay. Online campaigns, petitions, and sustained pressure accused Nintendo of intentionally excluding certain players. The backlash became significant enough that Nintendo eventually issued a public apology addressing the country. I just can't fucking believe it. First of all, Randy, have you ever played these games?
No.
Because they don't seem like the kind of game that somebody with higher brain function is entertained by for more than 10 seconds.
From the trailers, it seemed like a cross between like The Sims and Animal Crossing.
Absolutely. Exactly. Right? So who's the age range demographic for that sort of franchise? Typically younger, yeah?
Yeah.
So therefore, do we really need non-binary representation in our child's game? You know what I mean? Like
I don't understand why they didn't, like, they already had the solution with Animal Crossing, which was just take out the word male and female and make it based on the picture.
Absolutely. Perfect solution. Right? Fuck whatever you want in the game. I don't care. If you don't make a name for it, then your headcanon rules. But the whole thing about this is forcing it on other people, right? So it's a good compromise to just not even include the concept of male or female. Your character can wear whatever hairstyle you want, whatever dress you want, whatever shirt you want and pants you want, right? You do whatever the fuck you want, and therefore you don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Because then you give people the ultimate freedom, and you let kids explore in a safe environment that isn't, what's non-binary, mommy and daddy? What does that mean? I don't understand. Well, Timmy, some people, like, you know.
The funny thing that I liked about the image that you showed, which it's just the image, but
this one.
There's
this one?
No, yeah, that one, the top one, that one. There's check marks on them.
Yeah.
And I get that, like, okay, you like the select.
Okay, so hold on. This
It
is
can be all of
Angie's
them?
dating preferences.
Oh.
So the check boxes are: does your character want to date men, women, or non-binary?
All the
I
above.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking this was like the gender picker, and I'm like,
That's that one.
and I'm like, you can pick all of the above.
Yeah. So we'll get to it in a minute. But yeah, there is a difference between if you're doing the
Preferences
the actual
gender preferences and
dating
dating
or
preferences.
your what you identify as or whatever.
Sure.
For years, that promise remained unresolved. Tomodachi Life went dormant, and Nintendo avoided revisiting the franchise altogether. Now, more than a decade later, Living the Dream appears to fulfill the original activist demands almost point for point.
You know
For
what would be
critics-
hilarious? Sorry,
Yeah.
just like,
Good.
if you picked my dating preferences as non-binary, and there's like one
None.
non-binary character in the entire game.
So, from
and
what
you
I
don't like them.
understand, in the old version of the game, something we're going to look at is about this specific thing. But in the old version of the game, you could create characters and give them to other people for their town with a QR code.
Yeah.
And so, theoretically, you
To
would
create an entire
create
non-binary
you would create the gay ass nonsense, right? And flood your friend's town with gays, right?
Transland.
For critics, this timing is impossible to ignore. The additions are not emerging organically from player demand in the present day, but instead reflect a checklist of issues raised during a highly politicized cultural moment earlier this year. Nintendo has long been viewed as a company that prioritizes gameplay, accessibility, and broad appeal over cultural signaling. For many longtime fans, the concern isn't the existence of new options, but the precedent they represent, and whether those choices are now being driven by ideology and activism rather than design philosophy. That skepticism has only intensified following recent public messaging from Devin Pritchard, the president and COO of Nintendo of America. In a recent speech, Pritchard leaned heavily into the language of inclusivity and creative participation, emphasizing that every dream matters and that games should reflect a broad range of identities and experiences. Now, Grums, Mark Kern posted this, and I just felt like the insanity of this image felt appropriate for the. She just seems extra insane here, right? Compared to this one. While Nintendo has not directly linked the rhetoric, that rhetoric to Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, the timing has not gone unnoticed. For critics, the Tomodachi non-binary update now reads less like an organic evolution of quirky life simulation series and more like the fulfillment of long-standing activist demands that Nintendo once publicly acknowledged and deferred. Once creative decisions are perceived as being shaped by external pressure rather than internal vision, trust becomes harder to maintain, particularly for a publisher that built its reputation on staying above cultural and political battles. So the thing that really bothers me about it is that I would be totally fine with them inserting transgenderism and non-binary stuff and all that shit in their games if it was reflected in the rating of the game, right? Even if you're still going to call it E for everyone, but it lists, contains non-binary representation, transgenderism, or whatever, just so that parents at least have a way to know. Because obviously when we do this show, I'm very dialed in to all of these controversies or even non-controversies at times, and I'm able to know, what I should or shouldn't allow my kids to take part in. But other parents aren't. They don't know. And this stuff, right, is wildly unpopular with half the country. And it's not just a left to right divide, right? There are people on the left, huge swaths of them, Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, tons and tons and tons and tons of people who left the left because they went off the deep end with transgenderism and wanting to get kids to cut their dicks off and do all that sort of shit as a absurd extreme to the position that they were creating of supporting transgenderism, right? And so the thing that I find dangerous about it is that it's control by force. It's accept my worldview because it's normal. My worldview is normal, therefore you have to accept it, right? And this again goes back to the concept of political correctness. By making it politically palatable, they effectively win the culture war to a degree by pretending that your problem with it is the problem. Right. And so that's why I say, I don't mind if you're going to include it in the game, but I think Nintendo should be upfront with it and put it in the rating. It should be, the ESRB should include it. Right. And then that way, if you want to pander to the people who are, grown ass children who play, simple games like Sims and Animal Crossing, that you can still cater to them and suck them off. But it's going to at least give the parents an opportunity to avoid getting it for their kids, right? And as we said before, there is a simple alternative where all you had to do is not have gender in the game at all, right? I mean, this is how Minecraft sort of handled things, where all of the animals and creatures in the game are hermaphroditic, right? They have the cows with horns and udders. Right? They do this thing so that they can make it so that any of the characters can mate, just in order for the mechanic of the game to, for animal husbandry or whatever you want to call it, right? And so there's simple ways to give people what they tell you they want without bending over backwards for the forcing it as a political power move. You know what I mean? Which I think was the big misstep here, right? The Tomodachi non-binary update didn't happen in a vacuum. The features now being implemented were demanded publicly more than a decade ago, acknowledged by Nintendo at the time, and quietly deferred until now. As Tomodachi Life Living the Dream approaches release, Fans will be watching closely to see whether this marks a one-off concession tied to a long-standing controversy or the beginning of a broader shift in how Nintendo approaches game designs moving forward. I hate to say it, but I think it's the latter. I'm just glad that we got no Hunter Schafer as Zelda beforehand. Sometimes you got to celebrate the small wins. All right. Nintendo issues restrictions on image sharing in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Nintendo has published a support notice explaining that it will limit certain image sharing features in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, apparently to control how snapshots and generated screenshots from the game can be shared outside the experience. The support article, titled Information Related to Image Sharing Features in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, states that to help make the game fun and safe for all players, the company is placing restrictions on certain in-game image sharing functionality, although it does not list what those restrictions are or how they will work in practice. Nintendo frames the move as part of its ongoing philosophy of creating fun experience for everyone, but the support page itself makes no mention of specific banned content or technical details. Many believe this is Nintendo's way of shifting blame away from themselves in the instance players go around sharing images that feature problematic content by way of exploiting gameplay. Okay, now, it's simple. They're avoiding simple things like that, right? Bounding into Comics really took it to the extreme and wrote a headline just to get views. No Jeffrey Epstein or Charlie Kirk Mees for Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, as Nintendo places restrictions on certain image sharing features. So this article, I'm not going to read it, but it talks about the concept of the fuck of the QR codes. I thought this is so funny too. This is a dramatization. All jerseys in game are number 10. This is the official Shaquille O'Neal. Anyway, so the ultimate like thing is like they're no longer doing this. Supposedly, you're not going to be able to pull characters in, and they've also done stuff with the image sharing, right? Anyway, we don't need to harp on that. Let me take a quick look at something. I gotta take a pee real quick if you guys don't mind. In fact, I'll just go do that now while I wait for this to load. I'll be right back.
What kind of cool things does you have?
Tomodachi Life, more like Homodachi Life, am I right?
What? Did you guys ever make any cool Miis?
I only made one that looked kind of like me when I got the Switch, and I never used it. Except
Like a
in
big
my
Wow. From the Switch?
Yeah.
You didn't even have a Wii.
Nope.
You have a 3DS.
I don't.
Was I looking at you, Reese? I was looking at
Who were you looking at?
Gundam. I was looking down.
Oh, I had a Wii as well.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
thought you
like
just said you
Reese.
didn't have a Wii.
I'm pointing at Reese saying you didn't even have a Wii. I got a Wii for free when I was a kid. I wanted a Wii so badly, and I happened to win it in like a draw thing. And I'm like,
nice.
oh my god, I can spend all my money I was saving up on just games. So that was epic.
Yeah, congrats. I'm just checking to see if any articles were written about a topic we're going to have coming up real soon.
Go suck a dick.
I remember pre-ordering the Wii, having to go stand at EB Games in the morning. I think I took a cab to EB Games, or maybe I was dropped off in the morning. and I was going to take a cab home, but I ended up being able to get a ride from a friend who was also trying to pre-order a PS3 on the same day. And there was a huge line, and everyone was trying to pre-order the PS3. And when they finally opened the door, I was in line for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. And when they finally opened the door, they're like, we have 3 pre-orders for PS3.
I can't.
And then
I can't have it because I'm gonna.
90% of the line left the line.
Don't leave it in
Because most of the people were there for the PS3. And then I was like, okay, well,
By the
I'm
way,
here
Daddy,
for a Wii,
I made
so it doesn't matter.
I can be Cinema's companion. Yeah, because I made the Switch.
Is she about to say she made a me?
I don't know. And my friend that I was in line with wanted a PS3, but he was not one of the first 3 people, so he ended up pre-ordering a Wii just because.
Rip bozo. Then again, back in
I
the
don't know
day,
why there were so many people wanting to pre-order PS3s because they were
yeah,
fucking
because
expensive
it
as
launched at
shit.
such a high price and everything, right?
Yeah.
on that topic, but just confirming.
Sorry, you were muted. What did you say?
Okay. No articles have been written about the thing we were going to cover. We do have stuff in there as placeholders, but I'm just saying that we haven't. We're going to just go in with what we have, which is fine. Just confirming. Anyway, we're going to cover some other stuff first, though. All right. Beast of Reincarnation's photorealistic graphics, quote, not made for Japan or overseas markets, Baka, right?
They were made for aliens.
Beast of Reincarnation's director has addressed the game's unexpectedly photorealistic look. So just a reminder to everybody, this is from Game Freak, the company that developed Pokemon. Their new game looks pretty photoreal. I mean, not 100% photoreal, but you know,
it looks relatively photoreal compared to literally everything they've ever made.
Yeah. So they said the visuals weren't designed to appeal to either Japanese or overseas audiences, and that the realistic style happened naturally as the team focused on what best matched the game's concept. Beast of Reincarnation director Kota Furushima explained that the game's realistic graphics weren't chosen to chase reactions or cater to specific markets, but instead came from a more organic development process. Quote, actually, we developed the game without really thinking about whether we were making it with the domestic or overseas audiences in mind. We were only seeking a visual style that would best realize our game's concept, and that led us to photorealistic expression. We didn't have any clear intention to go with a certain visual style beforehand. Furushima also described how the game's concept started from mood and atmosphere first, rather than locking into a genre or system right away, which shaped how the story and world were built. He noted that when he initially brought up the realistic approach to colleagues, the idea didn't immediately connect, since the concept was still more of an internal feeling than something fully visible. Quote, the concept only existed in my head, and it was still at a stage of just a feeling. So, of course, they wouldn't understand why it was necessary for the game to be photorealistic. However, as the game started taking shape bit by bit, I feel like my idea that this cruel world can only be depicted in a realistic style finally managed to come through. Furushima added that conveying the harshness of the world would be more difficult using an anime-like or exaggerated presentation, and said realism helped strengthen that sense of cruelty. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, but for the sake of, you know, the overgrown and all that, that would definitely feel different in a non-photoreal style. Any thoughts on this? We'll be covering not tonight. I left it out for tonight.
I can understand what they're saying by like the game's atmosphere and plot theming would require different aesthetics.
And I also think that it could be very weird to see Pokemon in this aesthetic, because some of the Pokemon are
cartoony looking.
Yeah.
So you need a cartoony environment for them.
Yeah.
Right.
That said, the Pokemon games are still, and there's other reasons for it, but aesthetically and like also just objectively, they are shitty games in terms of the visuals. Like even
Shitty
with
visuals,
even with the cartoony style, like it's not even just about the style, it's about the render distance, like the clipping, you know, the lighting. So if they can make a game that looks like this, like overall it does look good. So you'd think maybe they could apply some of that to the Pokemon games, but like I said, there are other reasons why the Pokemon games are the way they are, like the deadlines and the committee that they have to deal with, and
there are reasons why it's shitty. It's a shitty franchise. All right. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next topic, which is the Virtual Boy Nintendo Classics Collection gets a red tint spotlight and overview trailer. I threw it in. I hope you're ready. So just like how they have on the Switch, you can play NES games and Super NES games and whatnot from that like library expansion thing. They're now doing the Virtual Boy, and they're doing the entire library, I think. Is that correct?
Not the entire library.
I think most of it.
Or most of it?
Well, they're doing 2 titles that were previously not even released as well.
Yeah.
So we'll take a quick look at this.
I think there were only like 15 games total ever released for it.
Yeah, this I don't think I could enjoy this. Fortunately for us, they have done so. I think this is no, this isn't it. I'll show you where it is. Okay, this is a previously unreleased game, and so is this one. Yeah.
And yeah, so
and they've also put a color screen, which that's way easier for me to look at. That's even better, right?
yeah, the stupid thing is that is not coming until later this year. It's like that seems like such a simple feature and such a nice feature to have that
I wonder if it's because the thing is actually just white and this is where it's red.
Well, I don't think so, because the cardboard version of the because again there was this plastic like VR thing that they released for My Nintendo or like Nintendo Online members, and the whole service you need Nintendo Online, so it's not like it's a
Did you
big deal.
shove the Switch into this?
Yeah. So it like pops open in the announcement trailer where they announced it. They showed it off. The red part like pops forward, and the black part comes back, and then you stick the Switch inside. And then so this is like $100 and something, or maybe it's a little cheaper in the US.
Just so I can play a handful of shitty games that nobody really ever liked.
Yeah, and so that's why they released the cardboard version. But the cardboard version doesn't have this red tinted lens thing, so it is just like normal whatever your Switch is outputting.
I just look at this and just think, get fucked, glasses wearers.
Yeah.
and
I also feel like for the Virtual Boy, which is like largely like, oh, it's 3D, right? That's kind of the appeal of it. You could do anaglyphic 3D with the blue and red like lens, right? It would take a little bit of work on the engine that's rendering the gameplay or whatever, but
okay,
I think it would be a lot more doable. for the.
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
Mhm.
I think we have to now. I'll get to that in a second. So the cardboard one won't have the red tinted thing, and it will it'll just display whatever the Switch does. So I think that's why the emulator is going to be just red tinted by itself, and then
Mhm.
so it won't be black and white, and then the black and white one will have to come later. It's
Mhm.
kind of because otherwise the cardboard version will be black and white, and that'd be weird.
Yeah.
Like the key aspect of the console is the redness, right?
Mhm.
So I think that would be the base thing that you'd need to go for. But it is good that the red, when they first announced it, they just showed it with the red lens. They didn't show that this thing could pop, that the red lens could pop out. And Nintendo had released a bunch of games for the Switch that were like VR compatible, and because they released something called Labo VR, which was a whole like cardboard like thing. And so like Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild had like VR updates that you could have. I think Breath of the Wild you could play the whole game in VR, and Mario Odyssey was like a little playroom that you could play in VR. But either way, there was things you could do with the Labo VR. But the Labo VR doesn't fit for the newer versions of the console, like the OLED version of the Switch and Switch 2. The screen sizes are different. This does fit everything. So
Even the light?
I'm not sure about the light. I don't think this will fit the light. Maybe the cardboard version would, because the cardboard version is kind of like just this like flap that flaps over the system. So maybe, but I'm not positive. But the now you've made me lose where I was going with this. Oh, so the fact that you could take that lens out is good, because otherwise you'd have all of the fucking games that are played in VR red tinted, which would be bad.
Did they give you a bunch of different lenses? So they show like the red, green, yellow.
That's what I was saying.
I think the idea is if you want the other colors, you just pop the lens, the red tinted lens out, and then you just use it like that. And then in terms of the entire catalog, obviously, well, maybe this isn't obvious, but from this trailer, not every game is going to be released at launch. But like other Nintendo Switch Online emulators, they like slow roll the release so that they can have people. Not only is it a subscription service, so they want to like incentivize people to have multiple months purchased, right? So they want to keep you coming back, but also I don't know, maybe it takes time to make these things into the right format, but I assume there's going to be more games coming to the system, and there's only going to be about, what was it, like 9 there coming at launch. So and then if you see unless someone else has something to say about this specifically, I linked coincidentally the slow-mo guys looked at the inner workings of the original Virtual Boy, and it doesn't work how I thought it was worked at all. The way the original's Virtual Boy worked was it was basically just an array, like a one column array of red LEDs that get like lit up, and then a mirror like rotates really fast so that it makes it's basically like scanning the LED row or column across your eye really fast across both
Virtual Boy
eyes.
just completed an entire frame for one eye, and you may be thinking that didn't look like anything. Even persistency
I don't know
vision,
about
I would just
copyright
end
on
up
this,
with
so like I don't know. You might want to like mute it and
this.
not really
But with
like
persistence
other
of vision in
like
mind, let's watch
you can watch it later, but the main point in this is just that it's one row or one column of LED, and then so that's showing you like a TV has a laser that goes in and does each row, but in a TV, like old TVs I should say, the laser is the thing that moved. So in this case, it's one LED that's fixed, and it's the mirror that rotates to get you this scanning effect.
Wow.
And then apparently there's like each LED, because it's only a single LED, they have 4 different like on you can have some shade, but basically what it's doing is it's just turning off that much quicker. So like it pulses for a shorter amount of time if it wants to be shaded in that area.
Yeah, wow. That's an insane amount of effort.
Yeah.
What's that? Holy shit. No wonder this thing gave people headaches. Stabilizing with these things like spinning. Wow.
It's an interesting video if you wanted to watch it. But
I'll definitely link it here. I'll check it out later for myself. If you guys are interested, I'll put it in the doc later too. Anyway, anything more you want to say about this before we move on? Or sorry, I'm screen sharing the wrong thing again.
that was it for me basically.
Cool.
I do feel weird buying like $130 Canadian accessory to play a couple games, but I never had a Virtual Boy, like their actual console, so I bought 2 of this stand thing, and so
did you buy a virtual girl?
I was gonna say something. I'm surprised Nintendo didn't come out with a virtual them.
Yeah, I'll just say if they made a virtual girl, I think we'd all own it.
Virtual girl, yes. Virtual they them.
Right.
I think I'll pass on that. But yeah, I bought 2. One as like a replica of the console basically, and then one to actually use.
Wow.
Because I have issues spending my money on wise purchases. You know,
you didn't pause early enough. You have issues is where you should have stopped.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Green line. You are going to like this.
Yes, sir.
Knight and Cage dev responds to fan feedback.
Hold on, you skipped an article.
Did I?
Unless that was on purpose.
Oh, you're right. Fuck. Right. All right. Erase all that. Let's go back to this one. Square Enix's Killer Inn criticized for catering to the modern audience. I don't know that it caters to the modern audience, but is that a piece of bamboo I see?
Oh no.
But it is cringe. We're gonna watch the trailer. This one. Okay, here.
What are you doing? Oh, come on. You know it's not me. We were together for the whole time. I'm not a wolf. I am not a wolf.
I did not hit the...
The clock tower rings, and the game begins. To the wolves, I say, it is time to hunt down those fleeing lambs. Or will the hunter become the hunted?
Music's a bop, huh? Reminds me of a track from Minecraft mixed with stylings of Persona.
How do you like make an ad for your game with some scenes that I'm like, okay, I can kind of get what the vibe is, and then the next scene I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I have no idea what this game is about.
Were they really happy with the voice acting? Seriously, I did not hit her. I did not. Did that not sound like him? Like that delivery was so bad. Are you going to shut this game down in a year? People say Concord 4, Concord 3. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, now we can go into the real one. Night and Cage dev responds to fan feedback for more immersive fan service. I'll just read the tweets. Made the ladder climbing feature in the game. Check it out. You ready for this, Greenline?
Oh boy, here we go.
Nice. Sound effects kind of remind me of the OG Resident Evil. Like the music reminds me of like music I heard in the Spencer Mansion, and like the sound effects of like the climbing and walking noises kind of sound familiar.
The graphics remind me of Stellar Blade, but that's just me.
Yes. Although Eve is a little bit more graceful when she gets to the top of the ladder.
It's the heels clacking is the thing.
One fan noted that more subdued animation would keep the game more in line with classic fan service icons like 2B from Nier Automata and Eve from Stellar Blade. Within a day, a new animation was posted which still emphasized jiggle physics in the butt and thighs, but rather than sticking her butt out silently and for an awkwardly long time, she now climbs to the top, does a similar animation, but it looks more natural. And there's an added sound effect when she crawls on the ledge, which gives her movements weight, all in order to create a more immersive experience for players. You ready for this?
Now that's a first-person view.
They added more butt jiggles after feedback. Seriously,
the sound of her weight getting onto the ledge. Like, how heavy is she?
Look at those arms.
I hate that I can hear every single sound effect. Like, you can hear each individual one. It feels like it's kind of... They need a bit of work.
They need, like, some variation to them. Yeah. Seriously, I respect way
No,
more.
it just sounds like they had a sample and they wanted to like fade the ends so you don't hear the background noise or something. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing.
So there's like an audio ducking to the the music and background noise.
Well, that's what I mean by like it sounds like when you shoot a movie, you get like background noise, like just you sit there for a few minutes so you can put it in to blend together all of the dialogue.
Yeah.
It feels kind of like they're lacking that because it just sounds like I'm in Premiere and I put a bunch of sound effects next to each other.
So they say, seriously, I respect way more devs like this. Respecting their target audience should always be a given, not the Karens that will never touch the game. So I spent some time looking at the game for science, of course, and I came across this.
Are there going to be mimics in this game?
There will be reasons you don't want to go that willy-nilly into all of them. Yes. It's Chinese, I think. All right.
Is
in
it
other
like
news,
it's not an MMO, right? This is just a single
no,
player.
I think it's a single player game. But you can have multiple outfits. So here you go.
Well, no, it's good that it's not an MMO like gotcha
Yeah.
whatever thing.
Yeah.
Not that it matters, but like, I mean,
I think it's like Stellar Blade.
it still looks pretty indie and
Goonerific.
jank. Like there's a lack of particle effects and stuff.
Gooner game
You're-
confirmed. Let's go. Yeah. So here's the thing: you have multiple outfits, and the outfits have battle damage. Mm. Whoa. Oh. The game that punishes you for topping off your health. Oh, that one's broken. Don't worry, I've got the fixed version for you. All right. So there's also the bandit attire. Game's in Chinese, but I feel like I don't need to read to enjoy it. All right, let's see the Wraith.
Yeah, if
model.
those titties speak Chinese, I think I'll have an okay time making it through the game.
Told you I had the fixed version. Whoa. Reminds me of Witchblade. Chef's kiss. All right. Anything?
Greenland, are you still with us?
Oh,
Okay.
oh, I'm still here. Oh, go God.
Everyone's done. Everyone's done. Everyone's done.
Oh dear Lord. Okay, that's not good. What article was this? Oh God damn it. Hold on. For those of you who don't know, Sangoku Complex is a bitch now. It's a fucking bitch. I need to search for this. Yeah, they have this new like functionality. If you can see up here. Oh, cool. It is fixing itself. Where it has gibberish as the URL. And that seems to update every like 24 hours. So I had to build a Chrome extension that finds out what the title is meant to be and uses their default legacy naming convention. Because I'm a big old nerd like that, right? I was telling the guys that soon I will develop a Chrome extension that allows me to delete my urine from my bladder mid-show. And then I'll never have to get up.
They call that a catheter.
Yeah. I call it a Chrome extension.
It sounds like you got a few extra chromosomes there, buddy.
Grok, make him look like he has Down syndrome. Okay, all done. I'm just gonna update.
How do you
this.
make a singular eyeball look like it has down? Just have it sink into the body.
Oh, okay. Speaking of games with outfit damage, Bunny Garden Studios Fantasista Oscar features outfit damage. But you'd never know it because this is the only goddamn image Sangoku Complex chose to give us. But our brothers in China have written an article that I will share with you now. Whoa! Whoa! Except that the game actually looks like this.
Ew.
So it's like cutscene battle damage to your outfit. Yeah. Steam versus Switch. Yeah. Damn. All right. Anyway, moving past that. You ready, Greenland? All right, Greenland. I hope you're ready.
Greenland, have you finished yet?
Caw. Unarchived agent footage of Suna from Zenless Zone Zero.
He's cleaning up.
Oh, God damn it. I should have put this before. Yep. So there's this new character in Zenless Zone Zero named Suna. And this is her base outfit. He said as slow as possible and scrolled slowly. She has a Rando Seru style looking backpack that's also like a rotary phone with music buttons on it. That's interesting.
And wings coming out of it?
Yeah. Ironically, when I first came across the Grok remove her clothes, it was this character. The green light.
Green light. Green light. Green light. Green light. Green light.
Fuck, I reached the end.
Green light.
All right. So here's the thing about this character. She has a new outfit, a new costume that's been released in the game.
Green light.
And it looks like this.
All covered in Twitter comments?
Green Line is supposed to be here to talk about it. People are saying things like, genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with the devs in this game? Putting a child in this shit. We let Ellen slide, but this is crazy. Is she not a fucking child? What the hell is this? Pedophile Zone Zero strikes again. ZZZ player base is really full of degenerates. There is zero reason to normalize shit like this unless you're a pedophile.
Green light. Oh,
I am here. The minute I step away to take a leak, I'm like, okay, he's got 2 tabs open. I'm good for another 6 minutes at least because you take fucking forever on other tabs. Like, okay, we're gonna go over comments. We're gonna take 45 minutes on this one subject. Okay, I've got at least 5 minutes. And then
Thank God. Okay, you're here.
Here's the thing about Endless Zone Zero. The whole gameplay, the gameplay isn't about having sex with the characters you play as. So, just saying.
So, ew, how can you put a child in a maid costume? I refuse to believe this is a Hoyo game. Never mind, we should kill ZZZ. Zone Zero. Put Suna in a maid outfit. Same people fire. Or some people fire. But I think the problem is the garter belt. Without that, this design is pretty normal. Especially considering the length of her skirt in the previous thing we looked at. It's already pretty short, right? So they're bitching about this. I'm going to show you a close-up now. I like it. Just saying. I think it's A-okay by me. New outfit, afternoon tea break, Suna.
That's what Chibi said.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is the latest maid skin in HI3. What's HI3?
Honkai and Back the Third.
Oh. Well, who fucking... This isn't even the same game.
It's made by the same developers.
I don't care. This is a much better outfit. Anyway, Green Line, you wanted to take it away.
Yeah. I saw a content creator that I watch from time to time talk about this, and he got on his damn freaking moral high ground and was like, this is gross. This is disgusting. And I'm sitting here like, why? Why though? Why is it like these people have some sort of vendetta against cute looking characters? And it's like, my feelings. And then he ended his conversation with like, okay, if you know, the argument is it's just fiction, it's whatever. But then he like, and you see people do this frequently. They backhandedly say, okay, you know, you can like your childlike looking character.
Damn right,
you know,
I can. Try and
these
stop
like
me.
backhanded comments about like implying that you're a criminal, right? Implying that you're into criminal activity. Which I find that, and we've mentioned this on podcasts several times, where it's like, okay,
almost too many times.
Then
yeah.
I thought, well, this is my fault.
No, you're fine.
Blame me. I asked Brad if we could cover this because I find it incredibly bizarre that people don't freak out when you're playing the new GTA that's going to come out in like 3, 4, or 5 years, whatever the fucking GTA 6 is going to come out, and you're going to be killing people. You're going to be running over hookers. You're going to be like stealing money. It's like, isn't thievery, like bank robbery, a crime? Isn't killing people a crime? But you'll engage in that, no problem. And I think you mentioned this.
Greenland, I don't think you understand though. When they're engaging in bank robbery, that's in a video game. It's not real. They aren't actually robbing a bank, right?
Yeah,
that's different, right?
Is it like
No.
when you're openly like, and it's like, okay, like most people. There are a few exceptions where most people, they look at this, they think adorable, they think cute, they're not thinking I want to have sex with the main character. And even if the people that are, so what? It's a JPEG, it's a polygons, it's so I'm sitting here trying to think to myself, why do people do this? Why do people always jump to the conclusion of you know?
It's not just when the character
Projection?
is in an outfit that is revealing or sexualized or whatever. It's just in general. You're not allowed to like lolly characters
right
at all. Right? Like the whole thing with it is that you are forbidden. Right?
Yeah.
If you like a character who is a lolly, like for example, my favorite character in Rurouni Kenshin is Misao. Right? I think she's the best character. I get the most joy out of her on-screen presence. And if you like a character that is a lolly, that must mean you're a pedophile.
You only like her for nefarious reasons.
Yeah. And I think the people that says more about the people complaining about you rather than
and that's
yourself.
The counter argument. But like
it's like you can't like Anya and Spy Family, otherwise.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think
my
it's
daughter's
because
favorite character? Oh no.
Do you think it's
Even
because
if-
the people calling this out, like they feel hard and they're like, oh no, I'm excited by
My
it.
God, boo.
Yeah. I think part of the problem too is I gave it some thought. What do you think has happened in the past 20 to 30 years that has slowly but surely like affected us in such a way that we've kind of socially and I think mentally have kind of just gone away from rationality? The internet. I think it's life on the internet, online, where we spend so much time on here online that we become disconnected, or I should say they become disconnected from reality so far that it's like, oh, this is real life. It's still the same. Even if you ask somebody, well, it's not real life, but I still have feelings about it. I still care. That's why I'm forbidding you from, taking certain actions against this type of, like, you're not allowed. It's criminal behavior. And it's like, if you touch grass, maybe talk to real people in your life. Like, if you're a kid, go out and play. If you're an adult, go out on a date with your significant other. Go to your damn job. Like,
I can't make this right.
Like,
Yeah, no, I think personally, I think that the issue is that there's a lot of projection, right? And so we haven't discussed it tonight because there's 3 million documents, but the Epstein shit released. Oh my god! Wouldn't you know it? He was into hentai. Damn, damning indictment. Shit, can't believe it. Can you believe it? Epstein wasn't a virgin. Oh my god. We should all be ashamed. Giga Chad's over here. Right? The thing is that like I said before, I think people tell on themselves. Look, I understand the idea, right? The garter belt thing is definitely an aspect of it's not something a child typically wears. Right? The reason you wear a garter belt is to hold up your stockings, right? And so typically children do not wear them, and that's fine, right? There isn't anything innately sexual about them, but I will agree that there is a sexualized aspect to that. What do you call that? That zone between the thighs and the knee.
The absolute zone.
Absolute
AT
zone,
field.
whatever. Yeah.
Absolute territory. AT field.
Yeah. So there is. I think that's the reason it is sexualized, because especially when you're a woman.
The first time I've ever heard of that.
When you're a woman who's wearing like a business skirt or whatever, and it's just short enough that you see that gap between where the thigh high ends, or the stockings end, and the thing begins. Right. I think that's where the sexualization comes from.
Well, let's put it this way. I think you could say, like on a higher level, it's more like culturally people have sexualized it, even though it's not inherently sexual. So in the same way that
and I'm just saying, like I totally understand
remotely, but some freaks are into that.
Yeah, I totally understand where their mindset is coming from, but I also just don't care. Right? Like I don't fucking care. There isn't a like definitive age, as far as I understand it, for the characters in Zenless Zone Zero, but it's widely speculated that this character is an adult anyway. And again, it is a pixel. Like, it is a fucking collection of pixels. This isn't a real person. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And you can enjoy the design sense. Part of the reason that you build fashion that has straight lines that go along with the curves of a person's body naturally is because it creates visual interest. There is nothing innately off-putting about this, right? Now, at the end of the day, Hose mad, and there's a great take I saw.
Hose mad love. This is a coach. Hose mad love.
There's a great take that we're going to talk about in the future with the Jeffrey Epstein thing, where somebody said Jeffrey Epstein being into anime is the greatest gift the fandom has ever gotten, because the normal fags are going to leave the fandom.
I didn't think about that. Oh yes. Oh,
it's like Hitler drank water. Maybe you should take a stand, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I was also telling AC privately when we were going over this article, like, these people, I think for a lot of them, it's performative. If it's not like self reporting, then and they're not really into this, it's just for gratification, for likes on Twitter. It's not. You won't find anybody, these people, going after real world traffickers and trying to bring awareness to.
For sure. But I think more than that, it's that there is a don't look over here. I mean, we see this all the time with the Republican senators who come out strongly against gay homosexuality and whatnot. And then, turns out, right? I think that's just a common defense mechanism that people have, where if they are insecure about being found out about something that they're ashamed of, that they will project it onto other people so that they can decry it verbally. Everybody look at me coming out against this design for this character, and it's like in the real world, that's, this is the character they're maining, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
and then people
no, it's
complain about
bad.
it.
And then it's like when they change the design after the backlash, like, oh no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I need to just shut the fuck up. Right. Yeah. Anyway,
And another, I was telling you, like, it was about Hogwarts Legacy. Anybody remember Long Beach? Is it Griffey? Long Beach Griffey? He made a parody about like, Hogwarts Legacy, and about how, like, well, okay, if you're so against J.K. Rowling and how, the whole this video game, why aren't you going after the theme parks that she makes the most money from? Is it because this is just easy for you and you're just lazy? I think that's probably what it is too. It's these people are lazy, and so they're just like, no, I'm gonna go after this instead of actually tackling real world problems, and then getting off their damn couch or their chair or whatever the fuck it is, and just like, who actually cares about this? Like, remember back in the day where you could watch a cartoon and even if your friends or somebody else you knew was into that sort of thing, you'd make fun of them for being into a cartoon. Didn't matter what the age of the character was. It just doesn't make any sense. And I mentioned that before, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just like, because I think these people are some of them anyways, yeah, they're projecting, but like some of them are just so disconnected from reality because they're online too much.
For sure. I mean, I definitely think there's a problem with terminally online behavior, like what it does to your brain chemistry and your ability to relate to things. Like, you see things like, I think part of what happens with being online too much is that you often are in the privacy of your own home while you're experiencing weird stuff that if it happened on the street, there would be a reaction from people, right? There would be a public shaming. There would be some form of, and I think that it just creates this weird dynamic where people don't even really, like, they get desensitized in a strange way to behavior. And it's also weird because there's like a repulsion that I feel when you see online things make their way into non-online places, right? Like one of the few places where I felt like it worked was in the Sonic film, where they have the blue devil and he shows like the drawing of Sanic, right, as kind of like a meme. That's like one of the few places that really worked. But usually online shit coming into like a news broadcast or something just feels so fucking cringe. When they mention Naya in the Resident Evil Netflix show, right? Yeah, stuff like
or
that.
Like that DVD you bought for your pickups, the furry conventions, where it's like, I feel like that belongs in your online or in your bedroom, but it's instead of a conglomerate of like,
oh boy.
But
not in the bedroom, not like in the basement.
Yeah, I don't want the, I think he means they're the people
Oh.
in the documentaries.
Okay.
To end off, because we really shouldn't have covered this article. I just wanted Brad to. I wanted to get on a soapbox for 5 minutes, but to quote the famous quote that Rev says Desu, Hirohei, and Chibi uses from time to time, is that people started treating, fake characters as real people, and then started treating real people like they didn't exist, fake characters like they didn't exist. That's not how the quote goes, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like they give more rights to fictional people
than real people.
Yeah. I'm just looking to see if my Grok things are in here. I don't see them. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked them, but I'll have to
What are
find
you
them.
grokking now?
Well, this character is the one that I first ran into the Grok take her clothes
Oh.
off thing from. Not that I could show any of them. I mean, they got the character basically naked, but in a Barbie way where there's no like genitalia or anything. Anyway. Mother's
fine. You're an
basement is
artist, right?
projecting
You
that
can
he's
just-
married to an OnlyFans girl. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Even though I think the more I look at this girl, I don't even really think that she's a lolly. She just looks
Right?
cute. Yeah, totally.
Right, just like yeah,
Throwback to that one time that Brad was trying to be generous to Mother's Basement. He's like, "I'm sorry, I have nothing good to say about a cock."
What did I say?
Yeah,
I just
you were like
remember
struggling to try and be like, good for him.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
sorry,
I legitimately like. I feel like he owns being married to an OnlyFans girl in a way that legitimately, he's able to retort the derisive, statements being made at him in a way that feels like he really owns it, but at the same time, right, you're still a cuck at the end of the day. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so the UK has approved a $900 million class action lawsuit alleging Valve's 30% Steam share revenue is excessive and unfair to players. So the Steam share revenue, is that like when I get a super chat and YouTube takes 30%? Because I'm just saying.
I think
this
so.
is setting precedent for a class action lawsuit against YouTube for me to get 90% of your super chats. Right?
They have a monopoly on super chats. I can't go anywhere else and get the same functionality of a super chat. So, Judge, please make them charge me less for it.
And also no tax on tips for super chats. Right?
Start off with 100% super chats.
Yeah.
So
I'd like 120% even.
I'm drawing traffic to YouTube.
Yeah.
You should be paying me even more.
I recall there's a song about him. Cuck my life into pieces, right? Anyway, UK approves it, right? Okay, so in a stark reminder that even the most noble efforts are still prone to massive flaws, the UK has given the go-ahead to a class action lawsuit accusing Valve of unfairly balancing their Steam revenue share program in such a way that the country's 14 million players are being overcharged for their video game purchases. First filed at the Competition Appeal Tribunal in June 2024 by the CEO of the UK-based parent Zone. I just like the idea that Valve says, you know what? You're right. It's unfair to you guys. We're going to pull out of the UK. Like, imagine the fucking riots in the street. Yeah. The UK-based parent Zone digital rights advocacy group, Vicky Shotbolt, nice name. The suit claims that Valve has been operating anti-competitively and as a result has reduced competition in the PC games market, including by restricting competitors from successfully entering the gaming space and by controlling pricing in the digital gaming industry. Noting that one result of this behavior is that consumers are paying too much for PC games and in-game content and have lesser PC game platform alternatives, the lawsuit's official Steam You Owe Us website explains that while Steam's prices often appear to be the lowest, this is actually due to price restrictions that Valve often imposes on game developers and producers, the price parity obligations. This means a publisher or developer should not be able to list a game on another platform as well as Steam unless the prices offered on Steam is the same or lower. This applies to games on all other distribution stores, including online and physical stores, not just those distributed by Steam keys. This allows Valve to maintain the monopoly position it has for PC games, as there is not real incentive for gamers to go elsewhere where a game may be cheaper, which would then in turn enable those other platforms to improve. In regards to the UK, current law further holds that companies who hold a dominant position in any given market are not allowed to charge excessive prices. To this end, the lawsuit asserts that Valve's commission rate of up to 30% is excessive, given competitors' lower commission rates. excessive given competitors' lower commission rates, the way the platform operates for the consumers, and the high level of profit that Valve is making absent a viable competitor, which its behavior directly restricts, as developers are not permitted to list games at lower prices on competing platforms. This unfair commission charge is paid for by the consumer, the website's official recap concludes. As for relief, the lawsuit is seeking a restitution provisionally estimated at 656 million euros, including interest, 901 million US dollars, with individual compensation currently predicted to fall in the range of around 22 euros to 44 euros per person. Wow! A whole 30 to 60 US dollars. Depending on how much an individual has spent. Like, seriously, you've bought, it should be based on how many games you've bought, right? That's insane. A person pays $10 for a game and they get $60 back. Meanwhile, a guy over here with 100 games in his library.
I think that number's a general estimate based on.
That's
I think
fucking ridiculous.
I think that's what they're basing on what you're saying, like based on how many games you've purchased.
Absurd, though. Oh my god. Depending on how much an individual has spent on Steam or other PC gaming platforms for PC games and add-on content. Yes, so it is dependent on that, but with additional compensation, I'd say just give them 30% of their purchases back. There you go. You handled it. You know, with additional compensation being made available for those based in Scotland. And while Valve attempted to prevent the lawsuit from moving forward by arguing that the aforementioned platform parity obligations are not perhaps effectively enforced and therefore did not constitute an abuse, and the resulting inherent tension with the PCR's case, London's Competition Appeal Tribunal determined that the matter was clearly rather one for trial. Curiously, as noted by Alex Forbes Calvin on GamesIndustry.biz, Valve also attempted to argue that Shotbolt would be wholly unable to fund the lawsuit, even though she had already verifiably secured 18.6 million euros or 25.5 million dollars, rather, and that was pounds before, sorry, at the time of the developer's response. While the UK's Online Safety Act has resulted in some infringing websites being geo-blocked, the UK... geo-blocked in the UK, it seems unlikely Steam will be forbidden from operating while the lawsuit is debated. Nonetheless, it should be noted Steam's revenue share split is considered an industry standard, with 30% to the storefront also being the standard for Good Old Games, Microsoft Store on PC, Google, Apple, Amazon, and even GameStop. Notably, as highlighted by Forbes Calvin, Valve was previously hit with the United States-based antitrust lawsuit in 2021, as brought against them by overgrowth developer Wolfire Games on the issue of the 30% split. Though dismissed at the end of that year, it was refiled in May 2022 before being combined with a similar lawsuit by Genie and Thaco, trial by Spire Studio, Dark Cat Studios, and granted class action status by a federal judge in November 2024. Thoughts? While I go pee? I gotta pee.
It is the idea that you would try and limit them to 'cause one of the things was that, oh well, if you sell DLC on Steam, I'm locked into the DLC on Steam, and it's like the authentication methods for buying DLC for a different store. Actually, well, I take that back now. I was going to say the authentication methods for the different stores seems like it would be stupid to force, like, you to be able to buy DLC on Epic for a game that you bought on Steam. But when I was thinking about it, I'm like, well, you can set up the system to be like a code system where, you just buy the code and then that code unlocks the Steam version of that DLC. If you bought the game on Steam. So I guess there could be a way to do it, but like it would take some regulation. I don't think that a simple court case would do it to force them to be able to set the ecosystem up that way.
Who's ready to talk about the theft of in-game materials being the same as stealing your real stolen property? Good, because that's what we're talking about.
Let's do
it. The UK court fighting the real battles and not at all trying to distract from all the discontent in their homeland says that RuneScape gold is real stolen property in a £700,000 theft case. A UK judge has ruled that RuneScape gold can legally count as real stolen property in court after a case involving roughly £700,000 worth of in-game currency being taken through the sale of hacked accounts, marking a notable legal precedent for how virtual assets are treated under theft law. The case centered on a man who allegedly gained access to other players' RuneScape accounts, transferred the in-game gold into his own accounts, and then sold it for real money. The prosecution argued that the stolen virtual gold had a quantifiable real-world value and that depriving other players of that currency constituted theft under UK law. The judge agreed, ruling that virtual currency like RuneScape gold can be treated as property for the purposes of theft charges when it has established real-world worth and the actions meet legal criteria for deprivation. This decision is significant because it clarifies how courts can view digital assets in criminal cases, particularly in situations involving online games where virtual currency or items are traded for real money. Players and industry observers have long noted that virtual economies can have substantial real-world economic impact, and this ruling brings legal recognition to that reality. Fucker. Bitch. Mosquito. The case also highlights the challenges of policing online fraud and account takeover, as well as the growing importance of virtual assets in both gaming and broader digital markets. Remember, what the fuck? All of a sudden, my Right Stuff link no work. Remember when the Big Bang Theory of all shows made fun of this? Sheldon called the cops because a guy hacked his WoW account. No? Sounds like something he'd do. How many goddamn mosquitoes are in here? Reese, you gonna do it or do I need to?
There's only 3.
I love the idea that you're dealing with mosquitoes because in the winter we don't have to deal with mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to deal with mosquitoes.
Ever?
Well, right now. Middle of winter.
Well, then you can be included in the we.
All right. Are they these 3 or is there a...
1, 3, and 4. I don't think we covered vinyl.
Well, we did that Chrono Trigger one, but that was a special. Wait! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
I knew you were gonna react like that.
I don't think this is what you think it is. Oh, that's what you mean.
You do your job. You play that transition.
So this is the Off and Monster box set.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. When are we going to watch this show?
Never.
Never.
Do you want to make a manifesto on this too? Like,
no.
Spend a whole year.
How long is this damn series?
I have too many of them that I haven't started. All right. There's also Farming Life in Another World, Steelbook.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we
covered
saw
this
that one.
last podcast with the Sentai slate, so this is up in Crunchyroll now.
So, okay, so we covered it on the Sentai slate, but we did cover it.
Yeah, this is now up on Crunchyroll.
Okay. I ordered it from Sentai already. And Yandere, Dark Elf, she chased me all the way from another world.
Yeah. So, like last month, only half of the slate is up on Crunchyroll right now. The other two releases are not on Crunchyroll yet, for some reason.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. And then in Walmart news, Return to Silent Hill Collector's Edition Walmart exclusive O card, Steelbook 4K Ultra HD Cineverse Horror. So you can get this
O
one.
card.
$30 slipcover.
Yeah.
$30. What's the price for the Steelbook Confused?
I don't know. Let me pull it up.
ChatGPT says 103 Monogatari episodes.
That doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, it'll only take us slightly more than a year compared to AOT.
The biggest problem with Monogatari is the order. So,
yeah, there's multiple different orders. It's $50 on Amazon, and it's literally the exact same thing. I should cancel my Amazon one.
It only has a different slipcover.
No, I think it has a slip. Oh wait, does the Amazon
It's
one
a
also?
different one. The one on Amazon is
You're
a
right.
different one.
You're right. So I should keep both.
You should buy both of them.
I did buy both of them, bitch.
So sorry to go back to that Monogatari thing, but like, what you said? It's not what you think it is. What was it that you thought he was?
No, he's saying.
I thought he was freaking out about it, but he was freaking out about the intro. I thought he was freaking out about like it was a complete set or something like that.
No.
Okay, but it's not a complete set.
No, it's a complete set of Off and Monster, the most recent season.
Yeah,
it's not a complete collection of the entirety of Monogatari.
No, yeah. And
Which
Netflix would never
yeah.
fucking do that.
That would have an extra 0 at the end of it.
well, not even that. You could consider it like it's another box set that has like a giant chunk of the stuff or whatever for something they really need to re-release. I can't remember what they have to do now.
Enric says, I'm just glad Yandere Dark Elf is uncensored on the Blu-ray, and I finally used my bleach vinyl on my new turntable. It was transcendent.
You bleached your turntable? Oh no.
I mean, your turntable's only going to sound as good as whatever it's plugged into, so you can put your like $2 headphones from Walmart on and be like, oh, it's transcendent. Oh.
So in other news, we covered last podcast the discotheque deep dives, and we have a little bit of clarity on what's going on here. So Manga Alerts, who I should be following because these are some good takes, says Crunchyroll has allegedly rolled out a new slow sellers policy for the Crunchyroll store in which products that fail to meet internal sales expectations are flagged, leading to order cancellations and delisting of the products to prioritize other products that are considered fast selling, popular IPs, trending emerging IPs, etc. In addition, it's also alleged that publishers are not notified if and when Crunchyroll decides to mark one of their products as a slow seller or if the product is delisted. Back when Crunchyroll announced their merger with Right Stuff, they released a frequently asked question in which they committed to customers their open orders will still be processed and fulfilled by Right Stuff. For those who've never used Right Stuff prior to the merger, the website allowed you to place a back order on. Place a back order on something that was out of stock. At the time, if enough back orders were placed, this would allow the distributor to suggest a reprint to the publisher to fulfill those orders. Side note, Ultimately, it is up to the publisher if they decide to order a reprint of a specific series/volume. However, placing a back order would help increase the justification of a reprint to the publisher, right? So they had this, and this is how things used to be on Right Stuff. Boy, I miss Right Stuff. Good old Right Stuff. So then he goes on to say what's happening now. If you placed back order or a back order originating from Right Stuff, and it happens to include titles that they deem to be slow sellers, your order will be canceled and you'll be offered a 20% off coupon. This is currently, as of reporting, impacting anime Blu-ray back orders and manga volume back orders. Side note, previously, I reported that Crunchyroll is canceling orders of recently reprinted Viz titles. What? Viz never reprints. Recently reprinted Viz titles from their backlog due to new reprints having a different stock keeping unit from the original order. Upon further investigation, I discovered that that claim turned out to be false, as Crunchyroll still had those titles available at the original $9.99 price, while other retailers have the new pricing and new stock keeping unit with no reported issues fulfilling back orders for customers who placed an order prior to the new stock keeping unit. For the publisher, it looks like all these products are out of print and we are no longer going to be receiving inventory for them. It's possible that Viz reprints these at some point, but as far as we can see on our side, it won't be under these stock keeping units. Please let me know if there's anything else I can assist with. As I mentioned, Viz is likely reprinting these new stock keeping units, so the other ones on your order are technically a different item that is no longer going to be received. With that known, we are no longer going to be receiving inventory of these items.
I don't think I ever knew what SKU stood for until now.
You're welcome. How was the policy discovered? The Discotek/Crunchyroll situation. For those unaware, Crunchyroll purged a number of Discotek titles from their back catalogs, which include titles that are both in and out of print with no reason as to why. Based on the Reddit threads, it does not look like Crunchyroll notified Discotek of the delistings, only found out because of the fans. Media OCD launched a new program called Discotek Deep Dives, in which 2035, we already covered that. And what are my sources? When this first came to my attention, I immediately reached out to my publisher contacts to verify if what happened to Discotek is also happening to them as well. Unfortunately, I was not able to find a publisher contact willing to go on record for this story. Understandably so, given the nature of this story plus business relations. With that said, it was confirmed to me off record that the Crunchyroll store is prioritizing fast-selling IP, merch, anime, manga, while purging out the slow-selling inventory. As of this reporting, only Viz Media titles through social media posts by customers and Discotek Media titles have been affected. Crunchyroll has not provided a statement as of reporting this situation, which, to be honest, I don't think they would. They would give me a statement due to the fact that prior to this, I was removed from their affiliate program after I reported they quietly reduced their discounts on their store for paying subscribers without notifying anyone. Yep, we covered that. Sources continued. While everything up to this point is alleged, it does line up with what was previously reported in the Bloomberg article by Cecilia D'Anastro and Takeshi Mochizuki, which details some of the behind-the-scenes happenings with the Crunchyroll store, in which the business has shrunk since the acquisition of Right Stuff. So I would not be surprised if this recent move by Crunchyroll was done as a cost-cutting measure. You can view the article here if you're interested. So we covered this in like podcast 288. In fact, yeah, 288. And I have some new merch. Maybe we'll look at it in a minute. It's from that episode. That's how I got inspired. Anyway, but we covered this. This is the Bloomberg article. Personal thoughts. If this policy change is true, I don't know why there's a question mark there. This is honestly one of the worst ones I've seen come out of the Crunchyroll store. While I understand that there are business needs, question mark again, you instead of a comma, you need to start communicating these changes to the public instead of having people like me be the one to report on it. It does not generate good PR or attract more business to your store, to your storefront, when stories like this and my past reports are the ones being circulated around. This also doesn't help your current relationships either, as now you pass the burden of your incompetence to your business partners instead of upholding the promises you made to me personally and the community. Which, to add, I would have rather you not make those promises if you weren't going to keep them. At this point, I'm not just mad, I'm just extremely disappointed. Side note, this move also potentially puts smaller publishing companies at risk, because how are they going to have the confidence to know their products aren't going to be delisted out of the blue, or even prevent new publishers from being added because they don't have fast-selling IPs? Which, speaking of small publishers, bonus story, this one I was recently made aware of. I was recently made aware of this one by my publishing contact, which made me even surprised I somehow missed. Back in early 2025, founder of Starfruit Books, Matt Ash, rest in peace, reported that the Crunchyroll store has not paid him for the books they purchased on wholesale. Now, it's unclear for how long this was an issue, and it looked to be resolved in March of 2025. But if this happened with him, what about the other publishers in the same boat? So he said in January 2025, really cannot stand working with Crunchyroll. Yes, they buy some books wholesale, but getting paid is a fucking nightmare. Never have I had to do so many back and forth emails over payment. The anime superpower, this is March, the anime superpower Crunchyroll is a total pain in the ass to deal with. After months of finally getting paid the $1,700-ish I was owed, if I wanted to keep everything going with them, I need to submit a voided check for my business account. It's 2025, people. You still use them? He ends with, so what now? If you have not had an issue with Crunchyroll or the Crunchyroll store up to this point, great. Hopefully it continues to work out for you and no issues happen to you. But for everyone else, just shop somewhere that's not the Crunchyroll store. Here are a few places: Libris, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, In-Stock Trades, local comic shops, local library, Merry Manga Co., or Amazon. Some publishers have actually started to sell their own books, such as Tokyo Pop and Yen Press, with pretty generous discounts. 40% off. Tokyo Pop, get 20% off with code BMINE plus free shipping on $35 plus orders for members. Any thoughts?
I think it's
Tokyo Pop exists still.
The most annoying thing as a collector, a bit beyond just the thing getting canceled, is if they're like, let's say, like, it's even worse if it's an exclusive, right? But if it's not an exclusive and it's something that's in demand, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, ideally you'd think, okay, well, if it's in demand, they're not going to cancel it because it's not, it would be a high seller. But still, you don't want the situation where it's like, oh, well, I could get it on Amazon, or maybe you're like, okay, Amazon it's $35 and on Crunchyroll it's $25 or something, right? So you're like, okay, I'll pick it up on Crunchyroll. And then they turn around and because it's been slow seller, they cancel it on you. And then you're like, oh, that's stupid, right? Because it's been sitting there for like a month and not shipping. And then you're like, why isn't it shipping? And then they're like, oh, well, we canceled it on you. And then you're like, okay, now I'm going to go to Amazon and buy it from Amazon and it's $35. Oh, that sucks. But like, whatever, I'll pay the extra $10. And then you look on Amazon and now because it's a month later and because they've canceled all these orders, it's either sold out on Amazon or it's like double the price.
$80.
And it's like, well, bitch, if you weren't going to give it to me, like I would have bought it on Amazon back when I could, you know? And 20%, it's like, okay, I'm sure there's tons of like caveats. Like
They're
it
gonna
doesn't
have to
stack
give
with
out
your-
a lot of those.
Yeah, it's I'm sure it doesn't stack with your like Crunchyroll membership deal. Like it's probably there's probably fine print out the ass so that it's not
It's
actually.
going to be a disaster because it's like, oh well, these things don't have as high demand, so whatever. But now people aren't going to even bother ordering backordered things, and they'll never get more demands. They never will get to that status where you can make money off of selling this product.
Yeah, essentially, like if it's back ordered from Crunchyroll, you shouldn't order it. You just shouldn't. At this point.
They're just going to lose sales now. They've only played themselves.
So continuing here, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you can shop over at stealthweave.com. I feel like
Our
a broken
stuff is
record.
never back ordered.
Yeah, never. It's made special for you with love every time you order. Although to order, you might have to email me at stealthweavstore@gmail.com in order for me to put the order in through the back end, because currently the site has a bug in it. I haven't figured out. But you know what site doesn't have a bug in it? OCApodcast.com/store, so far as I know. Works out just great. And I'd like to share with you a moment from podcast 288. Oh, hold on. God damn it. Gotta turn it back up.
It would help if
I turned it back down for...
I do want to clarify.
You go ahead.
They owned 2% before, so
Mhm.
they have now raised that to 10%. They
Okay.
didn't buy 10% now.
Yes,
They just
but does-
bought 8%.
Does that substantially change anything that I said in regards to how much they were willing to spend to acquire 10% versus what they spent to acquire Funimation?
No, it does not change that. I'm just clarifying the facts.
All
So
right.
we are all in true fact area.
We're in fact area. Nice.
We've reached the fact zone.
We've achieved factual. we're over here occupying Factganistan, right? This okay. Allow me now to introduce. We're over here occupying Factganistan merch.
I think that true fact area is a better term than Factganistan.
Yeah, if you want, I can change at the bottom where it says bringing you just the facts with a side of autism to say, we live in true fact area.
That's the region, yes.
Factganistan, comma, true fact area. like that's the country.
That's the capital city.
Oh yeah. So anyway, let me know if you guys want
I
this.
think the
'Cause
capital city is Vatican.
I feel like this could go on a mug or a hoodie or whatever. Let me know if you guys like
A
it.
sticker.
I feel like
Sticker. I think a sticker would be good.
yeah. I could do anything. What the fuck I want? You want a thermos? Boom, let's do it.
Can we get anal brads of this?
Probably not.
Oh.
Well, so much for your
How about a
plan.
lamp? How about a lampshade?
I mean, I don't think I can make that, but I might be able to make things you could put on a lampshade, like a pillowcase or something.
A body pillow of this.
Okay.
Where's the foot and body pillow at? That's what the fans really want.
It's all neck.
Oh my.
All right. So, in other news, the Kamen Rider store has released what are these called? Sukajan jackets?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I first saw this, I reshared this and I thought I can get a Chojin Nager shirt jacket. And I was hyped. And then I saw that it was Kamen Rider. I'm like, why the fuck are you sharing this, Reese? I'm coming.
Chojin Rider instead.
I think the tagline was supposed to be like "I have arrived" or something, but they used "I'm coming" instead.
It's so good. Then there's also now count up your sins. Oh God, that's good.
It's funny that the first one that you showed had like the Japanese text all over it.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there thinking like, I
hero,
really
new
like
legend.
the gold highlights, like the like red sheeny color.
On the sleeve.
If it didn't have the common writer thing on it, I'd be like, I would wear that jacket, right? But they have the Japanese text on the arm, and I'm like, I could even live with whatever that says in Japanese because I don't give a shit. And I'm like, that must be how they feel with the English text, like whatever it says. I'm coming. I don't care. I don't know what it says.
I know what it's supposed to say.
All right. Anyway,
the bad thing about this though is that if you do want it, you can't try it on.
Yeah.
I think it's like you just buy it and like hope it fits, which kind of sucks.
There is an anime about Kamen Rider. Yeah. Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider. Is that the one? Yeah. I have desperately wanted to share stuff about it, but every single clip from it has been blocked worldwide. So, I still had a couple Toriko volumes from Right Stuff, but I had already given up on those and got them somewhere else. I actually got a code for it and ordered some stuff. Only annoying thing was I got 2 codes since it was 2 orders, but after I used one code, the other one didn't work. That's bullshit.
So you received the 20% off code.
Mm-hmm.
Can you confirm what the fine print on those codes are? I really am assuming that it's like it won't work if you have a subscription discount. Like it's not going to stack with that, and I would assume there's also a stipulation about the item like can't be on sale. I would bet.
Separate mosquitoes walking on my wall right now. What?
You should get that like laser system that zaps the wings off them.
Yeah. All right. Cyberpunk anime meets traditional culture in Ghost in the Shell gold leaf Japanese changing screens. But why? The Ghost in the Shell screens will be produced in limited quantities, and each will have a serial number. As you can probably guess, given their size and price, the Ghost in the Shell Techno Byobu aren't going to be stocked on the shelves of ordinary anime shops. Instead, they'll be offered for sale at the upcoming Ghost in the Shell the exhibition event, which will be held at Tokyo Node inside Tokyo's Toranomon Hills complex from January 30th. Why though? Does anybody even use a change? What is the purpose of a changing screen? You have a roommate in a studio apartment? Like what the fuck?
Maybe you're like self-conscious of how you look like undressing, but
So
you're
you
confident
you gotta
of your
have them
undressed.
look at the naked Motoko.
Well, that's the best part. That's the best part is it's like it's preventing you from seeing a naked body, but it is
But
a
it's
naked
showing
body.
you a naked body. Oh, and then there's this weird one. All right. Who the fuck's buying the silver ones? Come on. I mean, I know that the silver one is this one is more accurate to like the background from the scene, but I don't know, man. Go gold. Go home.
Have you seen the price of silver?
Yeah.
Been going crazy.
All right. Goddess of Victory Nikkei's Drake looking stylish for a new figure. Just saying, if they make a figure of that Zenless Zones Zero figure, I'm buying it just to spite them, right?
Wow.
Of which figure?
The one we looked at, the maid outfit one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I thought you were gonna say if they make a pillow
of this character, you're gonna get it.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I saw this at Anime Expo, I might buy this one too because I like the design.
She does look very cool.
Do not lean.
She's
She's
such a
a toonie
rebel.
or something.
Baddie.
Apparently, I saw this thing on TikTok from like it was like an interview with the CIA guy, but I'm like, it's like one of those guys where I've seen a few videos of him, and I'm like,
Are you talking about
know.
the guy with like the curly long hair?
There's two of them, but yeah, that's one of them, and then there's
Yeah.
another guy with glasses.
That guy, I do not believe a word he says.
Yeah, both of them. I don't know what's real of what they say, but anyway, they said the video I saw was like Americans like to lean on things,
Mhm.
and that's not
It's
a thing that people
it's
do
a
in
uniquely American
other cultures.
laziness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that must mean that this person is American.
Yep. All right.
CIA facts over in Afghanistan.
Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacations. Mari Rose gets a gorgeous Twinkle Rose figure. I gotta say, the figure looks better than she does in game. That's the one image, huh? Oh, for fuck's sake!
Your extension has forsaken you.
It's
here.
not the extension. It's literally how slow Sangoku Complex loads now.
No, I know, but the page loaded, but then your extension said, "Oh, I'm gonna make the, I'm gonna redirect you to the page with the URL
image
fixed."
instead of the yeah. All right.
And so then you have to wait for the page to load again.
I love how it's like the same image 3 times with a different background. Anyway, there you go. That's it.
It's got a long finger.
Japan's newest and craziest energy drinks are energy cards you drink from. Wow. Creators team up with Street Fighter franchise, say speedy energy delivery is great for gamers and students. Osaka-based UHA Mikakudo is launching a collaboration with video game publisher Capcom, releasing a total of 24 cards with character artwork from Street Fighter 6 on them. However, UHA Mikakudo isn't a card or collectible company, but a snack food and beverage maker. Okay, so the cards are little extras that come wrapped inside packages of cookies and chocolates or something, right? Nope. They're a part of an energy drink promotion, and the deal isn't that you get a free card taped to the can or bottle, because the card itself is what you drink the energy from, which feels retarded, because if you're supposed to collect them all, but you gotta bend them to bust out the stupid energy card, that just seems stupid.
I feel like society has solved the problem of getting liquid into face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we need to innovate on it.
Okay.
Dude,
But
getting
in
liquid
Japan,
into
they
face
always have
sounds
to
like
include card
something,
games
from
in
the
everything.
True
Hey,
Fact
baby,
Zone.
don't worry. I perfected getting liquid into face.
I don't know. I would never try sucking on a
zone?
card to, like how much liquid could there even be in the little card?
Right? Like it
gotta
says
be like
12
one
12
sip.
milliliters.
That's like a thimble of
Yeah.
fucking drink.
This is the new way that you get your communion wine with your Jesus themed card. This is his blood.
You know what we need to go back to? We need to go back to like the Capri Sun like pouches. Remember those?
I
Don't they
always
still
wondered
make
about
those?
those. Like, I always felt like if it was all moldy inside, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And I'd be drinking the mold. Right?
I don't know if they still make them.
Every once in a while, you get like a drink or food canister like that. Not like that, but like something similar, where you have an ability like to see the inside of the milk carton or whatever, and like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I should drink this. Yeah. But Capri Sun, it's like that shit's hidden.
Yeah. My family went to Disney World, whatever, Florida. And we were staying off Disney World, like in one of the hotels. And like we didn't go on vacation often.
Mhm.
And this was the first time we went to Florida, first time to the States actually. And we were staying at a hotel that had like the restaurant in the lobby for breakfast. And
Mhm.
so we got the breakfast one morning and I got a chocolate milk.
Continental breakfast.
Yeah. And it was like a carton of milk, right? And so I opened the carton of milk and I look into it and it looked like it had rice in it.
Oh.
And I'm like, is this normal? Like as a
Rice
kid, you're
milk?
like, you don't know what is normal, right? You're
Mhm.
like, oh, well, like in America, maybe their chocolate milk has rice in it, you know? I don't know. So
Mm.
I take a sip and I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna ask about this. I'm like, I asked my mom, I'm like, is there normally rice in chocolate milk? She's like, no. she got up and went and got me.
When you sucked it up, did it come up like rice coming through a straw?
I don't even remember it, to be honest.
Oh,
That'd be a core memory, dude. Like, oh, God.
Oh, no.
I learned to look for the expiration date after that part.
Yeah, I
do now, yeah.
When I was a kid, I was at a restaurant and I ordered a coffee. I drank coffee at a very young age, if you can believe it. And they brought me coffee creamer. And I have a distinct memory of pouring one in and it just kind of floated. And my mom had to ask them for a new coffee because the cream was bad. Like, and I was like, I just thought to myself, if this didn't happen in first grade or whatever time it was, and this happened to me as an adult, I'd have stirred that shit and drank it. Like, oh man, I would not have known. All right. So, developed in conjunction with Kindai University's pharmaceutical department, Energy Arts is a no caffeine energy drink with a very unusual container, a card. Instead of twisting off a cap and pressing down a tab, you hold the card by its edges, then fold it back against itself to snap open the center seam so that you can drink the liquid that's inside. It's kind of like you got to break the internal glow stick vial. Like, UHA Mikakudo says this is quicker and more convenient than a conventional energy drink. Is it? Is it though? Yeah, because a 5-hour energy shot's pretty convenient, you know, and it has caffeine in it. Since you can do the entire process with one hand and there's very little trash to take care of afterward. Because you know what would be even more convenient? Like a dissolving pill that you pop in your mouth and suck on for like 2 seconds, and then you get your energy and there's no trash. Right? Like,
I think they've made, well, for
they
the amount
they set out to solve a problem nobody had.
yeah, for the amount of like liquid, you could probably just make it a large pill shaped candy, right? For 12 milliliters. But they do have edible bottles now that I've seen that is like this like seaweed gel that they use to hold the water, and so you
have
can
rice milk in it.
no, it was just for water.
Yeah.
And so you like suck the water out of it and then you can eat the bottle. It's meant for the main use case of it that the people that made it were trying to get it into the market for was marathon runners. So you could hand it to them and then they could just, you know, drink the water and then eat the thing and there'd be no trash
the thing is that if it's something you can eat, you could also just throw that shit on the ground and it's biodegradable, you know, like
that too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Because of that, The creators boast that Energy Arts is perfect for people looking for a quick boost in meetings while studying or competing in esports. The last of which being ostensibly where the idea to team up with Street Fighter came from. As you can probably guess, the Energy Arts cards don't hold as much liquid as a regular can or bottle would, with a capacity of just 12 milliliters or 0.4 ounces. The concentrated Energy Arts formula, though, still delivers 1,000 milligrams each of amino acids, arginine, and citrulline. That's basically what's in a 5-hour energy shot, giving you the recharge of a full-size canned energy drink, the creators boast. Not only does... See, the thing is that there's an aspect of drinking an energy drink where it's like... It's kind of like a soda and a coffee at the same time, where as you drink it, like you... For example, I used to do this thing I don't recommend doing that I called the 5-hour bull ride, which is where you put a 5-hour energy drink inside of a Red Bull because it forces you to drink it slower. And then also you're doubling up, right? And it's not just, I call it the 5-hour bull ride, but I didn't usually use Red Bull because Red Bull tastes pretty awful, unless it's the only thing you can get in a pinch, and then it's great.
Yeah, I had like Tronies to mine.
What?
Flavors. I add flavored syrups to my energy drinks.
Like what?
Have you heard of like Dutch Brothers?
Yeah, but I'm thinking of I'm trying to remember there's like a flavored water thing. I'm trying to remember what it's called now. Miso or something. It's like it's really insanely fucking potent. like if you were to spray like a drop. Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
For me, I would just get schnapps, right? No, but they have this thing. It's called like I can't remember what it's called, but it's shaped in a little bottle with like a weird cap that you pop up, almost like it almost looks like a gum bottle, like a bottle of like you would pop it open and get like mints or gum out of. But it's got a liquid in it, and it's super fucking potent. So you put a drop in your drink, and you've got a flavored beverage, right? And I was just thinking like that wouldn't be a bad idea. But anyway, I can't remember the name of that now for some reason. The concentrated energy arts formula, though, so I read this. Not only does the smaller amount of liquid to drink let you get back to whatever you want to focus on more quickly.
The small amount of liquid is a feature.
Yeah,
not a
seriously.
bug.
It means fewer trips to the bathroom, too. Okay, fine. You got me there. Energy Arts will also keep for 18 months. So provided you don't accidentally break its seal, ostensibly you could keep one in your wallet in case of sudden energy needs. If it's also like a...
I would not trust this in my wallet.
If it's also like a Viagra style stimulant, then maybe, right? UHA Nikakudo is offering the Street Fighter Energy Arts cards in packs of 10 for 3,213 yen, or only $21 US, through Japanese crowdfunding site Makuake here between January 23rd and May 10th. Just be sure to keep them separate from any rare Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards you still have in your home that you don't want getting bent by accident. If they sell these at Tokyo Central, I'll probably buy some just to try it out. Anyway,
hold on.
Anime.
Hold on. Do you remember? I don't know if you had it in the States, but in Canada we had frozen concentrate. Did you ever have those? Like it's a can of like frozen
like orange, concentrated orange or whatever, and you put it in like a liquid to turn it into like orange juice.
Yeah, you stick it in like a juice jug and you just add water and it becomes your juice.
Yeah.
I learned the other day that Minute Maid is the last company in Canada that is off. I don't know about in the States, but in Canada, Minute Maid's the only company that makes them still, and it's owned by Coke. And they're now discontinuing frozen concentrate.
Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah. Pour out the juice for frozen concentrate.
I wish I could remember the name of this thing because like you could freeze it and it would be like 10-fold frozen concentrate. Drink oh, is it have I been calling it the right? No, it's not it. God, I can't remember the name of it. I'll remember later. I'll go to fucking 7-Eleven or something. It's a mixed drink that snaps. Yeah, pretty much. Walmart still makes frozen concentrate. Oh. You know what you could do is you could just get an Otter Pop and pretend. It's just watered down. All right. All right. Anime isn't like reality. Japanese police arrest man holding 3 knives, 1 in his mouth.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right. Downloaded. Wait, no. Oh, that was a mistake. Let me let me share with audio then.
本を持って歩いている男がいる。佐賀県唐津市の現場に駆けつけた警察官が見たのは、通報通り刃物を持った不審な男。包丁のような刃物を右手と左手に1本ずつ持ち、さらに通報にはない3本目は刃物を口にくわえていたというのです。銃刀法違反の疑いで現行犯逮捕されたのは近くに住む無職の男47歳です。
I don't understand, officer. I was just purchasing these 3 knives. I didn't have enough hands.
I feel like this would have been a perfect time to utilize that auto AI dubbing thing that YouTube has.
Well, he just realized the video
I didn't
existed.
know that this video was in there until this moment.
Was there an option?
No, you have to voice boost. What the fuck? That's interesting. So what I have to do for that is I have to download the video and upload it myself.
Yeah, but that's only because they haven't enabled.
Yeah, they haven't enabled it. Yeah,
but these people might have.
They didn't. It would have automatically done it.
Oh, it automatically does it. True.
Well, it would have if it was enabled. My settings on the account that I'm on would automatically be playing it in English.
I see.
But by God, if we can get it by the end of the article, we'll try. Okay. Leave the 3-bladed techniques to One Piece's Zoro. What's the appropriate number of knives to be holding? It's a question for which the answer really depends on the circumstances. If, for instance, you're in the process of shampooing your hair or playing basketball, you probably don't want to be holding any knives.
Unless you're in the hood.
Do you guys remember the Strong Bad kids don't play with too many knives?
No.
All right, we're going to risk this one. Especially considering it's probably not even on an official website yet. I'm uploading it. I'm sorry. I'm a coward. Just to make sure. Processing will begin shortly.
Oh,
God damn it. I forgot to set the thing to Japanese. God, hold on. English to Japanese. Okay. You have to set the language to Japanese so it knows that it needs to be changed to English. All right. While that's waiting, first of all, let me stop screen sharing that the wrong way and start screen sharing it the right way. Fuck. That's not it. There it is. Okay. And then let me upload this. And then let me double check. That's not it. Okay, we're good. Here it comes. Any second now. I'm checking on the English dub for this thing. Still not ready. Oh dear Lord, it's still uploaded. Okay, anyway, continuing to read while I wait for that. Never mind, it's done.
Put your pants back on, Blue Laser!
How could you possibly refer to these as pants?
Cheat Commandos, riggedy roll!
That's not what we usually say.
Whatever, it's riggedy roll from now on. Buy all the playsets and toys! Hi, kids! I'm Crack Stuntman! I'm the voice of the gun shaver on Cheat Commandos, here with an important rap song about safety and spring break. Bust it! Well, you're a rich kid living in the suburbs and there's not a whole lot to do. You stroll into the kitchen and what do you find? A bunch of knives cold staring at you. So, kids, don't play with too many knives. Come on, Crack Stuntman. Gonna save some lives. It's spring break. Curly's running wild. Jet to the beach wearing the freshest styles. Meet a bunch of kids from Alabama. Beach volleyball, slam-a-jamma. Putt-putt, go-karts, bungee jumping. Crack Stuntman keeps the bass bumping. Poo-ha-ha-ha, 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 poo-poo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Holla for $1. Shout for some clout. Somebody say holla for $1. Let's turn this party out. Bonfire on the beach and people start to dance. Find a fly girly for some beach romance. But then a fresh honey comes walking by. How can a man choose between fresh and fly? And believe me, there is a difference. Throw your hands in the air for some high fives. And kids, don't play with too many knives. And I am out. Download all the #1 gems.
Oh,
Amazing.
God.
Well,
Yes.
that is
So there you go, Reese. I thought that might have something to say about the hood. It did not. It did talk about being in the house in the suburbs. Meanwhile, I checked to see if the dub. No, failed. Okay. Oh, such a shame. He said as he uploads it a second time and doesn't forget to change the language to Japanese. Japanese. There we go. All right, here we go. Back to the article. Where am I? There I am. Okay. All right. What's the appropriate number of knives to be holding? It's a question for which the answer really depends on the circumstances. If, for instance, you're in the process of shampooing your hair and playing basketball, you probably don't want to be holding any knives. However, there are a lot of activities for which having one knife is perfectly appropriate, such as if you're cooking
jogging,
such as if you're cooking and defending your sister in Ireland or whatever, such as if you're cooking a meal or whittling woodwork. 2 knives, things are getting questionable there, but maybe there are some high-level situations where you can achieve greater efficiency in your culinary or crafting plans by using 2 different blades in tandem.
Like if you wanted to cut up a pot into slices.
Yes.
Just to show off the sharpness of your blades.
Of your cursed armor. But I think we can all agree that once you get up to holding 3 knives at once, there is a perfectly reasonable reason to hold 3 knives. You're pretending to be Wolverine.
You're just pretending to be Zorro. That's what be my excuse. Oh, I'm Zorro.
Well, that was his excuse too. Let's see how it worked out for him.
Wolverine, you'd be up to 6, right?
Well, you only do it one hand at a time. How many knives you got? All right. But I think we can all agree that once you get up to holding 3 knives at once, you're probably going to start attracting negative attention, especially if, since you're out of hands, you decide to hold one in your mouth like a man in Japan's Saga Prefecture did last weekend. Last Sunday morning, a call came in to the emergency police 110 line from a woman in the town of Karatsu who said she'd seen a man walking along the road carrying a knife in each hand. While the transportation of bladed instruments in and of itself isn't illegal in Japan, the expectation is that the knives are to be secured/stowed when in transit. Police officers were dispatched to the neighborhood where the man was seen, and at around 8:40 a.m., they found him, not only holding knives in both hands, but with a third clenched between his teeth. As shown in the video above, the 3 blades with lengths of 13.5, 17, and 18 centimeters, which one was in the mouth, appeared to be cooking knives, with the man holding the 3rd knife in his mouth by the handle, which is slightly less suspicious looking than if he had had the blade itself in his mouth. No, then he just looks like a pirate climbing a rope ladder. Nevertheless, the police, understandably, wanted to know what sort of plans he had that required him to have more knives than hands. After either removing the 3rd knife from his mouth or perhaps just speaking very carefully, the man told the officers, "I'm on my way to an acquaintance's house to get some vegetables." That's how I imagine it sounded with the knife in his mouth still. It's worth noting that the Japanese phrase the man used, "Yasai wo tori ni," can mean to get vegetables, harvest vegetables, or take vegetables. Going through those possibilities, knives aren't usually required to get in the sense of receive things. And for harvesting vegetables, shovels tend to be much more useful than bladed instruments. Knives, of course, can be effective tools for taking things, but only if you're taking them through the threat of violence, which the police tend to frown on. Really, the only good way to be walking around with a bladed instrument gripped in your mouth is if you are, in fact, Roronoa Zoro. Unfortunately for the 3-knifed man, the police determined that he is not Pirate Anime One Piece's master swordsman, and is instead an unemployed 47-year-old local resident.
Why is it always unemployed?
As such, it was felt that he had no lawfully appropriate reason to be brandishing the blades in public, and he has been placed under arrest on suspicion of violating Japan's sword and firearm control law. And then I checked the 2 uploads I've done to see if we managed to get an English dub. First one's a no.
Would it be somehow better?
I have no dub. Sorry, Reese. Hey, guess what? I have to pee again, so we can we can stop.
He's dubless.
I think he has health issues.
Definitely.
I mean, he does drink a lot of caffeine.
Walmart still makes frozen concentrate.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
That
was the last.
Maybe in the States. I don't know, but the news article said Minute Maid was the last place in Canada to do it. So.
I want to say we still have a can of frozen concentrate something in the freezer downstairs. But I have no idea how old it is. Because I have no idea when the last time we even bought frozen concentrate was.
Also, it was ending this year, so like. presumably there would still be frozen concentrate on the shelf for a little bit still, but it's just going to go away, right?
Oh, really?
Oh, you weren't here for that?
I must have not been listening.
Yeah. Frozen concentrate is no more.
Well, my mom
In
loves
Canada.
that stuff, so rip her.
Yeah, my dad uses it to make slushy drinks. Like he'll get
Oh,
the
wow.
limeade and just like scoop some scoops into a blender. So
Wow, scooping some scoops, eh?
yeah.
All right. Well, sadly, still not good. All right. Moving this over here. Reminding myself to include the strong bad rap in the doc. Okay, here we go. Man arrested in rural Japan on charges of leaving obscene DVDs in stores as gifts for healthy men.
Healthy man.
Hero arrested wrongfully in Japan on charges of leaving men with treasure.
Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes it's handcuffs.
Commitment to physical media. Hold on. Hold on. I had to get that one ready. Commitment to physical media apparently stronger than concern for consent for the woman shown in videos. Women, plural. Generally, generosity is considered a virtue, an active willingness to give something of value to others without any expectation of compensation or reward in return, is, all else equal, the sort of mentality that would make our world a better place if more people had it. I agree wholeheartedly.
This man is doing the Lord's work.
Father
Give him a
Teresa
medal.
over here. However, all else has not been equal in the town of Komatsushima in Tokushima Prefecture. At around 3 a.m. on December 9th, a laundromat worker discovered that someone had left the DVD on a counter within the facility with the following message written on the disc's otherwise blank surface. For healthy men, feel free to take this. It's not clear whether the laundromat worker personally checked the disc's contents or if that was done by police. But in any case, the disc turned out to contain indecent videos and still photos of women. Now, I want to point out, in the Sangoku Complex article, not only did it say, energetic men, please help yourselves, but they also said this DVD reportedly contained images and videos of an adult woman living in the prefecture. So not women, woman, right?
I think the best defense would be, sir, judge, were the cops energetic, healthy men? I don't think so. Therefore, they should
It wasn't
never
for them.
have touched the DVD.
So I think the big issue here is the genitalia not being mosaic blurred is really the only crime, right?
This man is a saint.
As this term is generally not applied in criminal proceedings to professionally produce pornography, the insinuation is that the disc showed women either engaged in sexual acts or in compromising situations taken by upskirt or hidden restroom cameras, either without consent to be filmed or for the images to be distributed. Local media reports that the women shown in the images are residents of Tokushima, and with the prefecture being one of Japan's least populous and not known for having an especially outsized amateur porn community.
Oh no. You don't know. You don't know.
That would make it all the more
CD
likely that
groups.
the images were voyeuristic in nature and taken without consent. Somewhat ironically, unobtrusive recording may also have led the police to the person responsible. A similar DVD was left in a convenience store near the laundromat on the same night. And after
They can
examining,
triangulate the location.
And after examining in-store security from the two locations, investigators say they were able to identify a 67-year-old construction company executive from Mima, a few towns over. The man has since been placed under arrest on suspicion of distribution of disturbing obscene recorded media. The construction executive is denying the charges, saying that, quote, "I did not leave obscene DVDs in the stores." However, several other incidents of obscene DVDs being left in places where they could be found by the general public have recently taken place in Komatsushima, and investigators are looking into whether there is evidence in those cases that also point to the suspect. Damn, that was a very big letdown. I want to read this article too. 67-year-old company executive in Tokushima Prefecture has been arrested on suspicion of leaving DVDs containing inappropriate material in public locations, such as convenience stores and a laundromat, allowing unspecified members of the public to view them, though the suspect denies the allegations. According to the police, the suspect is a construction company executive living in Wakimachi in Mima City. He was arrested on January 14th on suspicion of distributing obscene digital media after allegedly leaving a DVD in a laundromat and convenience store in Komatsushima City on December 9, 2025. The DVD reportedly contained images and videos of an adult woman living in the prefecture. By placing the disc inside commercial facilities accessible to the general public, police say the suspect allowed an unspecified number of customers to view the contents, which led to the charge. I don't know, though. I don't know. Because if you leave a DVD, it's not like you pick up the DVD and see what's in it. Like, they'd have to come and put the DVD back. I mean, if you go to his house and find his, 90s CD, DVD spindle, and it's towards the bottom, maybe you could say, oh shit, you released more DVDs, right? I don't know. The case came to light after an employee at the laundromat consulted police, prompting investigation. Authorities say they were able to identify the suspect through security camera footage and interviews conducted in the surrounding area. Police also stated that the DVD had a handwritten message reading, "Energetic men, please help yourselves," which contributed to suspicions that it was intentionally left for others to find. During questioning, the suspect denied the allegations, telling investigators that he did not place any inappropriate DVDs in the locations in question. Police have indicated that similar DVDs have been discovered at multiple locations within Komatsushima City, and they are continuing the investigation under the assumption that there may be additional related incidents. Damn. Well, we double covered it, so it better have a follow-up. I'm checking on our dub. I got it. Come on. Commento. Speaking of reminders, AC, don't forget to check and see if you have the Jujutsu Kaisen limited editions, and then if you don't, ordering them. Thank you. They're in the storage unit. But I will see if there's any LEs in here, in the box that I keep underneath my desk here. Does not look to be. That is my Silent Hill collection. And in this one, I'm pretty sure this is all other than the I Parry Everything box. I don't know if you saw, but I did in fact get my other DVD from Amazon, and it was also Sans slipcover. Anyway, all right, whatever. I'll have to look. I definitely need to get those. I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, we uploaded that video. Here we go.
A man was walking around with two bladed weapons. Police officers who rushed to the scene in Saga City saw a suspicious man carrying a knife, just as they had been told. He was holding one knife-like blade in each hand, and the third blade, which was not reported, was in his mouth. A man aged 20 who lives nearby and is a right-hander was arrested on the spot on suspicion of violating the Shigeto law. He was on his way to pick up vegetables from an acquaintance's house as the reason he was carrying 3 bladed weapons in both hands and in his mouth.
He is said to have
denied the charges.
Wow.
I don't know about you, but that made the experience all the more better having that dubbed.
I agree. You're welcome. A woman uses a hand grenade as a hammer for 20 years, lives to tell the tale. A 90-year-old Chinese woman unknowingly used an old hand grenade to crack nuts and hammer nails for 2 decades after finding the unexploded ordnance in a field one day. The woman, surnamed Qin, told Chinese reporters that she was working on her farm in Shangjiang in Hubei province when she found this strange metal lump with a wooden handle. Convinced it was a makeshift hammer, she took it home and used it to pound all kinds of tough objects, from nuts to metal nails. It was only last week when a team of men working on demolishing her old house noticed the hand grenade that the retired woman learned she had been gambling with her life every time she had used it. And she used it a lot, as police reported that the grenade's wooden handle had become smooth and glossy from years of use, while the metallic head was full of dents. Damn. I've been using it at home to pound red pepper, crack nuts, and hammer in nails. Keen can be heard saying casually in a video that had been doing the rounds in China since June 2023. After the workers demolishing the woman's house alerted authorities about the hand grenade, the Hyongbao police station quickly dispatched a special unit that confirmed that the suspicious object was indeed a hand grenade, more specifically a Chinese Type 67. Well, that's why it didn't blow up. It was made in China. Right. That it somehow withstood the abuse the woman had subjected it to for the last 20 years. Speculating on why the old hand grenade hadn't exploded, some claimed that it must have been a training grenade identical to a real one, but not filled with explosives. However, that theory has been debunked by the police statement that the grenade had been properly destroyed to avoid accidental injury. It seems that Keen was just exceptionally lucky. Apparently, even hand grenades have principles and won't explode on kind-hearted elderly people. One person commented on Weibo. It's pretty small. It's impressive that Grandma Keen used the hand grenade as a hammer for over 20 years without ever pulling the fuse out of curiosity, someone else wrote. Interestingly, Chinese news reports stated that the old hand grenade was so severely damaged that part of the fuse had become exposed. Had the woman been curious enough to pull it, the consequences could have been deadly. Yep.
I feel like we need a video of it blowing up.
I agree. Grok, get on that.
No, not a fake video.
Like the woman,
Doesn't
that woman
count if it's
who
fake.
tried to throw back the flashbang in Minnesota recently.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh man, we can save it for another day, I suppose. But there was a story of a woman who was in China that was trying to get a selfie with a snow leopard.
Leopard? Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can even show that. That was brutal.
She got the selfie.
She got the selfie, and she got a reminder that will last longer than the photo.
Assuming that selfie isn't AI, but
Should we just show that? Like, would this be a good time to just pull that in now?
Don't show it.
the selfie doesn't show anything. It was pre fuck find out.
Yeah.
It was in the fuck around stage.
Oh, squeamish viewers, turn away. Look at that shit-eating grin, too. Oh. I don't think you actually see an attack, right? You just see the aftermath?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's covering her face.
Yeah.
You can just
But
kind of
you
see
see like
some
the blood dripping down.
Yeah.
Oh, music
That's her.
isn't copyright playing.
You can just mute it.
Or we can just keep talking through it and try and,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, that's.
Oh, you can just see it pouring out of her face. I think
Yeah.
they blurred her face too.
I thought they said she died.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, she
I don't-
seemed kind of still
I don't
sentient
think she
there.
died.
Well, I don't think she died right there, but she might have
No,
died. from
I
infection
don't.
later.
I think she is still alive.
I
Footnote,
imagine
where's
she
your
is.
source on the death?
It was Keemstar. No, I don't. I saw that scrolling Twitter, and for some reason that popped up in For
Yeah.
You. I think.
The comments are so good, though.
Anything for the gram. To be fair,
Yeah.
that's a pretty fucking awesome selfie.
Yeah.
If it was a live, one of those live 2D photos or whatever.
Yeah, the live for
Yeah,
iPhones, the live
Yeah,
photos.
live photo. Yeah, you get like the next frame is just the big paw.
Oh,
taking
no.
it off, right?
So just scrolling down to the comments on that is just so
Oh no, come on.
it's gold.
All right, fine.
Like I think one of them swapped positions, like the cat was like, "Just I'm having Chinese for lunch."
Oh, jeez. Okay, apparently I inferenced the phrase "mauled to death" in my head.
Oh god. Looks to be some kind of menu.
She's probably gonna have
That's
massive facial reconstruction, though.
yeah.
Back to eat this idiot. Hashtag blessed.
That was her in her peak, guys.
Chinese for lunch it is. There's the one.
Eating a meal.
Oh no.
Chinese.
Did you touch my penis? Maybe that's why it attacked her. She went for a handful.
I'm waiting for one to be like how the turntables.
Oh.
How do you feel if that was you? Like, oh no. Would that be a picture that you're proud of or traumatized by now yourself?
Well, this is why I think it might have been AI, because like, did she upload it somewhere? Like, how did people get this photo?
I think that's why I assumed she did die, because they would have recovered it from her phone or something, right? That or she's in the hospital and she posted, yeah, I made a mistake. Oh my god, what?
All right, here's our SpongeBob. Surgeons banned after billionaire dies during penis enlargement surgery.
How do you fuck that up?
Seriously.
Like you tried
What's
on
the limit?
king.
14 inches. Like-
Their jelk machine was too powerful.
Well, let's read and find out.
Belgian-Israeli diamond dealer Ehud Ari Laniado, 65, while undergoing the procedure at a French clinic known for operating on wealthy clients who would pay tens of thousands. Oh my! It's like it's one thing to have your dick ruined. It's another thing to die and end up in the news, right? Like this guy had a penis so tiny, he was desperate and got killed for it. Like, surgeons have been banned.
His epitaph still reads still has a tiny dick.
What if his life's goal was to get his foreskin back? Surgeons have been banned from practicing plastic surgery after a billionaire patient died during a penis enlargement procedure. Belgian-Israeli diamond dealer Ehud Arie Laniato, 65, died of a heart attack during the procedure to enlarge his penis at the St.
Wait, how old was he? 65? Jesus, dude.
Doesn't even seem like it's their fault.
Well, I mean, what if he died of a heart attack because they made his dick so big that all the blood went to it when they were trying to test it out?
It probably
Yeah, it was. Yeah, what you don't know is it was successful.
Yeah,
but then on his first
world's
hard on,
biggest,
he
here
cocked
lies the man with the world's biggest penis.
Too much blood flowed away from his heart
Yeah.
into his penis, and yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
guess that-
saying. Oh my god.
How you wet dream during your penis surgery?
His
It
star
keeps getting
surgeon,
bigger!
his star surgeon, known as Guy H, was known for operating on wealthy clients, and he treated a hood 2 to 4 times a year in procedures costing tens of thousands of euros. First, I want
What
the
do you-
left
he's
testicle
centimeter-
shape. Then the
I was
right.
going to say a centimeter per year,
Yeah.
right? Like you got to go slowly.
It's like that in Dragon Ball Super, Broly, when they're like, I want to give the impression that I'm still growing. So Frieza wants to get the dragon to make him like an inch taller or something. Wealthy Omega Diamonds owner Ehud would be operated on out of office hours. He had been having injections into his penis to make it appear larger. An investigation was swiftly opened into potential manslaughter charges following his death, though it soon shifted to charges of failing to assist a person in danger, drug offenses, and failing to assist a person in danger, drug offenses, and practicing medicine without a license.
Oh, well, that seems like the biggest issue right there.
A Paris court on Wednesday suspended Guy H's license and sentenced him to 15 months behind bars.
Wait, how can he be operating without a license how could he get his license suspended if he was operating without a license?
His surgeon, who had been standing in for him on the evening of Ehud's death, was handed a 12-month suspended sentence. They'd have rejected his license too, but he didn't have one. They've been permanently banned from practicing medicine and must pay 50,000 euros. Wow. And 20,000 euros respectively. Seriously. This guy, that's probably not even like 10% of what this guy spent, you know? Quote, when investigators looked into the cause of death, the injection into the penis was quickly ruled out. The question remained why the surgeon had made an initial call for help at 8 p.m. before a second call, this time to the fire department 2 hours later. The defendants initially claimed that the first call had been made due to Ehud's irritable behavior and him insisting to have the injections despite complaining of abdominal pain. So was he awake? Did he like observe? Yes, I want the injection there. That's the part that's not big enough. Like the source continued, quote, it's easy to say in hindsight that the heart attack started there. But since the patient had an ulcer, it was impossible to consider a heart problem, and emergency services wouldn't have been called out for such a minor issue. The surgeon
they forgot to have the guy sign the waiver.
The surgeon attempted CPR, but it was not enough to save Ehud's life. His lawyer, Martin Renaud, added, quote, "This cardiac incident could have happened anywhere, even in a pizzeria." Did you think of that? Would the pizza maker have been prosecuted in that case? While the death occurred in shocking circumstances, an unnamed Parisian practitioner said that the incident did not come as a surprise. They said, quote, "This will still cause a stir in a clinic that relies on its name, its techniques, and where the entire family works. But this affair will surprise no one. In these upper echelons of cosmetic surgery, they often bend the rules." Wow. That was it. All right. Green Line. Have you finished Those Who Hunt Elves?
Yeah, I finished it. I forgot that my PlayStation could do 1.4 times speed, so I finished Those Who Hunt Elves, so I can talk about it.
Proud of you.
Yeah. Which
Well,
I
I'm
know
not
that's
proud
the
of me,
TikTok
so-
crowd of like, oh my gosh, I watch anime at 1.5. I just was trying to get through it, and like Random said, there's some parts of it that are just insufferable.
So before we started the show tonight, I said something like the show is fun, but it's too long. It doesn't need to be 24 episodes, right? Like the show could have been 6 great episodes, and then you'd have been like, that was fun. You know, I enjoyed that. But instead, it's not 6 episodes.
It
It's 24
overstays its welcome
It
way
very
too
much
fucking long.
overstays its welcome. I do remember this from my first time watching it, like feeling as though it was good and it had some funny bits. Like the first episode's hilarious, where it's like, get us the elf or your brother's going to be sleeping with us, right? And all these little funny jokes. Last podcast, when we covered the first season, I
Bye.
hadn't. What?
He's leaving.
Goodbye. Enjoy. Watch Eminence in Shadow. He hasn't left yet.
He's still here.
Yeah. Also, when you leave, go to StreamYard.com/upload.
I'm also might follow suit because I also
Yeah.
did it.
I know.
So I'm gonna just.
I'm just
dip
gonna
in the
pull you
background.
guys into the background. All right. Anyway, so when we covered the first season last podcast, I had not finished rewatching it, and I had forgotten because you were talking about the clip show episode. Holy shit, that was the best episode in the whole series. Where
Episode
they're getting
12?
sued?
No.
Oh my god, that was
Fuck that.
goddamn hysterical.
Nothing even happened. Like
It doesn't
there's
matter.
no-
The funny thing about it is like that they're literally doing all of this shit and not being held accountable for it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they're literally dragged before a grand jury like, to answer for their crimes. And then it goes so poorly for the prosecution that they become legally entitled to strip elves for the remainder of the series. That shit was hilarious.
I don't know. I didn't like it. And then even the jab at the end where she's like, our worlds have merged so much that like you're even having a court case over this, like because you wouldn't have a court case over this normally, but you haven't even noticed that like the reason we're having this is because our worlds are merging.
Yeah.
And then they still have that like prosecutor guy show up in season 2 and the
in season
judge.
2, like the whole merging doesn't even fucking matter. Like
Yeah,
at the end of season 1, they made it seem
it's
like
never
was
brought up
real.
again. Although like the whole thing, like they never, like spoilers, like but like they never get back to Japan.
Yeah.
Well,
'cause I
they
finished it,
never
so there's no-
finish collecting all of the segment, like the spells fragments.
Yeah.
It's like the whole purpose of this anime was just to like make
It
crap.
felt like a time waster. It felt like a big waste.
At the end, because like I had seen it previously, and I didn't think they got back home when I was rewatching it. But when they got to the part with like the giant baby that was like voiced by Greg Ayres or
Yeah.
whatever, and he brought all the spell fragments. I was like, oh shit, did I forget about this? Did they get back home? Nope.
Nope. And it's ridiculous. It's like, and then the previous episode that Random mentioned in Watch Club discussions, they could have just gone home with the wish thing or whatever. And it's like, wait,
that's what I said.
Like,
No,
what?
That was me.
You.
Yeah, all good.
What?
So
that must have been on Twitter then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said that on Twitter. Yeah. So the statement I made was that there are multiple times in the series where they are given access to like a magical property of some kind, a magical wish or a genie or something, where they could wish for whatever they want, and they always wish for something extremely short-sighted when they could simply wish to be back home in Japan.
Yeah.
Right.
And I feel like a show like this could have worked if they were assholes like in Konosuba. I don't know if either of you have seen Konosuba, but like
I have not, but I'm eager to.
If these were like douchebags, then it'd be funny.
Konosuba starring It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia cast.
If these guys were portrayed out to be douchebags and a bunch of this terrible stuff was happening to them, then it'd be funny. You know, like, we want to go back to Japan or whatever. But then it's like Junpei is described as being like virtuous and honorable, but like he'll, like I mentioned in the first discussion, he'll just tear Elves' clothes off and like have no remorse or forgiveness about it. So there's a bit like his character feels kind of juxtaposed, kind of just feels like, I don't want to call it paradoxical, but like they want to portray him as virtuous, and then there's times where he is, but then there's other times where it's like, if you're so like a good-natured dude, if you're as honorable as the story claims, why are you doing this to, like, why are you forced, like, I don't want to sound fucking like a whiny woke crybaby, but like it's because his character didn't seem fully like fleshed out in that regard. Like, if you want to portray a Roshi where he's a pervert, that I can get behind, but the show didn't portray him as a pervert. It just portrayed him as like a guy who just wanted to get it over with. And it's like, okay, but it's not going to take you guys like 5-10 minutes to convince these girls to, hey, undress with Aerie and whatever her other bitch face is. Or, hey, we have the head elf with us, undress in front of her, please, and show us the spell fragment. Or, hey, please, do you have a strange marking on your body? We're looking for strange markings. And Celestia, there's times where I didn't even notice this. She can detect the spell fragments on them. If you can detect
it seemed
then
like
you
it
don't
wasn't.
need to remove the fucking clothes.
It seemed like it wasn't very accurate.
So the thing that makes them removing the clothes egregious is that it wasn't even fan service.
Yeah, it's not. Sometimes
like
it is.
if you had done it as fan service, we could have at least gotten behind what your intention was.
Like there was times where I feel like season 2 was a little bit better with fan service, as I mentioned, but that's just barely. Like they stepped it up by a couple of decimal points, because there was a couple scenes. One episode I liked, because I'm a dick and I don't like Junpei, is when he had to go take a shit and he couldn't find any toilet paper.
So can I give you a heads up about that episode?
Yeah.
So they called it Teepee Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually Kami Mountain.
God Mountain.
So yeah, they thought it was going to be a mountain of the gods, but Kami has 3 meanings in Japanese, or at least 3: God, hair, and paper. So it was Paper Mountain once they got to the top of it and found all the toilet paper. Yeah. So they called it Teepee Mountain, as in like a teepee, like the shape of a like a Indian teepee.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
weirdly, that's a localization change that I can get behind.
That worked. I mean, it was good enough, right? The only thing I didn't like about calling it Teepee Mountain is that
it was too on the nose.
It worked as a subtitle because you could see them spell it Teepee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the line where she says it's not Teepee Mountain, it's TP Mountain, right? In the subtitle, that landed. But in the actual show, if you weren't thinking of a teepee, because it wasn't really shaped like a teepee, it was mountain shaped and tall, but it wasn't quite, like a teepee.
It's one of those things where it's like if they included extra dialogue for once that said, "Oh, you mean like those Indian, like those Native American?"
So that's the hilarious part about season 2. Like I don't really want to repeat myself on my thoughts on season 1, but for season 2, with season 1, they changed the dub, right? To the point where it made episodes more confusing because they changed the dub. They changed the meaning of what was happening. But in this season, they stuck very close to the subtitle. I think
so you did watch the dub. I didn't think you watched the dub for season 2.
Yeah,
I noticed that too.
I watched the dub and I turned the subtitles on for most of the episodes because in this one
they might have gotten backlash from like the community. About that.
Well, I mean, maybe even the licensors were like, "Hey, can you be more accurate?" But or maybe they just realized that it wasn't.
I think they realized it wasn't necessary.
Yeah,
that would have
or that they even looked at it and they're like, "Yeah, these jokes aren't funny."
There's this whole like thing about people watching shows with subtitles on, like, "Oh, I can't watch a show without my subtitles on." Well, I don't care really. Like, I can watch a show without subtitles, but I can't stand watching a show that has subtitles where they don't match up to what's actually being said.
Yeah.
So when, like in season 1, I couldn't
Especially
just sit
if they're
there
completely off.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I couldn't with season 1. They were so off. I couldn't sit there and like have the subtitles on because it was they're completely unrelated.
Even with me, as I previously mentioned in the last watch club, like I didn't have subtitles on, and even I noticed in certain parts like that doesn't sound right. Like what the fuck? Like
So in season 2, when they were more accurate, I was like, okay, I can leave them on. And I think the only time that I noticed that it was different, like there was one part where Junpei's saying a bunch of shit, and like just for like they couldn't fit all of that info in, so they truncated what Junpei said. But the one that was like, oh, this is now actually you've changed the meaning, was when man, I suck with the names. Celsia is cooking for them, and Eri comes to her and she's talking to her, and she has the fish on the hook, or no, she's about to cut the fish up and the fish like jumps off the table, and Celsia says like, don't worry, because she's trying to cheer them up by making them food, so she's like, don't worry, that was just my portion. But in the dub she says, don't worry, that was your portion, and it's like, wait, what? Like, so that was like the one thing that I noticed that was like weirdly different.
I want to just share something else. Well, she appeared to be indicating I should eat her alive, but I may have misinterpreted her entirely.
Oh no.
And then this is what she wanted.
Oh no.
This is what she got.
Christ.
So I kind of was half listening to that part of the article. Like, so she didn't die, but she got like mauled. She was trying to.
There wasn't an article about it.
Yeah, her face was like torn up from.
And so was the photo fake or was it legitimate?
We don't know, but it seems like she got the selfie, and then
if it was real, like,
and then she got fucked up because.
Anyway, so one thing that I think you'll guys will agree with me on this. If not, it's fine. The fucking panda bear. It's like we're doing this again with the same character too. We can't like have it be another character in the party that's like an animal, because that worked out so well for the first. Panda bear? Yeah. It's like, oh, we're gonna give her another animal form. It's like, why, dude?
Yeah.
Like I don't hate.
What was that part where she's like, there was the one elf and she's like, so you have this these panda markings, so your embarrassment is 100%, but I turned back into a girl during a full moon or whatever, so my embarrassment is only 50% or whatever.
No, it was 10 out of like it was you have an embarrassment of a 10, and
Yeah.
I have an embarrassment of 3.
Yeah, and then
like
and then
3
she's like, if
stars.
I take your panda markings, then I will have an embarrassment of 10, and you'll have embarrassment of 0. So
Yeah.
maybe I'm okay with not taking
The
these
stupid thing
self
about that whole thing was like all that had to happen was for her to wait until the day for her to take the marking back.
Yeah.
Because when she took the first marking, it didn't change. Right?
Mhm.
It didn't change her into the panda. It was only the fact that she took the marking while she was a panda
Yeah,
that was
while
an
she
issue.
was-
And then also it's like, so the whole thing with her, like, oh well, once she's taken the marking, makes her stuck as the panda because it doesn't like you changing. And it's like, oh well, then why did it let her change into the panda at all? Because she had a marking already, right? So she should have been stuck as human or elf form, right?
Yeah, and there was also that part where she like took off the necklace and then became a human again and then immediately lost.
Well, that was because the baby sucked up the mark off of her.
Yeah.
So once the mark went off of her, she changed back into her human form. And the
Yeah.
necklace coming off didn't seem to, like, I don't know what it just broke because she changed into a
Yeah.
human, maybe?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It was I think it was a
But,
cursed object or something, wasn't it?
No, it was just a necklace. She said something about it being like a thing that had her like life essence in it or something, and she was going to throw it at the baby and like sacrifice herself. But that's basically all it said.
I was hoping for, and you kind of did get this for the record. It kind of did give me this, but the episode where you have the undressing freaks or whatever the hell they were. I was hoping
the people who wanted them to.
Yeah, the people who stole clothes off of people's backs. Yeah, the freaks in leotards or whatever the hell they were. I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah.
And I kind of did get that. Some introspection from Junpei, like, because at first I thought these people were copying him. Like, oh, we can undress these girls because we're going to be like that one guy from Those Who Hunt Elves or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and I thought it'd be some, like, sort of introspective of, like, maybe I shouldn't do these things.
Yeah.
You know, it'll encourage people. Because, again, Junpei strikes me as a guy who isn't a terrible person. Like, in the realm of, like, I'm doing this because I want to go back home, even though that reasoning kind of falls apart when you really think about the logistics of
Right.
how long it would take to convince. And the 1,000 markings, the first season was 5. Why are there 1,000 in season 2?
Yeah,
it's
There's
like
more than
what?
1,000.
Yeah, like it's 1,500 or
1,013
whatever.
were left, I think.
And it's like, what? Why so many this time around? And it's like we've only got like 6 episodes left. What was the point of that? Like, just have it be like, oh, we have, because that gives us, it's not finding the One Piece. We're not going to have 1,000 episodes of Those Who Hunt Elves. It's just make it, you have 4 markings left or whatever the hell. Like, so you can have that breathing room.
Honestly, I think that the gimmick of the show is that you're experiencing this fantasy world where the writer can make whatever they want happen. And so the idea was that if you what the fuck? I got logged out. The idea is that if you put an end to it, then you will reach a point where you can't write anymore. Right. And I think that they've given themselves open to being able to write more by never giving a ability for them to ever collect all the spell fragments.
Right.
So
except when they tried to towards the end.
Going back to the whole thing with the dub being different, there were a couple instances where this season was confusing in the Japanese. Like even the Japanese was just like, "What are you doing?"
So I haven't mentioned this on podcast yet, but I bought the manga because I wanted to see if the rice thing was in there.
Oh, I assume
that's
it
the
is.
entire reason I bought it.
Okay.
And from what I understand, the manga, according to ChatGPT, and who the fuck knows if ChatGPT is correct or not, But from what I understand, the manga is not adapted 1-to-1 in the anime. So I don't know if it's actually going to be in there, but I'll check right when I get it.
So in this one, the thing about the rice made sense in season 1. Like in the Japanese, it made sense. It's like, oh, like as long as you get past the like, well, rice makes you clean somehow. It's like, okay, fine. That whole thing made sense.
The way that I understand it, and I had to ask like 4 different AIs. Grok is the only one that seemed to give me a confident answer that made sense. But in Japanese ghost stories, there is a common trait where a ghost will return to the duties and the mundane tasks of their life.
Yeah, but it wasn't just ghosts.
Well, but it was the episode
No,
where
but
they
there were
with the astral projection where they had the girl, the ghost.
It was that episode, but when Junpei goes in there and he sees the one ghost, sure, that was there, but there were other elves in that, I guess they weren't elves, but there were other people in that bathhouse or the rice house. So like unless they were all elves, unless they were all ghosts, then I don't think it has anything to do with ghosts.
So again, the idea that I got from Grok and whatnot was that in Japanese ghost stories, and again, the whole thing that they were chasing after was the ghost, right? Was that ghosts will do the thing that they commonly would do, almost like a reflex, right? And so there's like in Japanese folklore ghost stories, like there sometimes is like a unexpected twist where the ghost is chasing someone and then switches over to their mundane task or whatever, like cleaning a window or something. And so the idea behind that was that if we got the ghost, if we chased the ghost enough, the ghost would get all sweaty. And therefore, if we create a presentation where they could be drawn into a bathhouse, they would want to take a bath because they were sweaty.
Yes.
And that would be the mundane thing that you do after getting sweaty during the day.
Well,
right?
I don't think it has anything to do with being a ghost. I think it just has to do with if you're sweaty, you would want to take a bath.
Yes. So the way that Grok explained it or whatever was that the idea behind it is that they were trying to create the scenario that would cause the ghost to go into the bathhouse where they could then see its naked body in the translucent water. But what happened instead is that it decided to go to get some rice, which is something you might also do after
Go rewatch that scene, man. You've misinterpreted it completely.
Well, again, I only looked into it after our last discussion.
Yeah, well,
so
you should have rewatched it.
I should.
That's not what happens at all.
But anyway, then
they
she
get to the
bathes
bathhouse
in the
thing,
rice, right?
Pardon?
She then bathes in the rice.
Yeah, but it's not just her. That's the thing.
Yeah. So
it is a thing that they do in that universe is that they bathe in the rice.
And the joke, which is not very good, that I only derived from what the AI determined the joke would be, is that if they had gotten her to bathe in the hot spring, they would be able to see through the water to see if she had any spell fragments. But instead, in universe, they're bathing in rice, and that's opaque, meaning that they couldn't see when she was bathing in the rice if she had spell fragments. So the whole setup for the episode is just a stupid joke of you didn't expect that, and it's like
that interpretation is retarded.
That's what the best I could get out of AI, and that's why I bought the manga to see if I could get a better understanding of it.
I think the joke is just in that universe they bathe in rice, not that rice is opaque, because when you strip down to go for a bath they can still see you. And that's the whole thing. That's why I got mad at him, because he's like he grabs her and says, oh, you're buying rice, like, whoa, and then he strips her, and it's like if he just waited she was gonna strip herself, right? And so you can see it at that point. She doesn't need to go in the rice, right?
So I think the joke is just in that universe they use rice to bathe, and so when they set up the bathhouse with water, she's like, "Oh, I'm not going to go there. Obviously, I'm going to go to the rice place to bathe." Anyway, and so I think that joke lands. I don't think there's any deeper meaning in it. Maybe there's a pun, a Japanese pun.
Well, see,
related
that's
to
what I
rice.
was seeking the whole
Rice.
time, and I could not believe how much AI was bending over backwards to give me a Japanese phrase that sounds kind of like this other Japanese phrase that don't share any of the same syllables or sounds at all. And I'm like,
Yeah.
come on.
But beyond that, I don't think there's too much deeper to that. But so in essence, if you read the subtitles, it made sense. The only reason the dub didn't make sense was because in the dub, she's like, "Oh, well, why wouldn't you make the rice house?" And then he's like, "Why would we do rice?" And she never explains it.
Well,
which
and of
is
course,
the same in the
Chelsea
subtitles.
is the one who says that.
Yeah.
Right. So
Which-
they're approaching it from a Japanese perspective. She's approaching it from somebody living in the world where
Correct.
she would expect them to bathe in rice. Yeah, I guess
So that scene happens, and then the ghost shows up, and then says in the dub, like, "Oh, that's a bathhouse. Weird." Turns around, and then just into you get the front shot of her, and she says, and she opens
Brown rice,
the
please,
rice
or
house
whatever.
thing, and no, she doesn't even say that. She's like, "Can I have the lunch special?" Or she says something stupid like that, and it's like I wasn't even clear that she was going into the rice place, and it was anyway. That's season 1. In season 2, they're much closer to the subtitle, but there are scenes in the season 2 that don't make sense that they could have fixed just with a couple line changes. So in the first episode, right, they're going into the area where they're fishing. I think that was the first episode of season 2. And they keep going in the episode starts with them going, random people going in the water and trying to fish. And there's a police guy that's like, "Oh, that's illegal. You're not allowed to fish. Oh, that's illegal. You're not allowed to fish. You're doing all this illegal fishing." And then they show up to the island and they go swimming. And the police guy's like, "You're not
can't
allowed to
swim.
fish.
This is a fishing
And
area or whatever."
Well, no, the police
I
guy
understand
says,
what they
"You're not allowed to fish."
didn't make any sense.
And then they're like, "Oh, well, that's weird." One, they weren't fishing, right? They were just swimming. But then she says, "Oh, well, if we're not allowed to fish, why?" She doesn't fully say it like this, but she was just told you're not allowed to fish, and then she says, "Oh, well, why don't we fish like they expect us to? Like we're supposed to fish here, so why don't we fish?" And it's like, well, that's what they don't want you to do.
Yeah.
And then the cop guy shows up and says, "Oh, you're not allowed to fish." And it's like, "Oh, but we're fishing with a human bait for sharks." And then the cop guy's like, "Oh, that's okay then." And then he leaves. And it's like, what is going on? And then they come back and they're like, "Oh, we haven't heard that before. You thought you tricked us, but we're gonna get you for fishing." And it's like, I don't get the joke at all. And I think that the dub could have changed a little bit of that premise to make that make sense. There was another part in the episode where the Earth moves.
The
Where
heliocentrism.
well, that's later. But there's a part where they're going up to the observatory where, and maybe they couldn't fix this in the dub, but there's just a part where they're clinging on to this chain, and she's like, "Oh, how does she get up this mountain? Oh, it's so hard to get up this mountain." And then it pans over to I'll even see if I can get this up. It pans over to this image of the cliff, and they're like, "Oh my god!" At this image of the cliff, and it's like, wait, I don't get it. What is the setup to the pan over doesn't make any sense. So this is the pan, they pan over from them clinging to the side of the cliff to this. And I don't know what they were saying. Are they saying, "Oh, well, there was another path up the side of the mountain that was wider"? Was that what the joke was? or is it that it just keeps going? I don't know. I didn't like. And then one sec.
I definitely agree that the series, to me, and I think I said this last podcast when we were watching season 1.
This was the next frame, right?
Yeah.
Of them showing the observatory, and it's like, no way, what? There's more cliff? Like, I don't get it.
I think I said this last podcast that this show is a put on in the background while you do something else kind of show. You know, like it's kind of one of those things where like the experience of hearing the voices is sort of like cathartic or whatever, but it's not really a show that you give your attention to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later in that
feel
episode,
like I feel like the more you scrutinize it, the worse the show gets.
yeah.
Oh, look, Monica.
episode, yeah, this is apparently Monica. I didn't notice her voice. Normally, I'm pretty good at picking her out, but I didn't notice.
And her dad, according to the credits, was Vic.
Is it really?
Oh yeah,
that's fucking hilarious.
So I found it odd that this was the first time that they had an elf character not have the elf eyes. Like they drew the elf's eyes with the little slit, like the cat eye, like look to it.
I never really thought about that.
Yeah, in literally every aspect of the elf characters, they
Well,
drew
her
the
dad's not an elf.
correct.
Yeah.
So I suppose maybe she inherited the human eyes, maybe, but I just noticed it was the first time that, because every time there's been like like reveal she was an elf the whole time. It's like obviously that she had elf eyes, like in every episode up until this point. And in this one, I was like, oh well, she's not an elf. I noticed that you didn't see her ears. But then I'm like, well, she's not an elf. She doesn't have the elf eyes. But yeah, I guess maybe she just didn't inherit the elf eyes. I don't know. Because clearly, yes, her father was not an elf. And then she goes into the whole like heliocentric thing, and it's like, okay. And then the meteor comes down, and she's like, the Earth will move. And I'm thinking like, well, if they aimed the meteor at the Earth, there's no way the Earth is going to move enough for you to get out of the way. Like that's not a thing that's going to happen. Maybe they miscalculated and the meteor lands just to the side of them. And then when the meteor finally lands, it lands directly on top of them. The Earth did not move.
Yeah.
And the only reason they survived is because Celsia put up the barrier.
Yeah, I think the concept of the Earth moved is. I think you were there when I was looking this up. Was like it's like a turn of phrase, and like the show is so commonly doing that, where they like have a turn of phrase as the joke. Is the whole crux of the joke is like that thing you hear people say. The Earth moved. Oh, like that's funny. It's literal now, you know.
Well, it would have made more sense if they used that terminology throughout the episode, where they're like, "Oh no, the Earth moves around the sun. No, the sun moves around the Earth." But they use terms heliocentric and
geocentric and heliocentric. So these are the elf eyes you're talking about, right?
Chinese you can't really
elves.
see them very well, but
the Chinese elves,
apparently.
The squinty elf eyes.
So yeah, if like heliocentric literally means the sun is the center, right? So it's like that when you say the Earth moves and you say, well, it's heliocentric, that doesn't really make sense.
I guess you don't really see her eyes in that shot.
That episode was probably the best episode, I think. The Christmas one.
What about this one?
I like that. Oh, you're right. I like this episode as well, honestly.
That one was kind of
the Jack and the Beanstalk, where she fucking shoots a rocket off.
No, the Jack and the Beanstalk one was stupid.
Yeah.
The Christmas one, the one downside to the Christmas one was they never revealed what the presents were at the end.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
how do you have this whole setup and then never reveal?
One of the Santas
the
is
present?
literally Satan.
Yeah, didn't they make this a Jack Black movie now?
Can't I touch your fluffy white beard? I loved this frame. The chicken. His dream was to eat the biggest chicken.
No, his dream wasn't to eat the biggest chicken. His dream was for that chicken to serve him curry.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then when he got the dream, the chicken like fell over and forgot to like cook curry or whatever.
Yeah, this is the thing I was saying on Twitter. Like, if I'd known about this, then I would have dreamt of going back to Japan.
Yeah, it was just like, what? Why? It drags itself out needlessly.
To be fair, I don't think that would have counted as a thing.
Well,
I feel
no,
like-
but this is just an example of what I was specifically talking about, where they have so many times when there's a magical thing.
Ari
like
says
in
that
the-
she dreamt. To be fair, Ari says she dreamt about getting the spell fragments back,
and then they did.
and then, well, no, they didn't.
Well, they did. They
got
did
the
in the
baby,
next episode or
and then
whatever.
the
The baby
was
takes them,
able to
and
get
then
the.
and
Like
then he
that doesn't
disperses
count as a
them.
dream pillow dream.
Yeah.
Like the baby didn't pop back into an existence, right? It's like because the dream pillow dreams were all like temporary, right?
Yeah, the joke, the idea was though that there is a ton of opportunities. Like there's a ton of times where they have like, you know, even the Santa episode, like wish for whatever you want. It has to be in our catalog, right? But not one of them says, "I want to go back home." You know, like.
Well, the one girl got that wish. To be fair,
Which
right?
one?
The gun
Ritsuko?
girl got to go back to Japan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, technically, yeah, but only from the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
then he brings her back. That's like, why? Wouldn't that have been a hell of a way to
Well,
end the
it
show?
seems
if
like
Santa
it was
Claus
just like
brings them
an
back
image
to,
of Japan, but
to Japan.
the episode where they have the school set up, it wasn't clear that like all of them were in on it, but like they had to have been. But like there was that one that was late all the time that seemed like, oh well, she's not an actress too, but like it seemed like she was. The thing I didn't like about this episode, otherwise I did like it, is that he shows up and he's like, well, even though we've given you the thing that says you're allowed to do the stripping, we're still pissed that you're stripping people, and now we're going back to we're going to put you under arrest for stripping people. The thing we said you could do, because I don't like it now. And I'm
Add
like,
to the
what?
fact that couldn't they notify like Elves, like, hey, they're gonna come, you know, and you need to show them if you have a mark. You think that in one of these episodes, at the very minimum one, an elf would be looking for them. Like, oh yeah, I know you're.
Well, there
looking for
was
a spell
one
fragment.
in season 1.
Yeah, the one with what? The one with the armor? But wasn't
Yeah.
that just because she had the armor on? It was like,
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying there was one. With the wolf, there was this scene where they're talking to the granny, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm so glad you hunters are here," and they're like, "What? We're not hunters."
But you
Like
hunt
the name
elves.
is literally called those who hunt
Yeah.
elves. It's like, what do you mean you're not hunters? And then at the end of the episode, the guy that, or I guess it was mid episode, the guy that shows up where he's like, I am the one who gives the emperor's clothes or whatever, and he shows up with the nothing.
The nothing, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
See, but that's another example of the. That's another example of the turn of phrase, or like the idea that they're like, you know that, no, isn't it funny now? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like
Well,
the
I mean, it's definitely
pros.
like not a serious show because he keeps saying like, "Oh, I hate fantasies," right?
Yeah,
I hated that. I got so fucking tired of that.
He does it more in season 2. I
Yeah.
think he does it once or twice in season 1, but in season 2, it's like almost every episode. This episode where they tried to kill them all to stop the baby coming back. At the end of the episode, they're kind of just like, fuck you, like we're gonna strip you now. And she makes this like dramatic like walk up the stairs like, okay, I failed to kill you, now you can strip me. And it's like, what? But your city's still gonna blow up from the bad people coming out of the spell, like the sealing spell. So like, are you not concerned about that anymore? You just let them leave, and like your city's still doomed, and like they just happen to come back to the city to help you out with the baby, like the killer baby. I don't know, that part was just, I found that odd. Yeah, and then the ending, like I said, the fact that it's like at the end, it's like, oh well, we sealed the baby, but we still didn't get the spells, and now we're gonna continue being like going on and doing nothing. Like, okay, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's much to do with the anime except for wasting time.
Yeah.
And one other thing I wanted to say, and then that's pretty much it. But the Celsia getting all the spells on her and she being stuck as the panda, when she's not again, she didn't have to get those 3 spell fragments from the elf that looked like a panda. While she was turned into the panda, she could have waited until she untransformed.
I don't understand how she couldn't just let the people in the universe have the spell fragments and just start the spell again.
Well, I mean, when there was only 5, that makes sense. Like, okay, you guys all have the thing, and then we're gonna come together and do the spell. When there's like 1,015, it's a little bit more complicated to get all of those people to come to one spot.
No. I'm just saying you don't need to get them together. I'm saying that why do you even need to go after where the spell fragments have gone to instead of just starting the spell over and doing it again?
Oh, who knows? Maybe she only has enough power to do the spell the one time. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. It was a bad excuse, in-universe world-building excuse.
But then the other thing with that panda lady, right? The one that had the 3 spell fragments. Sorry. She, what the fuck? Like a hair in my mouth or something.
At least it's not rice.
I guess. Celsius says like, oh well, if I take those 3 from you, then I'll have it on my face. Yeah. And like when she takes it as the panda, like it does go on her face, I guess, but she's already a panda, so you don't notice it. I guess that was the joke. Mm-hmm. But when she
loses it, she doesn't still have it on. When she stops being the panda.
Well, when she stops being the panda, she had the spell fragments taken from her. So
yeah, and that's true. I wasn't really paying attention entirely, but
hold on, let me just finish
hold on. She was a were-panda, right?
Yes.
So she would turn back and forth.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, you never saw her turn back.
Well, that's because once she got the spell, that's what I was saying. If she waited,
this is the logic of the dog thing from before.
Yeah. So if she had waited until she turned back into a human in the daytime to retrieve the spell fragments from the elf,
she might have been locked into being a human.
She should have already been locked into being a human. She already had a spell fragment on her arm.
Yeah.
So we're even ignoring that part. But if we're ignoring that part, she could have waited until she turned into a human to get the spell fragment.
I forget how the dog thing happened.
Because she transformed into a dog to hide her identity.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then she got a spell fragment on, and that locked her to being that dog.
So the one last thing that I was going to say was, she was afraid that, oh well, if I take those spell fragments from you that make you look like a weird panda, they're going to make me look like a weird panda, and I don't want that. But she forgets when she took that first spell fragment from the girl in the 1st episode, or whenever it was, it went onto her arm. It was not the same as the girl who had the spell fragment. It wasn't a 1-to-1 transfer.
Right.
So the assumption that the panda eyes would have transferred 1-to-1 to her, she shouldn't have had that assumption, because it wasn't a 1-to-1 transfer in any of the other cases.
Yeah. So I guess the ultimate like thesis of the show is that it's kind of lazy.
Yeah.
And so if you experience it without a, deliberate, hardcore, focus session on it, where you just kind of like let it play in the background, you can enjoy it enough, right? Like just kind of as background noise. But when you put any scrutiny up to it at all, it really doesn't hold up at all. And it almost becomes annoying because the series is trying to pretend that there are like world building aspects to it that are serious and stuff, but they're arbitrary and made up in the moment and then forgotten by the next episode.
Yeah.
So like there's nothing that makes you get rewarded for being invested. Therefore, why am I invested? I would like, so first of all, I do want to address, Enriv said, I love Eminence and Shadow. Hey, you should join us for that podcast when we watch Club It. After we do Eminence and Shadow, we're planning, unless we finish Eminence and Shadow way early, we're planning to watch One Piece, the season 2 live action. And after that, I'm not saying immediately after that, but at some point, I would like for us to watch Louis the Rune Soldier, which I think is a consistently funny version of this show.
Is it Louis the Rune Soldier or just Rune Soldier?
It's called Louis the Rune Soldier, but I think the English like logo just says Rune Soldier.
Oh, okay.
And if we do that, it gives us an opportunity to watch, because we've already watched Record of Lodoss War for the podcast. And this would, I think it's like episode like 80 or something. Not 80. That's Wolfpack Ass Attack, Jinro the Wolf Brigade. But it's one of the 70s or something, 90s maybe. We've already watched Record of Lodoss War, the OVA and the movie, or the series and the OVA. But we haven't watched Legend of Grand Crush War. We haven't watched Legend of Crystania, and we haven't watched Louis the Rune Soldier, which are all part of that. We don't need to like make an excuse to do all of them at once, but honestly, if we finish Eminence and Shadow, it would not be a bad idea to do Legend of Crystania just because it's short. But anyway, and then another thing we should watch at some point is Sorceress Stabber Orphan, which is similar to this and I kind of talked to you guys about this earlier. The first season sucks ass just because it takes itself too seriously, but the second season is funny as shit. Oh my god, is it good? Right? Is just a fun show to watch. So I'd love to do those. We don't need to do them like right away, but at some point this year, I think we should make time for at least one of those.
Okay, I don't have a. What was that other show called that you were saying?
Orphan?
No, the other one.
Louis the Rune Soldier?
After
Legend of Crystania?
That one.
Yeah. That's probably not too hard to get. It's an ADV title. There's the motion picture and the OVA. So it's like 2 episodes and like a movie. And it's part of Record of Lodoss War, but it should be very I imagine it's pretty easy to get.
Well, I don't have Record of Lodoss War either. I never got around to watching that one either, so I don't know.
Well, okay, so just so we're clear, these are in the same universe, but they're not like oh, I didn't watch that one, so I can't enjoy this one. They're all separate. Like the place. Some of the place names are going to be like reminiscent, right? So like Lodos War takes place in like the land of like I don't think it's called Lodos. I think it has another name. I can't remember, but like Lodos is here, Grand Crest is way over here, but they're on the same continent, kind of thing. And again, like I said, they're not super important. And we've already done a watch club of Lodos. So, I mean, I would, if I were you, I would want to get it out of the way as well, just sort of in the process of doing the watch club for it. But I don't think it's as necessary. Legend of Castania, you could easily watch on its own. The only thing that really ties that together is that, again, it's in the same universe, but there's nothing in it other than the fact that you're watching like a dragons and knights and stuff kind of series.
Okay.
So you would be able to easily jump into that. Louis the Rune Soldier is the same way. It might as well be Those Who Hunt Elves Except for Good, right? Where it's like it's just a comedy in a medieval setting. Another series we might do is Sorcerer on the Rocks, which is part of Slayers, I think. It's like in the same universe, but so disconnected from it that you could easily watch it isolated.
Okay, well, that's a good thing, but also a bummer because I really like Slayers. It's probably one of my favorite shows.
I mean, I'd love to do Slayers 2 at some point, but that's going to be a much larger ask for.
True, but we could always just do Slayers and Slayers next, and skip everything else.
Well, I'm just saying, like we could do them like we did with Berserk, where it's like season 1, take a break, season 2, a couple months later, take a break. I'd be down with that. And then Randy, I think you need to pick a watch club at some point because I think we haven't done one for you. We've done Green Line.
We did one for me a long time ago, but
yeah. So I'm saying you're up.
Pick a new one
if you want to pick one after One Piece, even though One Piece is also kind of your jam. You don't have to think it up right now. I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where it's like if there's something you've been meaning to watch and you'd like an excuse to kind of force yourself to or whatever and get to discuss it, we could totally do that.
There's some watch parties that I have on a list to watch.
Yeah, we should definitely get back into that soon. But yeah, anyway, I want to get some sleep. I gotta go to London soon, so I want to not be too tired tomorrow and the next day. Yep. JT Vega said that Legend of Castania is on a different island. Yeah, that sounds familiar. It's been forever since I watched it. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here. Unless you guys have anything else you want to say?
Nope, nothing else.
Nope. All right, we're gonna end this before 7 hours.
Didn't stand a
No,
chance. Germany made
Hitler's my
staggering
friend.
progress, with
He
huge
wouldn't
encircling
do
movements
that.
capturing